I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Nightmare Night, Narrow Defeat. Wenger was also very excited when he saw Lee Yuxin's goal. He kept clapping. There were still more than 20 minutes left in the game. Arsenal had a chance to counterattack. Marino was a little annoyed when he saw his team scored by Lee Yuxin's strange goal. However, he did not ask the team to attack in a big way. Instead, he made a gesture to signal his players to continue the game according to his own arrangement. He believed that Arsenal would definitely attack in a big way during this period, and then his team would have a chance. Oh, Adams, Lee's goal was so beautiful. Arsenal was only 1 point behind. Now the two teams are at the same starting line, and they have used up all their players. Haha, it depends on how the players on the field play. Matthew was very excited when he saw Lee Yuxin's goal. Well, the players of both sides are facing the change of their own tactics, but it is obvious that the players of Arsenal have a much more difficult time. Defense is not their strong point. Robin broke through, passed, Lee received, oh, Terry's speed is faster. Pav passed Duff and continued to break through along the sideline, but unfortunately Lampard intercepted the ball. Lee Yuxin, Van Persie and others were very excited to see their team equalize the score. They constantly used the side to frequently create threats to Chelsea, but in the face of Chelsea's suffocating defense, they had no chance. Terry was shaken off by Lee Yuxin twice in a row, causing the team to lose the ball. Now the defense against Lee Yuxin is like a dogskin plaster on his body, and Lee Yuxin can't get rid of it no matter how hard he tries. Boy, don't think about having another chance in the penalty area. Terry looked at the figure that kept running and muttered with gritted teeth. Why did this difficult guy suddenly seem to have taken stimulants? He still had to lose the game without a lover to accompany her. Lee Yuxin saw that Terry's speed had increased a lot, and he felt a little unhappy. After Arsenal's frenzied attack for 7 or 8 minutes, Arsenal's offensive began to weaken. Wenger was anxious as he watched his team fail to score. Chelsea gradually took control of the route, and the two sides could not open up. Wenger, who had long understood Marino's intention, became even more worried. He quickly made a gesture to the players on the field, indicating that his team would temporarily suspend the offensive and use counterattacks to form an effective attack. Marino was also disappointed, and finally couldn't help shouting to Essien, pass it, pass it. During this period, his team didn't pass a single ball. Drogba had run out of position several times, but Essien and Wright didn't pass the ball. Otherwise, they might have scored. Marino kicked the grass on the side in anger. How could he miss the crucial kick? Unfortunately, Lampard was watched closely by Flamini. In the 85th minute, Chelsea had firmly controlled the situation of the game. They were about to launch the final attack. Drogba, Duff, Lampard, Wright and others frequently used their running positions to disturb Arsenal's defense. Wright got the ball, shook off Lauren, and went to the penalty area. He passed the ball to Terry. Terry caught up and shot. Oh, just a little bit. Lehmann touched the ball. Henry, Van Persie and others also basically fell into the backcourt. Only Lee Yuxin was in the front. Essien intercepted the ball that Toleb wanted to pass to Henry, took a look at the situation, and sent the ball to Lampard's feet. After Lampard got the ball, he walked towards the road with the ball, looking up at the goal from time to time. Flamini did not dare to be careless. He knew that Lampard had a long shot and was close to him. Lampard didn't get a good chance to shoot from the left. He observed the situation and suddenly jumped out of an angle. Then he raised his left foot high, pretending to shoot from a distance. Flamini quickly stretched his legs to stop him, and Toure also hurried to block. But Lampard's next move penetrated Arsenal's entire defense. Lampard shook Flamini and quickly changed his shooting action into dunk. He easily shook past Flamini, and then gently slammed the ball with his right foot. The ball rolled into the Arsenal penalty area, behind Toure's body. Toure turned around but it was too late. Drogba had already started at the moment Lampard dunked the ball, shook off Senderos' defense, and rushed out like a ferocious beast, and got the ball directly from behind Toure. In a flash, Toure couldn't catch up at all. He watched Drogba swing his thighs, slamming the ball, and completing a shot. Lehmann couldn't react in time. He watched the ball pass through Touré's sliding tackle and whizzed towards his near corner. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it, but the ball was too fast. Before Lehman's fingers touched the ball, it had already passed by him. Deafening cheers rang in his ears. Go, L. Didier, Warcraft. In the 89th minute, Warcraft scored. He brought us victory and washed away the shame. Thank you, Didier. Thank you, Frank. It was so beautiful, so beautiful. The Chelsea commentator at the scene shouted at Drogba, who was running with his arms open and shrugging his shoulders. Stamford Stadium was in great joy. The fans at the scene threw their hands freely. The shame of not winning against Arsenal in the league for 10 years, at this moment they saw the opportunity for their team to win. They couldn't suppress their excitement and sang Chelsea's team song to celebrate for their players. Mourinho was also like a child at this time. He clenched his fists and raised his head to the sky and shouted excitedly. This game can be said to have been won. It's not just 3 minutes, and he's already walking. Abramovich saw Drogba's goal in the private room and jumped up excitedly. He hugged his assistant tightly and smiled like a daisy. His passion for football was at its highest point at this time. Any result was enough to make him cheer. Wenger slapped his thigh in annoyance. He didn't expect that Sender still lost Drogba at the last moment, allowing him to easily complete the shot. No wonder. The two guards who ran with Crespo for almost a whole game were definitely not as strong as Drogba, who had rested for more than 70 minutes. Jose's use of people is really amazing. I didn't expect Jay to come on the court at the last moment just to score such a goal. It's so beautiful. Arsenal's 10-year unbeaten record is about to end. The time is already 90 minutes and 29 seconds. I have to admit that Jose succeeded in calculating Arthur, but Arsenal still has time. It depends on Terry and Lee. Matthew was also a little disappointed at this time. After all, Chelsea lost a goal at this time, and he didn't believe that they could equalize. All the Arsenal fans covered their heads in disappointment, unable to believe that their team lost like this. It was terribly quiet. How could this happen? Will brother lose? No, there's still time. Come on, brother. Yang Guiyang saw that Lee Yuxin was a little disappointed on the court, and even looked a little weak in the whole court. Yang Guiyang couldn't help but shout loudly. She didn't want to see Lee Yuxin's disappointed back. Yes, there's still time. We can still score 1 or 2 goals. Come on, Thierry. Yes, that's right, we can still do it. Yang Guiyang didn't seem to realize that her shouting would cause such a reaction. In a small corner of the Stamford Stadium, the endless Arsenal team song rang out, echoing on the court for a long time and reaching the stadium. When the Arsenal team song reached the stadium, the Arsenal players couldn't help but turn their heads to the source of the sound, and saw the Arsenal fans waving their jerseys in their hands, constantly singing the loud team song, using their voices to give the Arsenal players the final encouragement. Henry looked at the fans who came with the team. The sound of their voices reached his ears, like a loud military song. They still did not give up. As the captain, how could he let his fans down? He looked firmly at Lee Yuxin, who was also standing in the circle, and asked, "Are you confident?" Lee Yuxin was still upset and disappointed about the ball just now. Was he really going to lose? Hearing Henry's question, he was stunned, raised his head, and saw Henry's sharp eyes. It was like a ball of fire shooting into his heart. That was the endless fighting spirit. Yes, isn't there still time? Yang Guiyang didn't give up. As a team member, it would be ridiculous for me to give up. After communicating, Lee Yuxin shook his head heavily and said with a smile, "How could it be?" Haha, in just a few seconds, the two sharp knives in the front field had already made up their minds. Lee Yuxin gently handed the ball to Henry, and then rushed out at his fastest speed. "Pav, Robin, there's still time, run." Henry quickly passed the ball to Lee Yuxin and shouted to Van Persie and Haleb on both sides. Haleb, Van Persie and others were already inspired by the fans at this time. When they heard Henry's shouts and saw the two running high, they said "Yell" loudly and hurriedly opened their positions. The Arsenal players completed the formation in just a few seconds. Kick his legs, kick him. Chelsea fans were not vegetarians either. Seeing Arsenal rushing to their own stadium with great momentum, determined to take away the victory they had already won, they turned into villains and kept shouting at their players, determined to suppress Arsenal's final madness. Drogba heard the shouts of his fans, as if he was electrified, and rushed to Lee Yuxin, who was carrying the ball. He also didn't want his goal to be the final foil. "Stop, Lee." Drogba rushed to Lee Yuxin's side, and his gloomy words knocked Li Yuxin down with his big elbow. Li Yuxin sneered, "Stupid cow, you are too slow." The voice echoed behind Drogba as he moved. Oh my god, how did Li avoid Drogba's body? He was like the wind. Chelsea's commentator looked at Li Yuxin in disbelief. As soon as Drogba rushed to Li Yuxin's body, Li Yuxin pulled the ball back with his right foot, crossed his feet, knocked the ball with his right foot, and then suddenly increased his speed, got rid of Drogba's tall body, went around behind him, and left him far behind. After Li Yuxin passed Drogba, SYN had already rushed over. Li Yuxin did not hesitate at all, and instantly knocked the ball to his left, sending the ball to Henry, who was moving high, and then rushed past SYN, who wanted to trip him. Henry's full-speed running was a perfect match for Li Yuxin. Li Yuxin's ball was already in advance enough for Henry to throw it to Lampard, but at this time he had already rushed past McAllill. If Henry dribbled the ball again, he would probably be intercepted and there was no way to break through. Henry did not hesitate at all. They had encountered this situation in the team's training. Henry twisted his body to the left, and his foot sent it forward. McAllill stretched his legs but failed to intercept it. Li Yuxin had already appeared where the bouncing ball was. After a series of 2 passes, Henry also rushed inside in an instant. After Li Yuxin got the ball, he still did not stop the ball, because Chelsea's players also tried their best to intercept it. Once they stopped the ball, they would be in an endless struggle. For a team like Chelsea, these nearly 3 minutes were not enough. Li Yuxin swung the ball with his right foot, and the ball was quickly sent to the right where Van Persie had already received it. Van Persie was blocked by Del Horno, and Wright had already rushed over. "Damn, it's so fast, I can't get past it." Van Persie shook and quickly passed the ball to Lauren, who was running high to receive the ball. After Lauren received the ball, there was no defender in front of him, and he continued to cut inside. Drogba immediately rushed forward to block Lauren and let him cut inside again, and Lauren kicked the ball. At this time, Arsenal was united and had already launched their gorgeous attack. Lauren saw Drogba coming forward, without any struggle, and directly passed the ball to Touré. After receiving the ball, he saw that Bergkamp had started, and immediately lifted the ball high. The ball passed McAllill and fell to Bergkamp. Bergkamp easily unloaded the ball in the penalty area. After getting the ball, Lampard in front of him was still a few steps away from his body. Bergkamp had the opportunity to shoot a powerful long shot from the outside. At this time, he had already made a move, and his right leg was already high. Unfortunately, Lampard didn't dare to tackle the ball. Such an action was absolutely stupid in the penalty area. Therefore, Lampard jumped high, trying to block Bergkamp's shooting angle. Chelsea's defense was disrupted by Arsenal's series of offensive coordination. Terry and Gallas also subconsciously moved their bodies to block it. Bergkamp paused for a moment, and then a purple figure had already inserted from the left. Bergkamp decisively put down his right foot and gently loosened it. The ball had already accurately landed in the big gap over there. Haleb, who had caught up with him, had already appeared there. There was no one in front of him. Even Sek had just moved his body. Zhang put on the arrow. Haleb had no hesitation and fired a heavy cannon at the bottom of the ball, directly hitting the goal frame and flying straight to the far end. This ball had no deviation. It could be scored or saved. Everyone's eyes were only waiting for the final stagnation of the ball. Sek turned his body to the side and stretched out his left hand with all his strength. His face was distorted because of the extreme force. With a snap, the ball changed direction. After a short pause, another snap was heard. Sek saved the ball with all his strength. The ball bounced on the outside of the goal post and slowly rolled out of the bottom line. "It's over." Yang Guiyang and Shuashuo hugged each other and cried in the stands. Arsenal fans were crying, while Chelsea fans were singing. Stamford Bridge resounded, "Hi, Blue. Our dream, football, our sport. Unity, victory is our goal. Whether the sun is shining or rainy, please keep cheering for us, because our name is Chelsea, Chelsea." Failure made the protagonist hide a wall. Chapter 27 Post-match incident. Weber stopped the game. Wenger went forward and hugged and comforted his disciples, especially Henry. Li Yuxin collapsed to the ground. Li Yuxin finally failed to change history and let Chelsea beat Arsenal. At least it seems that Arsenal's start was not wonderful. Li Yuxin believed that Arsenal would have such a difficult time this season. The best player of this game was Henry, who scored 2 goals. After the game, the players of both sides immediately went to the locker room. This game was enough for them to rest for a whole day. Both sides were very tired. Lee Yuxin came to the locker room with a Chelsea jersey. As a result, Lee Yuxin unfolded it and everyone was dumbfounded. Number 26, Terry. Terry? What kind of Chelsea captain is that? Why did he exchange jerseys with you? Ernst asked in confusion. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. So they looked at Lee Yuxin. Lee, did you know him before? They hoped to get some gossip from Lee Yuxin. Unexpectedly, Lee Yuxin also shook his head. I don't know him. After the game, he suddenly ran up to me and offered to exchange jerseys with me. At this time, Wenger had already come in. Seeing that the players were in a low mood, he knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but coughed and said, "Okay, you are also very tired today. Take the bus back to Highbury first. Thierry, Dennis and I will go to the post-match press conference. Go back and rest early. Everyone will have a day off tomorrow." Wenger gave a simple instruction and asked Pat to lead the team back first. Click, click, click. At the press conference, seeing Wenger with Henry and Bergkamp, as well as Mourinho, Drogba and Terry appearing, the reporters kept taking pictures. However, the expressions on the faces of the two world-class coaches were different. Chelsea, with all the advantages in ball possession and shooting, was chased from 3-0 to 3-3, and was killed at the last moment, which greatly boosted their morale. Arsenal lost to Chelsea under extremely difficult circumstances, lost the opportunity to get a precious point, and also broke their unbeaten record against Chelsea in the league. However, their tenacious performance showed that they were still a favorable competitor for the championship, which was extremely beneficial to Arsenal's next schedule. Jose, what do you think about the team being tied at the last moment? My team is very good, we are in control of the situation, that's what I saw. Mourinho was in a bad mood. Without even looking at the reporter from the Post, he said a few words to himself, and then sat there with a gloomy face. Jose, there have been many times on the field where Arsenal players complained to your players about rough play. Will you change your style of play? Rough? I don't know what criteria you use to judge, but I have studied the play of many English teams, and my team is now very suitable for this league. Mourinho sneered at the reporter in his heart. As long as we win, what style of play does it matter? Professor, your team encountered many difficulties on the field. What do you think of these? Well, as you can see, we encountered great difficulties on the field, but fortunately we overcame them. What do you think of the referee's decision? Will you appeal to the English Football Association? I still need to study the video of this issue, but I will apply to the English Football Association to cancel Robin's red card. He is a good kid, just a little impulsive. Although I don't know what happened on the field at that time, I think he has no malice, and 2 of my players have been injured in this game. Professor, what do you think of Chelsea's play when your players were injured on the field? Do you think what Jose said is right? The reporter from the Mirror began to provoke. I am a little disappointed. I don't know if they can play next week. Now I have to go back and check their injuries. As for what Mourinho said just now, that is his opinion. Every coach has his way of understanding the game. I can't say anything. Wenger will not give these reporters the opportunity to have a direct quarrel with Mourinho, not to mention that his team has not let Chelsea take any advantage. As for the dissatisfied protests, the English Football Association always has nothing to do with them. Thierry, congratulations on your wonderful goal, but we are more concerned about Chelsea's style. Is this something that makes you very dissatisfied? No, I feel very disappointed. I scored 2 incredible goals, and now my body is still disappointed, but this is football. Didier, you had a chance to score a lore goal and wash away the shame of Chelsea's invincibility. Are you excited? Excited, indeed, but this is a game. No one knows what will happen. As for the referee's problem, I think someone will always explain it. Drogba's tone was obviously full of joy. His goal still brought a team a victory. For such a rising world-class star, this is a very happy thing. At the post-match press conference, both sides tried their best to avoid answering some sensitive questions. They all restrained their inner thoughts. It was unwise to expose any opinions in front of reporters at this time. Soon they ended this unpleasant press conference. Wenger had to rush back to Highbury to check the injuries of Fabregas and Pires, and also to prepare materials, hoping to revoke Van Persie's red card. Mourinho wanted to take credit to his boss Abramovich and adjust the morale of his team. The last-minute goal greatly boosted the confidence of the team that was aiming to defend its title. Lee Yuxin and others rushed back to Highbury, and Pat immediately announced the disbandment of the team. Lee Yuxin and others took a shower and immediately rushed to the nearby hospital, where Fabregas and Pires were already under observation. Fabregas and Pires were talking and laughing in the observation room. "Hey, Robert, Cesc, how are you?" Henry patted their shoulders and asked. "Haha, maybe it's okay, Hart's expression is not that bad, and he feels much better now." Pires was still in a good mood, and his injury should not be a big problem. "Cesc, you are not a good kid, Dennis and I fought to the last minute." Lee Yuxin saw that they were in good spirits, so he came over to tease Fabregas. "Haha, I will recover soon, but Lee's shot was really beautiful. I wonder if I can play a ball like that on the field." Fabregas didn't care about his injury, but just looked at Lee Yuxin with admiration. "Well, Lee, can you teach me how to kick free kicks and corner kicks?" Van Persie couldn't forget the last goal. "Haha, okay, you can learn it later if you want, and Terry and Robert's free kicks are also good." "Well, Robin, Cesc, I'm going to squeeze you dry." Lee Yuxin began to make friends. "Haha, you have to pay tuition." "It's okay, Robin will treat you." "Why me again?" Although they lost, it's not the end of the world. Lee Yuxin really understands that he is not a superstar who can decide the game now, and he is not strong enough. Will Over Tactics Sky Sports use this title to summarize the game after the game. Throughout the game, although Arsenal created many opportunities, the decline in interception and weak physical confrontation allowed Chelsea to control the game, so Chelsea had the upper hand on the field, but the final result was that Arsenal almost tied the score tenaciously, and Chelsea, especially Drogba's fatal goal, further demonstrated Chelsea's strong willpower. Therefore, Sky Sports called this game Chelsea's unbeaten will. World-class game, except for the referee. This is the headline of the Daily Mail. They believe that this game is completely worthy of the attention of the world, but Weber and the linesman's penalty has tarnished the game. They strongly recommend that the English Football Association intervene in the investigation of this game and ask Weber to apologize for this game. Terry, the King, leads the scorer list again. The Mirror pointed out that Henry, who scored 4 goals in 2 games, is ready to take his Premier League top scorer again. Shameful referee. The Independent also set its sights on Weber, from Henry's header being blown off, Essie's malicious foul on the field, and the penalty misjudgment. Nearly 10 loopholes have completely criticized Weber, who is known as the best referee in England, by the media. Ugly defense. Unfortunate. Jose the Sun was one of the few newspapers that pointed out Arsenal's defensive shortcomings in this game, pointing out that Chelsea had many opportunities to kill the game directly, but they wasted countless opportunities. Although they controlled the game, they did not play their defensive counterattacks, which they were good at. Several players were too slow to kick and pass the ball inaccurately, which made them lose the game. Weber ignited the whole audience. BBC's eyes also fell on Weber. It was his wrong judgment at the last moment that made the fans and the club dissatisfied. We hope to hear the referee's apology. When the Times later interviewed Wenger in this game, Wenger also expressed his dissatisfaction with a penalty in this game, especially 2 Arsenal players were injured and left the field because of the referee's relaxation, and the red card of Van Persie in the end made the professor directly question the referee's penalty scale. "My team played 5 minutes longer." Chelsea coach Mourinho was also very dissatisfied with Weber's time given to Arsenal to score at the last moment. Mourinho said that Weber should have stopped the game immediately after Bergkamp passed the ball, and should not have let the 2 players continue the confrontation for a few seconds. It was these few seconds that Arsenal took away Chelsea's glorious moment. France's L'Equipe, Germany's Slow Motion, Spain's Marca, and Italy's Gazzetta dello Sport all commented on the focus of Arsenal on Chelsea. In addition to praising Henry's amazing goal, they also pointed out Weber's mistakes in this game. For a time, the issue of British referees became a focus of world football. In short, this focus battle has extended countless viewpoints. Arsenal is considered to have not lost its enterprising spirit, and Chelsea's invincible argument has also died down. Now people's eyes are on the English Football Association. In their view, how will the always stupid English Football Association deal with this referee crisis? According to British media reports, Wenger has also prepared more than 10 pages of materials to appeal to the referee and apply for the cancellation of Van Persie's red card. "Hey, Raphael, congratulations on your victory in the game. How are you doing recently?" Sitting at home, Benitez suddenly received a call from someone he didn't expect. "Hey, Arthur, I really didn't expect you to call me. Tell me, what's the matter? You won't call me for no reason. Haha, no, I heard that your team also encountered some problems in the game. Are you interested in chatting? I am willing to be a listener. Wenger's meaning is very clear. Well, okay, let's find a place to chat tomorrow morning. Benitez thought for a while before finally agreeing. Pat, are your things ready? Wenger sorted out his clothes and asked Pat beside him. Get everything ready, but Arthur, if you really want to appeal the referee, you need to know those people. I know all this, but this opportunity is rare, and the FA is under great pressure now. We just need to give them a proper reminder. You know that our confrontational power has dropped too much now, and I need this opportunity to try to prevent my players from suffering unnecessary injuries. Okay, I'll be busy next. Wenger smiled, got on the club car, and headed to the FA headquarters. Next, the reporters who were everywhere knew that Wenger had appealed to the FA about the referee, but no one knew the specific content of the appeal, even those inside the FA did not know. It was just said that after receiving Wenger's appeal, Chairman David was very dissatisfied and stayed in the office with his most trusted etched for an afternoon. Damn Arthur, what on earth was he thinking? Didn't he know that this was the British style for 100 years? No one can change it, and how can it be changed? Do we have to learn from La Liga? David was angry and wanted to throw away his Song Dynasty porcelain. David, I think Arthur should know this, and I don't think he wants to change it. He just proposed some of the referee's decisions and suggested promoting technical competition to make the game more entertaining. Damn it, how to promote it? Do you want us to play football like those dancers? Do you think our clubs are all wealthy? Don't worry about him, does he still want to be the godfather of England? Wenger, who has returned to the club, can imagine Chairman David raging in his office. Wenger leaned back in his chair and drank coffee comfortably. In the next few days, the reporters stationed in front of the English Football Association made major discoveries one after another. Liverpool's head coach Benitez, Newcastle's Souness, Villa's head coach and a series of famous and unknown coaches all came to the headquarters of the English Football Association, but left quickly. No one knows what they did specifically, but it is certain that it is related to this refereeing incident. Newspapers have surrounded the English Football Association. Any movement cannot be hidden from these unlicensed agents. Even David's constipation in the toilet due to anger was exposed by some gossip reporters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Big Victory and Reflection. The troubles of the English Football Association's chairman David did not have much impact on the Arsenal players, although they were asked by reporters from time to time about the recent hot refereeing incidents and the petitions of several club coaches. However, they only expressed their dissatisfaction with Weber and the linesman, and did not say anything else. After Wenger handed the opinion letter to the English Football Association, he also quieted down. Arsenal has prepared for another London derby and will play against Fulham at home in the third round. In an interview with the BBC, Fulham's head coach Coleman said that his players have come out of the defeat against Blackburn, and the team is eager to get points at Highbury, and even eager to get the first victory at Highbury. However, Coleman's words are destined to be ignored. The British media has already positioned Fulham as the favourite to be relegated. Wenger also disdained Coleman's remarks. In an interview with the Daily Mail, Wenger said that although his team lost some players, Ljungberg was still able to play in this game, and the team's morale was not greatly affected after losing to Chelsea, and they could definitely win this game. Hello, Arsenal fans, I am your friend Cenk. I am now at Highbury Stadium to explain our Arsenal's third-round match with Fulham. Let me introduce our team lineup: Thierry Henry, Lee, Frere Ljungberg, Silva, Haleb, Robin van Persie. Arthur still uses the 442 he is good at? And Fulham's lineup: goalkeeper, Noel, defenders, Waltz, Knight, Lehmann, N. Jensen, midfielders, C. Jensen, Diop, Malbranque, Boumud, forwards, McBride, Lazinski. Fortunately, we didn't see Weber in this game, but Clattenburg. Now the game has started. Lee Yuxin passed the ball to Pav on the road. At the beginning of the game, Arsenal used their strong strength to press Fulham's players tightly in their own half and besiege them. In the 12th minute, Ljungberg, who had recovered from his injury, dribbled past Fulham's fullback in Jensen, glanced at the situation of the goal, and passed the ball with his right foot very quickly, passing in front of the two defenders and directly landing in the unmanned area on the left side of the penalty area. Lee Yuxin appeared on the ball path like lightning, without stopping the ball, and volleyed it with great force, just to catch him off guard. Unfortunately, today Nar was very excited. He made a side dive, stretched his body as hard as he could, and tried his best to block Lee Yuxin's shot. With a pop, the ball went out of the post, and Arsenal won a corner kick. "Oh, what a pity, our Lee's shot was miraculously saved, incredible," Senk said with some annoyance, and the fans at the scene sighed. Ljungberg glanced at the crowded crowd in the penalty area and immediately swung his right foot to take the corner kick. The ball drew an arc and flew quickly into the penalty area. Henry saw the path of the ball and used Touré's cover to run to the front point of the ball. He kicked hard, jumped high, and swung his shiny head heavily. The ball quickly changed direction and flew to the back point. At this time, Zigan, who had just returned, took advantage of the opponent's mistake of heading the ball, jumped high at the back point, met Henry's back and hit the ball directly with his big head. It hit the target accurately, and the ball could only sigh at the ball. Beautiful, Zigan scored. Our team is in good shape today, we are letting. Arsenal took the lead in the 13th minute of the game, and Fulham was a little confused after being scored a goal. Originally, their strength was not as good as their opponent, and they fell behind so early. They lost their way in the next 10 minutes of the game. Not only did they fail to make an effective counterattack, but Arsenal frequently took advantage of their mistakes and made wonderful attacks. For a while, the loud and neat shouts of Arsenal rang out in Highbury. Coleman tried his best to call on the players to focus on the game and not make mistakes on the sidelines, but just when the Fulham players had just stabilized, they immediately suffered a major blow. In the 35th minute of the game, after Haleb received a pass from Touré, he passed the ball directly to the penalty area near Lee Wei. Lee Yuxin glanced and saw that Henry was in a forward position. He did not receive the ball, but ran quickly in front of the ball and let the ball fall to Henry's feet. After Henry received the ball, he quickly rushed to the small penalty area. He used his speed skills to shake off Knight's defense and avoid a shooting angle. With a clever rub, the ball stuck to the grass and went directly into the right corner of the goal. The angle was so tricky that the player couldn't make any saves. Thierry, our king, this is his 5th league goal, and this is only the 3rd round. King. Henry, who scored a goal, slid on his knees excitedly and came to the fans who shouted his name to celebrate. Nice, Lee. Henry happily hugged Lee Yuxin and brought Lee Yuxin to the fans, enjoying the fans' cheers for them. As the number of games increased, Lee Yuxin and Henry's cooperation became more and more tacit. Lee Yuxin looked at Henry's sincere smile and was also sincerely happy. He was finally able to truly get the recognition of his idol and enjoy the cheers of Highbury together. Wenger saw his team win again, and he was relieved. A 1-goal lead was too unsafe. With a 2-goal advantage in hand, Wenger could sit in the coaching seat with peace of mind, talking to Pat from time to time, with a relaxed look on his face. Coleman roared at his players with some disappointment. The 2-goal deficit in the first half made his pre-match words seem like a clown's performance. Seeing that some of his players finally did not collapse, his anger was reduced a little, and he just returned to his seat with a sullen face. In the remaining time of the first half, Arsenal completely controlled the game. Arsenal still surrounded Fulham and attacked wildly. Unfortunately, after falling behind by 2 goals, although Fulham did not launch an effective counterattack, they also stationed troops in their backcourt and would never let Arsenal score again. Although Nar was scored twice by Arsenal in the first half, he also saved several beautiful shots in the first half. However, the one who suffered the most was Lee Yuxin. His 4 shots were blocked by the magical Nar, which made Lee Yuxin very depressed. After the halftime break, Wenger immediately reminded his players not to be careless, but facing such an opponent and the relaxed atmosphere in the first half, Arsenal players did not pay much attention to Wenger's words. Fulham coach Coleman hysterically shouted at his players, "What are you doing on the field? Are you here for a walk? You are players. I want you to attack in the second half. Attack. I don't want to leave here being laughed at. Do you understand?" The 15-minute break was over soon. Players from both sides entered the field one after another and the game resumed. After being beaten by the coach during the break, Fulham's morale was greatly improved, and their offense was also organized. After the comfortable first half, Arsenal players relaxed a little, and for a while Fulham actually controlled the situation of the game. Wenger looked at Fulham's spirited attack and the inexplicable mistakes of his players, frowned, and his eyes fell on Leach and Van Persie. The second half lasted for more than 10 minutes, but Arsenal did not have an effective attack, only some sporadic shots. On the contrary, although Fulham's offensive organization was not very smooth, they always managed to seize some opportunities and create some killing opportunities in front of the Arsenal goal, which scared the home fans into a cold sweat. Slowly, the Arsenal players also entered the state of the game, but the performance of Leach and Van Persie disappointed Wenger. Although some of their movements were light and beautiful, they were not as focused as in previous games. Some of their passes and movements were a bit simple and had been intercepted by Fulham players several times. Yuxin was obviously too impatient in the second half. Some of his movements were too simple and casual, and he was too hasty in his final shot. None of the 3 shots in the second half hit the goal frame. Damn it. After Yuxin kicked the ball away again, he complained and patted his left foot, feeling quite frustrated. In the 72nd minute of the game, Fulham's persistence finally paid off. Taking advantage of Yuxin's eagerness to attack and his mistake in dribbling, Lehmann intercepted the ball in the backcourt and sent it directly to the feet of Fulham's field players. Boumud took advantage of the opportunity of Arsenal's defense line to successfully counter offside from the combination of Sigurdsson and Lauren's defense, and dribbled into the penalty area to attack Lehmann's goal, helping Fulham score a goal. Wenger watched his team lose a goal to Fulham and shook his head with some dissatisfaction. Wenger glanced at Van Persie and Yuxin on the field. He was very dissatisfied with their performance. The loss of the ball was caused by the coordination errors of the two. The smoothness during this period made the 2 young players a little careless. Oh, my God, our players are careless. Hey, Wenger made substitutions at this time. What's going on? Is he dissatisfied with someone? Lee's performance in the second half today is indeed problematic. Wenger looked at the time and prepared to make substitutions. He asked Bergkamp and Song, who was newly signed this season, to warm up. At this time, the stadium had a new change. Arsenal, who had been attacked by a goal, finally began to exert their strength. This undefeated team, with the lineup of the team as the core, finally showed its sharp fangs under the leadership of the old players. Youngby used his skillful cooperation with Silva to break into Fulham's penalty area and accurately sent the ball to the goal. Henry used his speed again to catch the ball in front of Lehmann and completed a volley with a half-turn. Fulham's goalkeeper was obviously not prepared enough. The ball slipped out of his hands and fell directly in front of the goal, but miraculously bounced behind Yuxin, who was pushed by the opponent and rolled into the goal. Yuxin was extremely lucky to help the team break Fulham's goal again and shatter their hope of equalizing. Go, L, it's still our Lee, the genius Lee. He has scored 4 consecutive goals. It seems that the professor does not need to change players. Lee has made up for his mistakes. Senk excitedly spoke for Lee. Wenger looked at his cheering players on the field. Although his face was less solemn, he still started his substitutions. In the 75th minute of the game, the 4th official quickly called out the substitution list. Yuxin was replaced by Bergkamp, and Van Persie was replaced by Song. Leach was stunned for a while when he was replaced. He had just scored a goal. He didn't believe Wenger's decision, and he had never been replaced in a game before. But he soon realized that it was normal to replace players in a game. Leach didn't want to be replaced because he had scored 4 goals in a row. He felt that he was in good shape now. He wanted to use the remaining time to see if there was a chance to score another goal to sweep away the depression in the second half of today. But seeing Wenger's cold expression, he had to walk down honestly. Well done, but you have to watch the next game. Bergkamp said a few words to Yuxin before going on the court. 5-1 was the final score. In the 80th minute of the game, Henry received a through ball from Bergkamp and scored again. In the 85th minute, Bergkamp scored directly from a free kick. Yuxin sat on the sidelines and watched quietly. He still didn't understand what Bergkamp meant to him. He was even confused about why Wenger wanted to replace him. Although he lost the ball because he didn't receive the ball well and made a big mistake, he immediately made up for it, although it was a lucky ball. After the game, Wenger looked at Yuxin, who was still thinking, and saw that he was still a little confused. He knew that Yuxin still had too little experience and was still not able to adjust to his state on the spot. Wenger also knew that for the 7-year-old Lee Yuxin, it was a bit too high to expect him to grow up to a world-class player. Wenger could only hope that Lee Yuxin would grow up as soon as possible. Lee Yuxin was still thinking about Wenger and Bergkamp's intentions. At this time, Pat came over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Lee, what are you thinking about? This is the game video that Arthur gave you. You should pay attention to it." Seeing that Lee Yuxin seemed to understand, Pat handed him the USB drive and said, "You were a little distracted during the game. Lee, after taking the lead, you and Robin were too casual. Arthur doesn't want this to become your shortcoming, understand?" Henry also came over at this time, patted Lee Yuxin on the shoulder and said, "Lee, pay attention to your performance in the first and second half, understand?" After that, he followed Wenger to the post-match press conference. Lee Yuxin seemed to have grasped the reason why Wenger replaced him. He nodded gratefully to Pat and Henry, and after returning to the locker room, he simply washed himself and drove home immediately. In this game, Arsenal won as expected, but the reporter's attention had turned to Lee Yuxin. In this game, Lee Yuxin himself was confused and did not understand his poor performance, but these experienced sports reporters saw clearly that Lee Yuxin's performance in this game was far worse than that in the previous 3 games, so they quickly swarmed to the dressing room. Although they knew that Wenger would not let Lee Yuxin out, Wenger's attitude at this time was also worth studying. When Wenger and Henry arrived at the press conference, the flashlights did not stop. At this time, a big win in Lee Yuxin's performance made them like sharks smelling blood. "Coleman, your team lost to Arsenal in this game. Not only did you not get points as you said before the game, but you also conceded 5 goals. You only got 1 point in the first 3 rounds. Is your goal this season to avoid relegation?" The reporters now began to add insult to injury. "Sir, we are not a relegation team. Please note that England has only played 3 rounds, so we are absolutely capable of gaining a foothold in England. Of course, we have also considered losing to a strong enemy like Arsenal. This is not a terrible thing. Arsenal has not declined as some media say. They are still a strong contender for the championship. We also have opportunities, but the early goal loss gave them the opportunity to play their own style of play. Coupled with the referee's strict requirements on us, my players were unable to play their own style. This game cannot represent the true strength of our team." Coleman was still very dissatisfied with some of the penalties for physical confrontation made by the referee, Clattenburg. Although Wenger listened calmly to Coleman's explanation of the reporter's questions, he was already very proud. He wanted to use this referee storm to put pressure on the English Football Association and make them strengthen the penalties for physical confrontation in the game. Wenger is also quite black-bellied. "Professor, congratulations on a big victory, but Lee's performance in this game was very abnormal. What's the reason?" "Well, Lee's performance was indeed not as good as the first 3 games. I think this may be because he has some problems with his physical strength, so his performance in the game was a bit unstable. That's nothing." "Well, but we know that Lee's performance in the first half was very stable, and Lee looked much better than others on the court. Could it be that he has some injuries, or that he has passed his peak and become a green player?" "Well, you know Lee is only 17 years old. We can't expect a child of this age to continue to be a world-class player's performance. Young people are always experiencing growth. I don't think there's any need to pay too much attention to this issue." "Do you mean that Lee still can't adapt to the high-intensity games like England?" "No. How many games have you seen such outstanding data in the first 3 games? 3 goals, 3 assists. This is unimaginable. So your question is meaningless. I have already said that Lee just has physical problems. I knew it before the game, so I replaced him immediately after he scored." Wenger looked at the reporter of The Sun with a serious face. Obviously, Wenger could not allow any cold water to be thrown on Lee Yuxin. The reporter at the scene looked at Wenger's solemn face, as if he had been angered by the reporter of The Sun. "I think Lee is just a little uncomfortable after the big battle with Chelsea. This is normal. Any player will feel uncomfortable after playing such a game. I still remember that after that game, I was also excited for 2 nights. As the coach said, Lee just didn't adjust his physical condition. Fortunately, we have a long rest time next." Henry also explained Lee Yuxin's abnormality in the game. The reporters at the scene saw Wenger and Henry's affirmative statement and knew that they would definitely not talk about this topic again, so they changed their angle. "Professor, we know that the World Cup qualifiers will start next month. Do you think it is possible for Lee to be selected for Eriksen's national team?" Well, I don't know if Ericsson has paid attention to Lee, but I still don't think Lee will be selected for the national team so early, because it is not good for young people. You know, he is only 17 years old. Wenger has never been happy about national team games. He almost bombards the national team where his players are every year, because every year Wenger is deeply affected by the FIFA virus. Thierry, what do you think? I think it depends on the attitude of Ericsson and Lee, but I haven't seen what they think about this matter yet, so I can't comment, but I am eager to see Lee in next year's World Cup. He should appear in the most important competition in the world. Henry obviously agrees that Lee Yuxin goes to Ericsson's team. He should know that the player's dreams are inseparable from the most sacred trophy. Chapter 29 Homework. The next day, the Mirror commented on Arsenal, who scored goals in the first 3 rounds, with the title "The Premier League welcomes the most powerful attacking group." They believed that Arsenal's attacking power had already occupied the top of the Premier League. With Henry at his peak, the newly rising Lee Yuxin and Van Persie, and those old but strong players, Arsenal's attacking power was enough to dominate the entire Premier League and even Europe. They also believed that this season Arsenal had a chance to win back the Premier League title from Chelsea. Strong attack and weak defense. The Daily Mail pointed at Arsenal's defensive problems, conceding goals in every game, being scored 3 goals by Chelsea, being broken by weak teams, and the performance in the backcourt, which made them still not optimistic about Arsenal. Lee is back to his original form. This was the commentary written by Larry of The Sun that night. Larry finally saw normal Lee Yuxin, so he would not miss any opportunity to attack Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin's excellent performance in the first 3 games made him extremely ridiculed by his peers, so Lee Yuxin's sluggish performance against Fulham gave Larry a chance to turn things around. It was immediately pointed out that after 3 abnormal games, Lee Yuxin had been completely beaten back to his original form. He was no longer the amazing heavy gunner. He had been knocked down by the high confrontation of the Premier League. Larry also said that Lee Yuxin was like a sudden burst of wealth. He was just pretending to be rich at the beginning, but he had no ability to survive. Once he squandered the wealth given by God, he would be destined to be mediocre and disappear. Lee is no longer magical. The Daily Star paid magical attention to the performance of the players on the field. They were also paying attention to this handsome and mysterious Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin's sluggish performance also made them begin to question whether this magical player was just a meteor for a while, and even maliciously fabricated whether there was a problem with the relationship with the pirate girl, which caused this philandering man to lose motivation. ESPN commented that Lee Yuxin finally changed from a miracle genius to a young man like an ordinary person. They pointed out that Lee Yuxin's performance on the field fully demonstrated that he would make mistakes like ordinary players of the same age, so they just maintained an objective attitude. Various media also used different lengths to analyze Lee Yuxin's sluggish performance. Many media attitudes changed from crazy boasting about Lee Yuxin to questioning whether Lee Yuxin could adapt to the Premier League, and only some media objectively pointed out that Lee Yuxin should not be judged based on a few games. Ericsson, will you take Lee? This is the focus of Sky Sports. Originally, Lee Yuxin's excellent performance in the first 3 games made these reporters constantly call for Lee Yuxin to play in the game against Wales, and believed that Ericsson would definitely take Lee Yuxin, but Lee Yuxin's slump yesterday made this confirmed spot become confusing again. After all, the next heavyweight match between Arsenal and Liverpool was postponed because of the Premier League Cup. Ericsson is proud. BBC predicted that Ericsson was proudly watching some media's ridicule of Lee Yuxin, because Ericsson had no intention of recruiting Lee Yuxin from the beginning, because Ericsson had no signs or actions showing interest in Lee Yuxin, and even described Ericsson as caring less about the Premier League than men in the most remote areas. Lee, are you unable to adapt to the Premier League games? Lee, is this your true strength? Lee, is the professor disappointed in you? Lee Yuxin had no idea that an ordinary game would make these reporters have such wrong associations, and most of them were malicious speculations about him. Lee Yuxin really didn't expect that the faces of these reporters would change so quickly in less than a day. No matter how he ignored these reporters, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. I don't want to explain. He pushed the reporters away, got into the car, and left immediately. Lee, are you guilty? Lee, are you dissatisfied with the professor replacing you? Lee Yuxin started the car and went back directly. Shuo had already taken a plane to Los Angeles to visit relatives this morning and would not be back for a while, so Lee Yuxin went back alone. Li Yuxin originally planned to open the computer to check, but at this time he was really not in the mood. He just wanted to hurry up, wash up, have a sleep, calm himself down, and calm down his deepest worries. Yang Guiyang stood outside the door and saw Li Yuxin's back. Suddenly, she felt a desire to understand all his thoughts. Since the beginning of the season, Li Yuxin gave him the feeling of being too mature and even mysterious. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Li Yuxin turned on the computer and read the news as usual. As the mouse scrolled, Li Yuxin's face became more and more solemn. He said all kinds of things, saying that he had returned to his original form, that he was ignored by Wenger, and that he had a bad relationship with his teammates. Li Yuxin's mood was suddenly in a mess again. He had no expression on his face, and his right hand tightly held the mouse. He wanted to turn off the computer, but he longed for a glimmer of hope. Those reporters are talking nonsense. You believe this too. You know that you are not good. A gentle voice sounded, and Yang Guiyang's pretty figure was already standing behind him. Li Yuxin turned his head and found that Yang Guiyang was looking at him with a smile. Her eyes were as bright as the moon, and her youthful and energetic face looked a little playful at this time, but it made people feel warm. Knowing her concern, he nodded. Li Yuxin inserted the USB drive and immediately checked the video. He couldn't wait to see some of his mistakes and the things that Wenger was dissatisfied with. He soon saw his game in the second half. Every time the video was shot, it would focus on him. At the same time, it would compare the performance of other players at this time, and even show his previous game scenes, just to remind Li Yuxin of his loss in this game. It can be seen that Wenger is very attentive to this disciple. Li Yuxin quietly watched his performance on the field and found that he had so many mistakes. He hadn't felt it at first, but in the eyes of an outsider, although Li Yuxin scored a goal in the second half, Li Yuxin's performance in the second half was really poor. If other players hadn't adjusted their status in time and performed well, it would have been equalized. Li Yuxin silently watched the video several times, watching his several goals lost in the second half, passing errors, and rash actions, repeatedly pondering the reasons for his mistakes in the game. Is this me? Why is this happening? Li Yuxin frowned and looked at the computer in a daze. Why don't you know what to think? Experience, brother, this is determined by your experience. Yang Guiyang looked at Li Yuxin thinking in front of the computer screen, as if he knew what Li Yuxin was thinking. He frowned and even saw a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Although he didn't understand why Li Yuxin had such an expression, he instinctively spoke out to point it out for Li Yuxin. As soon as the word experience came out, all of Li Yuxin's confusion was instantly solved. Indeed, he had only played 4 official games, and 2 of them were against Chelsea. With his performance, he didn't let Chelsea take advantage of him. All this happened too suddenly, so his mentality was not ready for these. Therefore, he relaxed his mentality when he was ahead in the game, and then he couldn't get into the state. Although he scored a goal in the game, it was a lucky goal, and even the movement was pushed by the opponent. Li Yuxin was also more grateful to Wenger and Bergkamp. Fortunately, Wenger understood young people better and quickly replaced Li Yuxin. At the same time, Bergkamp instructed Li Yuxin to observe the game, which made Li Yuxin come out of the hazy state on the field. Li Yuxin nodded. Although he understood what was wrong with him, how could he say that he had such experience? He frowned and said, "Yes, but I will." Obviously, his abnormal performance had left some shadows on Li Yuxin's mind. No wonder Otaku suddenly galloped freely in the world's top league. Once he performed poorly, no one could understand Li Yuxin's fear and panic. It was a natural mental loophole. Haha, brother, what's wrong? You are stuck in a dead end, isn't this your experience? Yang Yang's delicate hand gently touched Li Yuxin's forehead. Li Yuxin was like seeing the sun. His narrow-minded thinking was instantly broken. Yes, isn't this my experience? Li Yuxin looked at Yang Guiyang in astonishment. His experience was just that of an ordinary player, and he had already perfectly integrated with this world. Haha, this is like a 17-year-old child. Don't act like a master all day long. I am a master, I just take a nap sometimes. After Li Yuxin understood his reason, he also let go of his mind and returned to his usual cocky look. Okay, don't think about it. I saw Wenger recording you, just to make you pay attention. There is no other intention, don't have other ideas, just follow your usual performance. I really don't know why you think so much. Although Yang Guiyang eliminated Li Yuxin's other thoughts, He still couldn't understand the confusion on Lee Yuxin's face just now, and expressed his doubts in his heart. Lee Yuxin smiled and said, "This is just my strict requirements on myself. I am a serious man." He raised his eyebrows to Yang Gang. In fact, Lee Yuxin understood that this was because he had 3 consecutive excellent performances and suddenly became mediocre. In addition, due to Lee Yuxin's special reasons, Lee Yuxin cared more than others, so he thought so much. A person who once had nothing, once he has all his dreams, he is more afraid of his dreams being shattered. Lee Yuxin was in that state just now. Now Yang Gang gently pointed out the reason. He knew that he had the same problem as ordinary young people. It was not because of any changes in his body. He realized that he was already an ordinary person in this world, and his mentality relaxed all of a sudden. "Okay, serious man, call and ask Sister Shuo if she has arrived in Los Angeles. By the way, Mr. Shri called today and hopes to re-sign a contract with you. They have already made concessions." After so many days, Lee Yuxin really forgot about this matter. Once Yang Gang mentioned it, he remembered it. Contract, it seems that he needs an agent. Chapter 30 Broker. After so many days, Lee Yuxin really forgot about this matter. Only when Yang Gang mentioned it did he remember it. Contract, it seems that he needs an agent, but who is suitable? In fact, Jerome Anderson has already contacted his parents. "I am the head coach at Arsenal." A few years ago, Wenger really did not have the qualifications to be so confident. At that time, the big men of Arsenal were all Jerome Anderson's players, from Adams and other big men in the Grammar to Henry, Bergkamp, Vieira and other emerging leaders. When Jerome Anderson was at his most powerful, Arsenal's main players were basically his players. When Wenger just took over Arsenal, it was the time when Jerome Anderson was the most arrogant. Even at the beginning of the 21st century, Jerome Anderson was still one of the overlords behind Arsenal. Because of the support of David Dunn, Jerome Anderson's influence in the transfer market was too great. If Manchester United Ferguson wanted a certain player, who would dare to obstruct the negotiators? But in Arsenal, Wenger wanted a player, but Jerome Anderson dared to plunder the players who Wenger wanted. Even the players who were unwilling to be robbed by Jerome Anderson, even if that person was the player Wenger wanted, Jerome Anderson also had a way to ruin the transfer. In addition to being arrogant in the transfer market, Jerome Anderson was even more arrogant in other aspects. That is, Jerome Anderson dug all the players who came to Arsenal under his own banner. This is a very bad habit, because Jerome Anderson went too far. For example, Henry's agent, Bergkamp's agent, and Vieira's agent were all famous in European football. But they were all kicked out by Jerome Anderson, and then the players were snatched into his hands. This is something that discredits the club. After all, which agent is willing to send his players to Arsenal and then become someone else's players? That would be like making wedding clothes for others. Therefore, since the incidents of Bergkamp, Henry, and Vieira, it has not been so easy for Arsenal to buy good players. After all, which agent would do such a loss-making business? Such things have caused Arsenal many problems in the transfer market. For example, Cristiano Ronaldo's transfer to Arsenal was not successful in the past. In addition to the high bid from Manchester United and Queiroz' matchmaking, it was also related to Mendes's distrust of Jerome Anderson, the rogue agent. At that time, Wenger had just arrived at Arsenal and was questioned by Arsenal fans and the English football world. He had no confidence. In addition, for the sake of David Dunn's face and the stability of the club, he did not dare to oppose and could not directly clash with Jerome Anderson. But now it is different. Wenger has achieved enough results, and Arsenal has enough power to compete with Jerome Anderson. Wenger now has 100% support from the club's board of directors. Even David Dunn cannot shake Wenger's position in Arsenal at present. Therefore, Wenger does not want Arsenal's transfer to continue to be disturbed. Wenger is ready to take back the power of transfer. Lee Yuxin knows from Wenger's attitude that Wenger is now trying to take back the power in the transfer market. As long as Wenger takes action, given Wenger's current status in Arsenal, even the Arsenal executives cannot say no. Jerome Anderson has been arrogant in Arsenal for so long. Not only has he offended many big agents, but even Arsenal's head coach Wenger is angry. This is a good opportunity for other agents to enter Arsenal and slowly squeeze out Jerome Anderson. Wenger is a dictator like Ferguson, but Wenger's image is better, so people can't think of anything else. In fact, Wenger is very stubborn and doesn't like anyone to interfere in his work. Now that he has achieved enough results, He doesn't want David Dunn, Jerome Anderson, or anyone else to point fingers at his work. Wenger has always been dissatisfied with Jerome Anderson's arbitrary rule in Arsenal. Wenger and David Dunn have a good relationship. They are neighbors, so they often visit each other. Wenger is not a saint, and he knows the unspoken rules of football. David Dunn uses Jerome Anderson to make money in disguise, and Wenger will not be jealous of this. But Jerome Anderson is too domineering in Arsenal, especially in the transfer market, which even affects Wenger's steps to transform the team. This makes Wenger very dissatisfied, so Wenger hopes that more agents can enter Arsenal and suppress Jerome Anderson's arrogance. Moreover, in history, it was not until Song left that Jerome Anderson's rule in Arsenal was announced. If he was not good enough, then Ashley Cole's agent Jonathan Barnett was the agent who let Bale transfer from Tottenham to Real Madrid 10 years later. Barnett is now quite famous, but not as famous as when he later owned Bale. Although he has players like Crouch and Dyer, they are not as good as Ashley Cole. Although he is weak, this guy is definitely not to be underestimated. When Ashley Cole defected to Arsenal, in addition to Barnett and Ashley Cole coveting Chelsea's money, there was also a conflict between Barnett and Jerome Anderson. At the beginning, David Dunn promised Ashley Cole and Barnett that he would give Ashley Cole a weekly salary of £60,000 when renewing the contract. But when preparing to renew the contract, David Dunn denied it and could only give £55,000 at most. Not only that, he did not fulfill his promise in commission. Barnett is a money grubber and a famous vampire agent in the English football world. Even if you give him more, he will not be satisfied, let alone not fulfilling your promise, so Barnett was furious. Henry and Vieira also renewed their contracts at the same time and enjoyed the highest salary in Arsenal at that time, with a weekly salary of more than £80,000. Jerome Anderson was always making money in every transfer at Arsenal, and he was able to get enough commission every time he renewed his contract. How could Barnett be satisfied with this? He was very unbalanced. Barnett thought that David Dunn had a complete falling out with David Dunn because he used his personal relationship with Jerome Anderson to suppress him. In addition, Zahovi and Barnett were once business partners, so Barnett would cooperate with Zahovi and the subsequent Colgate incident. Looking for him to wait for a fight with Wenger? No, what should I do? Just as Lee Yuxin was thinking about this problem. In a high-end hotel in London, Jorge Mendes stretched comfortably. He came here to vacation and discuss things with Mourinho. The winter transfer market is about to open, and he only has 2 days of vacation. He will start working tomorrow, Mendes said to himself. His mind is like a computer, sorting out the information of the players in his hand. This is Jorge. Mendes' husband is no ordinary person. He has become the most powerful agent in football. Since 2004, he has controlled the European football transfer market. His stars include Cristiano Ronaldo, Deco, Pepe, Mourinho, etc. In the summer of 2004, with the help of the Portuguese Porto team winning the European Champions League, he sent several players and Mourinho to Chelsea. While bringing back the largest income in Porto's history, he also completed the first outbreak of his career. Since then, Mendes has become the most powerful agent in Europe. As for Mendes himself, his experience is indeed legendary. Mendes' father is a government official and his mother is a housewife. Mendes was a player in his youth, playing as a left winger. Perhaps this is why he prefers Cristiano Ronaldo. However, his talent on the court is far less than Cristiano Ronaldo. Most of the time he played for a third-level club, which explains everything. But when he was still a player, Mendes had already revealed his business acumen. He once contracted the advertising rights for the stadium's outer wall, and he also opened a football video rental and sales store. In fact, the start of Mendes' current giant enterprise can be attributed to the video store at that time. The rental and sale of football videos has allowed me to know the information of players all over the world, and also made me understand the significance of image rights. Mendes once recalled in an interview with the media, "I just sold that video store not long ago and made tens of thousands of euros." On the wall of Mendes' office, there are all kinds of jerseys, including Cristiano Ronaldo, Pepe and Mourinho, and even Barcelona players Deco and Marcos. Looking at the jerseys of these football superstars, the agent will feel a sense of accomplishment. Mendes is a very shrewd businessman and a workaholic. Barcelona president Laporta praised him. Atletico Madrid general manager Hill said, "He is not the kind of agent who sells a player and then leaves. What he cares about most is not the commission, but the balance between the player, the agent and the two clubs. The players he recommends are all very good. Some players were unknown at the beginning, but as long as they are recommended by him, they are trustworthy. It is very important to maintain a good relationship with an agent like him who has rich resources. We have said so much, just to express one meaning. This is a big man in the football circle. Mendes is leaving London. He just talked to Barcelona president Laporta on the phone. He wants to negotiate with Barcelona about the renewal of his player Deco. Barcelona is very satisfied with Deco's performance since his transfer to Barcelona this season, and Deco also likes the atmosphere in Barcelona. Renewal is a common goal, but there is a big gap between the two sides in terms of salary. Deco hopes that his salary can be increased by €1 million to enter the leading players of Barcelona, at the same level as Puyol and Eto'o. Mendes was lying on the sofa, smoking a cigar comfortably. For him, this kind of negotiation was exactly what he was good at. He believed that with his ability, he would be able to help his players get satisfactory new contracts. At this time, the TV was turned on. What was being played was a clip of the wonderful games of the Arsenal team in the previous few games on Sky TV. As long as it was a football game, it would attract Mendes' attention. This was natural, or it could be considered one of the necessary conditions for the success of an excellent agent. What was being played was the second half of the match between Arsenal and Chelsea in the first two rounds of the 2005-2006 Premier League. This half of the game was also called Yuxin's 45 minutes by the TV station. After watching it for a while, Mendes couldn't leave the TV. The young man wearing the Arsenal 90s jersey attracted his attention like a magnet. Very fast. This was Mendes' first impression of Yuxin. I don't know when he took out a black leather notebook he carried with him and wrote the word fast on it. On TV, Yuxin received a pass from Haleb and used his right foot to volley the ball outside the penalty area. There was almost a flash of white light before the ball hit the net high. Wow. Mendes stood up all of a sudden and cheered for the goal. Cool. Wonderful long shot. He said in his heart, then lowered his head and wrote the word good at long shots on the black leather notebook. However, after thinking about it, he added a question mark at the end. Unlike Zhang Yang's fast speed, which can be seen directly, long-range shooting ability cannot be judged by a game or a goal. This is a bit narrow-minded. However, the young man who scored the goal has indeed aroused his interest. A yellow-skinned, black-haired player. The position on the field is a forward. Mendes touched his chin and thought. He knew that this player had mentioned his talent because of Jose Lee. In Mendes' notebook, there was another note: good ability to grab points. After thinking for a while, he added a big exclamation mark after very fast. Watching the French young man celebrating wildly on TV, Mendes, a famous agent in European football, was a little excited. He was really interested in this young man. I just don't know if this young man has an agent. I think he should have one. How could such an outstanding young man not have an agent? Beautiful. Mendes applauded. 3 games, 4 goals and 3 assists. Even though he is well informed and his employers include superstars such as Deco and Cristiano Ronaldo, Mendes can't help but be excited. I need all the information about this Zhang, his development process, his basic data, his characteristics, all his game videos, and his performance data. Mendes immediately made a decision in his heart. No matter what, since this young man can make his eyes light up, there is no reason to give up. He wants to get to know Yuxin further. As an outstanding agent, the most taboo is to judge a person only by one game, let alone draw conclusions in advance. Without waiting until the next day, that night, the eager talent hunter Mendes opened his laptop, typed in the 2 keywords Lee and Arsenal's number 90, and pressed the enter key. Then, this famous international football agent was surrounded by overwhelming news and comments. He thought that this young man should be quite famous in the Premier League, but he didn't expect Yuxin to be so famous. Almost all sports media, entertainment media, and comprehensive media have reports about this young man. Let this storm come more violently. Mendes was also excited in his heart. He was sure that this young man must not have been hyped and packaged. Under such circumstances, he could attract such attention. This shows 2 points. The first is that this young man is indeed very capable. The second is that this young man has something that can attract the media. For example, personality. He remembered that the commentator on TV just now said that Yuxin threatened to defeat Chelsea before the game. Tisk tisk, Mendes took a breath. Quite arrogant boy. but I like him. In today's football world, it is no longer a world for honest people. Talented and capable people may be successful on the court, but they still lack something off the court. Among Mendes' employers, there is no shortage of people with such personality that attract the media, such as Mourinho and Cristiano Ronaldo. Mendes favors players or coaches with such personality. He once said to Cristiano Ronaldo, "As long as you play well on the court, don't worry about other things, leave it to me." Now, Mendes first needs to confirm whether Lee Yuxin currently has an agent, whether it is Jerome or Anderson. Even if he does, he is also thinking about poaching. Agents are different from head coaches. Before buying a player, they need to observe a player for half a season. Agents test their vision even more. As long as they think a player is good, they must quickly get him. Do you think you are the only agent? If you are not careful, others will get there first. Chapter 31. I am Jorge Mendes. Lee Yuxin now dreams of having an agent. There are quite a few agents who recommend themselves to him, but Lee Yuxin doesn't dare to use them. He is not familiar with them and doesn't understand them. How can he dare to use them? Signing an agent means that his money and even his future prospects are tied to the agent. How can he be careless? Lee Yuxin also searched on the internet for a while, and with his own understanding, he found a few agents with good reputations in the football world, but he can't just call them and recommend himself, saying, "Hello, I am a talented player, please sign me." No one does that. Bang! 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 Lee Yuxin was chatting with Yang Yang when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. I hope it's not the damn agent. It's the damn cheating agent. In the past few days, many people have come to recommend themselves directly, but none of them satisfied Lee Yuxin. Some of them almost had the words "I want to make money" written on their foreheads. As soon as they saw Lee Yuxin, they urged Lee Yuxin to transfer in a few words, hoping to earn transfer commissions. Would Lee Yuxin dare to use such people? Lee Yuxin opened the door and found a man standing outside. He almost thought he saw a CIA agent. He was wearing a straight black suit, a white shirt, a black tie, a very smart crew cut, and sunglasses that could cover half of his face. In the middle of summer, he was wearing such big wooden sunglasses? Was he trying to be cool? "Who are you looking for?" Lee Yuxin, who was still wearing pajamas, asked vigilantly. You know, the security in North London is a big problem. He is always ready. If the situation is not right, he will close the door and call the police. Well, it seems that no one has dared to rob the players' apartments. "Hello, Lee. Can I come in and sit down?" The man took off his sunglasses, held them in his hand very casually, and asked with a smile on his face. "Sorry, I don't have time." Lee Yuxin refused. Who are you? You seem to be so familiar with others. You have a smile on your face, but you are not a good person. Let me introduce myself. I am Jorge Mendes. Jorge Mendes? I don't know you. My profession is agent. Mendes hadn't finished speaking. Bang! Lee Yuxin closed the door. Mendes was stunned. This kid was so impatient and didn't even listen to what he said. Knock on the door again? It's not appropriate. After all, he is a famous agent. This guy is obviously very satisfied and reserved with his current position in the football world. He didn't expect that he would be rejected before he came. With a creak, the door opened again. Lee Yuxin's head, who was only wearing pajamas, was revealed. Jorge Mendes. That's me. Agent. Yes. Jorge Mendes of Mourinho and Cristiano Ronaldo. Mendes immediately straightened his back and nodded very reservedly. I thought, you finally know my name. But what does that mean? What does Jorge Mendes from Mourinho and Cristiano Ronaldo mean? Whoosh! The door closed quickly. Mendes' face immediately turned blacker than charcoal. 10 seconds later, the door opened again, and Lee Yuxin, who was wearing sportswear at lightning speed, appeared. Mr. Mendes. Welcome, welcome. Lee Yuxin held the right hand of the famous agent excitedly with tears in his eyes. This outfit was very cool, as if it was Mendes dressed as a CIA agent. He has been studying Lee Yuxin's game videos these 2 days, starting from the game when Lee Yuxin represented the Arsenal youth team, until the league match between Arsenal and Fulham. He has studied all of Lee Yuxin's game videos. Lee Yuxin's talent shocked him, and the performance of this young man in the game, especially the growth that can be seen with the naked eye, shocked him. Then, he learned that Lee Yuxin didn't have an agent yet, And he was so happy that he came here immediately. He was afraid that someone else would get there first. Mendez really gave Li Yuxin enough face. You know, Mendez is now one of the best agents in Europe. He was sincere to come and sign a contract with a rookie. Of course, he also saw Li Yuxin's strength and potential, as well as the monetary value he could bring and his value as a flag player for Arsenal in the future. Mr. Mendez, please sit down. I was so rude just now. Li Yuxin apologized quickly. He was just praying that Angel Sister would airdrop an agent for him, and now he's here? Exclamation mark. I love Angel Sister so much. Thank you. Mendez saw Li Yuxin's politeness and respect, and he was immediately satisfied. The famous agent was a little sad about what happened just now. Li, can I call you that? Of course. Li Yuxin said with a smile, but in fact he was thinking, Li is my last name, so calling you Yuxin is more intimate. Oh, he got goosebumps for no reason. It was a bit corny. Haha, it's like this, let me get it straight. I came here this time to sign a contract with you and become your agent. Mendez got straight to the point. Hearing Jorge Mendez's straight-to-the-point words, Li Yuxin calmed down. Ahoha, he was looking for an agent, and Mendez also recommended himself to be an agent. Well, he couldn't be too anxious, he had to be confident and fight for his own interests. Li Yuxin was naturally happy to be able to sign a contract with a famous agent like Mendez who had a good reputation in the circle, but he still had to fight for his personal interests. Be my agent. Li Yuxin laughed. I haven't considered looking for an agent yet. Pretend, just pretend. Mendez had heard before he came that Arsenal was negotiating a contract extension with Li Yuxin, but they had not reached an agreement. This guy must need an agent now. Otherwise, why was he so enthusiastic just now? Yes, Mr. Mendez, you are Moreno's agent. Yang Yang said with a bad face. It's like this, I have some news about you. Oh? Tell me. Li Yuxin pricked up his ears. Let's listen to what this guy is talking about. I will stay calm. At the beginning of the season, Jose once asked Arsenal to buy you, but was rejected by Arsenal. Mendez said with a smile. Oh, cough, there is such a thing. Li Yuxin couldn't hide his surprise. He really didn't know that Chelsea had actually asked him to buy him. I also know that Chelsea is also asking you now. You are now negotiating a contract extension with the club. Now you understand why the club is so anxious to renew your contract. Chelsea? Exclamation mark. Li Yuxin's heart thumped. This name was too shocking. As for the last sentence Mendez said, he naturally understood it. Rare goods are valuable. He proved his strength and attracted the interest of other teams. Arsenal was naturally anxious. Seeing Li Yuxin's eyes widened when he heard the name Chelsea, Mendez stared at Li Yuxin and asked, why are you tempted? Of course. Only a fool would not be tempted, but I am an Arsenal youth player. Li Yuxin said. This is the truth. It is impossible for anyone to say that he is not tempted when he hears that the new Premier League giant Chelsea has taken a fancy to him. Do you want me to help you get to Chelsea? Mendez asked with a smile. No. Li Yuxin said bluntly, no. Mendez did not ask why not, but nodded and said seriously, I think so too. Now, it was Li Yuxin's turn to be puzzled. Why? If you were my agent, shouldn't you persuade me to transfer? Mendez snorted, if you transfer to Chelsea now, the transfer fee will not be high, and you won't be a starter after you go there. This has no practical benefits for you and me, so why should we send you there? When Li Yuxin heard Mendez say this, he stared at Mendez for more than 10 seconds, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Deal. Mendez was stunned. What does that mean? What does it mean? Ask you to be my agent. Why? Now it was Mendez's turn to be stunned. He thought he would have to spend some time talking. Because, you told the truth. Li Yuxin chuckled and said. He believes in being a villain first and a gentleman later. As an agent, you are just after money. If you talk too noble, no one will believe you. Mendez was stunned for a moment, then he nodded. He admired this young man even more. Next, we should talk about the details. Li Yuxin laughed dryly. He decided to ask Mendez to be his agent. However, the specific share of the labor fee and so on still need to be negotiated. This is all money. This kid, Mendez also laughed. Agents generally take 10% of the player's transaction fee as remuneration according to regulations, so they have another nickname Mr. 10%. Today's football stars cannot do without agents, especially after the Bosman Act came into effect at the end of 1995. Their value has doubled, and they have more say in bargaining with the club. Because they have received very little cultural education and know little about economics, contract law, etc., they need agents to help them develop their greatest value. Agents are mainly created to meet this need. The usual method of many agents is to make trouble out of nothing and drive up prices. They always encourage their players to transfer, so that they can play their role. Regardless of whether the player's transfer is successful, the agent will come forward to negotiate with the club, so that they can collect commissions. Anelka, who left Arsenal, is an example. When he played for Arsenal in 1999, although he signed a 4-year contract with the club, his brother and agent Claude wanted to make money. So he announced to the public that Real Madrid had taken a fancy to Anelka, and the latter also wanted to play for Real Madrid. At that time, Anelka was in good form and was a hot player in the world football. Real Madrid heard the news and immediately proposed to buy Anelka from Arsenal. At this time, the Gunners had no choice but to let Anelka, who was in CAO's camp but his heart was in Jaén, go to Spain. The transfer fee was £23.5 million, of which at least £1 million fell into the pocket of agent brother Claude. Therefore, many head coaches regard agents as a scourge and they hate them. However, in fact, although clubs and head coaches hate agents, they also need them. Portsmouth head coach Redknapp once called agents necessary evils. He said, "They are now an indispensable part of football transfers." For example, if I call the coach of another club directly and tell him that I want to sell a player, then the price of the player will definitely drop. But if I find an agent to spread the word that I have a player who wants to transfer, but we don't want to let him go, then he can sell him at the price we expect. In addition, it is not an easy thing to become an excellent agent. In the football agent industry, in addition to some necessary economic and legal knowledge, it is more important to establish a network of relationships including a large number of players, coaches and even the business community. Only in this way can you be good at dancing with your sleeves and better seek benefits for your employer and yourself. Of course, not all agents are money parasites. Those famous big agents are actually very careful about their influence. For example, Roy Keane's agent Kennedy and others have a father-son relationship with the players. What they do is more important to ensure the maximization of the interests of the players, help them manage their finances, and ensure that they can live a life without worries after retirement. Jorge Mendes, a super agent who has many big stars such as Chelsea head coach Mourinho, Manchester United star Cristiano Ronaldo and Barcelona star Deco under his management, has a good reputation in the football world. This is also the reason why Lee Yuxin prefers to sign with Mendes. Such agents are smart people who know that only by considering their players well can the interests of both parties be maximized. It is customary to pay a commission of 10% of the transaction fee and salary. Lee Yuxin did not get too entangled with Mendes on this. What he values is the commission rate for commercial development. Mendes smiled. This kid is quite smart. He knows how to pay attention to the value protection of future commercial development at such a young age. When bargaining with Lee Yuxin, Mendes was not angry. Instead, he was a little happy and relieved. A young player who dares to imagine and expect his future value, as long as he works hard enough and has excellent talent, his future is definitely limitless. Just because they have a beating heart that always moves forward. Both sides spit out saliva. Lee Yuxin and Mendes have been bargaining for more than half an hour, but his mouth is not dry. He loves the euro very much and knows that he should not underestimate the current commission of 1 or 2 points. These are all his own big money. 5%. Lee Yuxin laughed dryly. 10%. Mendes shook his head and said. 6%. Lee Yuxin gritted his teeth. 9%. Mendes also gritted his teeth. 7%. 8%. It can't be less. Mendes was so angry that his teeth were itching. This kid was quite difficult to deal with. He was really a stingy kid. 6.5%. Yang Guiyang shouted at the top of his voice. 7%. Mendes slammed the table. Deal. Lee Yuxin smiled and slammed the table as well. Mendes looked at Lee Yuxin and laughed angrily. Only then did he realize that he had been cheated by this kid and his sister. You dare to cheat me? I didn't say you can't do this. Lee Yuxin laughed dryly. However, he also felt that this seemed a bit unfair. Lee Yuxin thought about it and said seriously, well, the commission for football will be adjusted to 12%, And for commercial development, I will only give you 6%. How about it? Jorge Mendes restrained his smile and looked at Li Yuxin seriously. Li, you and I are a lot like each other. How are we alike? Li Yuxin asked puzzledly. You like money. Isn't this considered an advantage? Li Yuxin was not happy. A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. We make money by working with our own feet. There is nothing to blame. You are arrogant. No, my agent, self-confidence does not mean arrogance. Li Yuxin said slowly. Swish, swish, the two signed the newly drafted contract. Ha ha ha. The old fox Mendes laughed and stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The little fox Li Yuxin also laughed. Now that the contract has been signed, the two are now in the same boat. Jorge Mendes got into work mode very quickly. Yang Guian quickly poured a glass of water for Li Yuxin and the famous agent. His throat was smoking, and Mendes gulped down half a glass of water, then asked, what is your bottom line for weekly salary when Arsenal Club negotiates with you for the renewal of your contract? Chapter 32 New schedule, new location. Mendes went to negotiate and left the Li family. After Li Yuxin figured it out and talked to Mendes again, he regained his previous optimistic attitude and there was no need to let his stomach suffer. Hey, coach. As soon as Li Yuxin finished breakfast, he suddenly received a call from Wenger. Li, have you read those reports? Don't worry, are you confused? Wenger really valued and cared about Li Yuxin, so he called to see how Li Yuxin was doing when he saw so many reports of taking advantage of the situation early in the morning. Li Yuxin's heart warmed when he heard Wenger's caring words. Although this old man usually looked very stern and seemed to have no smile at all, he really cared about his disciples. His concern for Arsenal was even a bit like an old butler, and he tried his best to protect every player of Arsenal. It's okay, coach. I'm not that easily knocked down by what reporters say. That's good. You can rest at home now. Reporters will probably interview you again these days. Don't be affected by the nonsense of those reporters. Adjust your mentality at home and watch more of the game videos I gave you. You know, I also put some of the team's earlier game videos in there. I think it will be good for your reading of the game. That's it for now. Bye, Li. Yes, bye, coach. After Li Yuxin put down the phone, several people called. Li, how are you? Are you okay? Do you want to come to my house to play? I'm bored at home alone. Fabregas also cares about Li Yuxin very much. He also experienced a similar thing last season. He knows that the higher you praise someone, the harder he falls, so he took the initiative to invite Li Yuxin to her house to play. It's okay, Cesc. I'll stay at home today. I'll go to the Carney training base tomorrow and train with you. Don't worry. Okay, bye. Then Henry, Van Persie, Pires and others also called. At this time, Li Yuxin had been completely accepted by the Arsenal players. Li Yuxin heard so many people caring about him, and his mood, which was messed up by the media, was much better. After a rest, he went to the backyard to do some strength training. Then he went upstairs to call Shuo, while Yang Guiang went out to meet with classmates. Dear, what are you busy with? Is there any announcement today? Haha, no, but I'm going to date a mysterious person today. The tone was a little expectant and intoxicated. Who is it? Did you do something to let your husband down? Li Yuxin asked ruthlessly. I won't tell you, haha. What? I'm going to catch you back immediately and punish you. Come on, as long as you come, I won't go to see that person. I can't help it, dear. The tone was ambiguous and tender. At this time, Wenger was the most relaxed coach in the entire English world. Because Liverpool was going to play in the European Super Cup this weekend, the match between Arsenal and Liverpool was postponed. In addition, there was a World Cup qualifier on September 3rd, so Arsenal had more than 10 days of rest. However, the English Football Association did not let Arsenal have a comfortable time. In the referee controversy, Wenger successfully calculated Chairman David, and he contacted several foreign coaches and several coaches who emphasized technical confrontation to force himself to change the penalty scale. Therefore, Chairman David was not so lenient in dealing with the Van Persie issue. Van Persie was still punished with a 3-match suspension and a fine of £10,000. Wenger was fined £50,000 by the English Football Association for attacking the referee in inappropriate words and deeds, which made the old man spit out blood. Lee Yuxin played with Yang Yang at home for 2 days, and then started training again. The fourth round of the league ended quickly. At this time, the Arsenal players had 3 or 4 more days of rest than other players, but they would soon go to various national teams because the World Cup qualifiers were about to begin. Lee Yuxin was born in London. His mother is British. Therefore, he has British nationality. That is why the British media pays attention to Lee Yuxin. However, when Ericsson was interviewed by a BBC reporter, he said that after observing the Fulham game, he believed that Lee had not yet reached the requirements of the game. He would not consider Lee joining the national team now. Lee would not appear in the British derby against Wales. Of course, he still recognized Lee's talent, and the national team would welcome him at any time if he continued to improve. The World Cup qualifiers started again the next week. However, when commentating on the match between France and Ireland, Henry was injured and replaced by Cissé. It was a bolt from the blue for Arsenal. During the game training, Henry's injury had already come out. He had a strained abdominal groove. Wenger did not arrange Henry to play in the training. He just let him do some simple training. Lee Yuxin was training to replace Henry and act as a center forward. Wenger began to transform Lee Yuxin into Arsenal's first center forward, completely following Henry's path, because he knew that Henry could not stay and had to plan for the future. Pires and Fabregas have also returned from injury. The 5th round of English football matches will also start again. Currently, Arsenal ranks 3rd in the league with 6 points, Chelsea ranks 1st with 10 points, Manchester United ranks 1st with 1 game less, and Tottenham ranks 4th with a goal difference disadvantage. Liverpool ranks 6th, and Bolton has 7 points in the first 4 rounds, surpassing Liverpool. Wenger watched the players training on the field. Tomorrow they will go to the Riverside Stadium to challenge Middlesbrough. Although they lost to Charlton at 0-3 in the last round, they tied Liverpool in the first round. In addition, Henry was injured and Van Persie was suspended. Therefore, Wenger did not dare to guarantee that he could win them steadily. He still urged the players to train cautiously. At this time, Wenger's eyes fell on Lee Yuxin again. With 2 forwards unable to play, Lee Yuxin's task was undoubtedly heavier, so Wenger was more concerned about Lee Yuxin's condition at this time, especially the slump in the last round. Wenger hoped that Lee Yuxin could adjust to his game condition. However, seeing Lee Yuxin training at full speed, his worries were slightly relieved. After the training, Wenger gathered the players and announced the roster for the game. Larsson and Song were also selected for the roster. We will go to the game tomorrow afternoon. Gather here at 2 p.m. Tonight, the old rules are still in place. Let's disband. Lee Yuxin knew that he had a heavy task for the game tomorrow, so he went home and fell asleep quickly. He arrived at the stadium on time the next day and took the bus with the team to the Riverside Stadium. After the Arsenal team entered the stadium, Middlesbrough fans had already welcomed them with various slogans. Lee Yuxin, who had already experienced the welcome of Chelsea fans, was obviously much more comfortable. Listening to music, he leisurely entered the stadium with the players. After the adaptive training, Wenger called the players and announced a list: goalkeeper Lehmann, left back Ashley Cole, centre back Touré, Sigan, right back Lauren, centre midfielders Flamini and Silva, right midfielder Haleb, left midfielder Pires, centre forward Lee Yuxin, shadow forward Bergkamp. The captain's armband was on Bergkamp. The players of both sides quickly entered the court under the leadership of the referee. The 5th round of Middlesbrough vs. Arsenal began with the referee's whistle. After the game started, Lee Yuxin was at the forefront. Arsenal quickly took advantage of the field with their own technology. The Arsenal players who had rested enough were like tigers that had escaped from the trap. They quickly brought up their offensive rhythm. The 2 wingers were like being charged with electricity, frequently creating threats. Middlesbrough coach McLaren saw Henry was out due to injury, so he did not shrink the game. In addition, Middlesbrough's 2 wingers were also very fast players. The 2 sides played vigorously for a while. In the first 10 minutes of the game, both sides played several high-quality attacks. The fans exclaimed, "Oh!" However, as the game progressed, Arsenal gradually took control of the situation on the field. Middlesbrough's 2 defenders Ihigu and Southgate had already experienced the danger of Lee Yuxin. They thought that without Henry, they could be more relaxed. Later, they found that Lee Yuxin ran more than Henry and even liked to get the ball in the middle more than Henry. In the 19th minute of the game, Bergkamp got the ball on the road and played a 2-on-1 with Flamini into the penalty area. He swept his eyes, moved forward with his right foot, and quickly passed behind Ihigu in front of him. The ball was sent to the large gap behind him. A yellow figure passed through like a flash of lightning. Lee Yuxin saw Bergkamp start to move, and ran with understanding, quickly jumping out from the junction of the two defenders. Southgate wanted to pull Lee Yuxin, but was disrupted by Lee Yuxin and stumbled out of his defensive position. Bergkamp's ball was accurately sent to Lee Yuxin's running route. Lee Yuxin, who had shaken off the defender, had already intercepted the ball and rushed forward quickly, creating a single-handed shot. However, no one expected that Lee Yuxin did not shoot but suddenly passed a ball. Although Pires was far away, he could not score. Arsenal led 1-0. Lee got the ball. Ihigu was too late. Lee faced Schwarzer. Single shot. Pass. Robert Shaka scored. He hit Schwarzer and blocked it. A wonderful long shot. Terry's absence did not affect our Warriors' guns. Lee Seng's affectionate shots resounded throughout the Riverside Stadium. Arsenal fans who came from afar waved their hands and vented their emotions. Robert Pires ran over excitedly and high-fived Lee Yuxin. Seeing this disciple who was not greedy for credit, Wenger also smiled off the court. Nice pass, Dennis. Lee Yuxin, who had returned to the Aura, hugged Bergkamp excitedly. Robert, nice goal. Arsenal players came over to celebrate with Pires and Lee Yuxin. Wenger was so excited when he saw his players score that he kept clapping. This goal made Wenger feel more relaxed, and the impact of Henry's absence was also reduced. The game started again. Arsenal was very excited after scoring a goal, and frequently used two wingers to create threats. In the rest of the time, Arsenal completely pressed Middlesbrough's goal attack, but under Macmillan's training, Middlesbrough's defense has improved greatly this season. Except for the unexpected loss of 4 goals in the 4th round, the other 3 rounds only allowed Tottenham to score 1 goal. The defense is quite solid, not to mention that their team was leading, and they did not give Arsenal players a chance. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the game ended, and Arsenal won 1-0 away. After the game, Wenger, who was very excited, specially brought Lee Yuxin to the press conference. All the reporters flew like flies to honey, taking pictures with flashlights crazily, and the applause on the scene lasted for several seconds. McLaren looked at Wenger and his apprentice with a depressed look on his face. No one wanted to be such a foil. Lee, how do you feel playing as a center forward? The reporter from the Mirror asked impatiently. Well, I'm excited. I feel like I'm surrounded by great joy. You know, I helped the team win. I think this is the reason. Lee Yuxin didn't dare to tell the truth. If he told them that he felt like he was flying in the air at that time, he would be laughed to death. Coach Arthur, can you tell me what you think of Lee? Almost everyone is curious about how you discovered Lee. Haha, how did you discover Lee? Lee's growth has always been in Arsenal, so when I think he can adapt to the first team games, I promoted him. It's normal. In fact, I didn't know that Lee would have such an excellent performance. I should say that I have never seen such a genius. Yes, a genius. Wenger said proudly. At this time, Wenger's most proud disciple achieved success, and Wenger himself was also extremely excited. McLaren, what do you think of Lee's performance? The reporter had never made a mistake with the head coach of Middlesbrough. Lee is indeed an amazing genius. No one dislikes a player who creates miracles. I don't know how to describe him. I have some opinions about him because he defeated my team alone, which makes me love and hate him. McLaren praised Lee Yuxin in a unique way. However, Lee Yuxin was not just happy when he got home, but thought about his performance as a center forward. Yang Yang put a glass of milk in his hand and asked, "Brother, are you thinking about how to play as a center forward?" "Well, what do you think, Yang Yang?" Lee Yuxin looked at his smart and cute sister and asked. Yang Yang adjusted his glasses with his hand and said, "First of all, the information says why there must be a center forward. Because in a team's tactical system, the layered positional warfare must first have a reliable point in the opponent's hinterland to receive the midfielder's pass. Through this kind of reception, it is necessary to create sufficient time and space for the midfielders, including the center and the wing, to advance or overlap. From this point of view, the requirements for the quality of the center forward are 1. Excellent physical fitness. Do not lose out in physical contact with tall and strong defenders. 2. Qualified footwork. Can't be too rough, so as to ensure sufficient time to control the ball. 3. good tactical awareness. In this way, you can pull out of the gap in time to receive the pass when your teammates are looking for a receiving point, and give reasonable distribution after your teammates run. 4. Shooting technique at foot. In the counterattack, the requirements for the center forward's quality are excellent heading technique, which is a key center forward technique and also a signature feature of a traditional center forward, which includes physical fitness, positioning awareness, point grabbing awareness, ball playing technique, shooting technique, and many other ability requirements. Brother, you fully possess the above conditions to become an excellent center forward. The only shortcoming is your lack of experience, so don't think about it, brother, drink milk and go to sleep. Well, okay, good night. Lee Yuxin nodded. You must be confident. Chapter 33 Champions League in tough schedule. This week is coming soon, and we will have to prepare for the Champions League match against Toon. This is Lee Yuxin's first Champions League match. At this time, China's Imperial TV also decided to broadcast a match temporarily. Originally, this was a match with a huge gap in strength. In order to catch up with the increasingly fierce Lee Yuxin storm triggered by Lee Yuxin's Chinese descent, they temporarily obtained the signal from the broadcaster. Lee, you will still play as the center in this game. I hope you can help the team break the situation on the field as soon as possible. This will be of great help to us. Do you understand? Wenger specifically reminded Lee Yuxin before the game. Yes, I know, coach. Lee Yuxin nodded firmly. Henry was still unable to play in the home game against Toon due to injury, but Van Persie could, so he replaced Bergkamp, who played the whole game in the previous game, while Fabregas and Campbell, who returned from injury, returned. Haleb replaced the injured Ljungberg, Lehmann was replaced by Almunia due to suspension, and Pires wore the captain's armband. With a whistle of the Polish referee, Lee Yuxin's first Champions League match was about to begin. Dear fans, welcome to watch the first round of the group stage broadcast live by Chaoting TV, the match between Arsenal and Toon. Coach Zhang and I will explain it for you. This match was decided temporarily by us at the request of a majority of fans, Shen said, still thinking about a majority of fans, and Coach Zhang beside him was still smiling. Coach Zhang, we know that Lee Yuxin of Arsenal can actually be considered as one of our own. It has been confirmed that he is a player with 3/4 Chinese ancestry. Can you introduce him to us? Shen said, still talking nonsense. Coach Zhang cursed inwardly. I will introduce him to you. Who will accept him? But he still took up the topic. I heard that this Lee has lived in London since he was a child. Okay, the game has begun. Let's take a look at the lineups of both sides. Arsenal, number 90 Lee Yuxin. Let's watch the game together. After the audience in front of the TV finished a bowl of instant noodles and washed the dishes, the game finally began. Lee Yuxin circled the ball and passed it to Van Persie, who quickly passed it to Fabregas' feet, and together with Lee Yuxin, they open up the formation of Toon. Toon is a Swiss team that has basically never appeared in European competitions. It is recognized as the weakest team in Group B. The outside world generally predicts that Arsenal will have a massacre at home. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes of the game, Arsenal relied on their own technical and coordination advantages to quickly group fight Toon in their own half. Haleb and Pires, two wingers, constantly created threats to Toon. If Van Persie's shooting was not in good shape today, he would have probably scored. At the same time, Fabregas also frequently used small cooperation to tear open Toon's defense line. However, Lee Yuxin was not so lucky. Although Switzerland is a very peace-loving country, its two defenders were not so good. They kept pulling and resisting, and used small moves to cause a lot of trouble to Lee Yuxin. However, there was nothing to be done about it. Who asked Lee Yuxin to do that amazing hat-trick in the last game? Before the game, everyone was staring at Lee Yuxin and the two defenders. Unfortunately, this ball is definitely a foul. Hardzic obviously hit Lee Yuxin from behind, otherwise this ball would have been scored. Referee Shen, the commentator, saw Lee Yuxin walking into the court from the sideline in frustration and complained for him. He wanted to say a few more words, but was soon interrupted by Arsenal's fast break. Fabregas circled Chakupovic's goal kick, quickly advanced, shook off Adriano's interception, and sent the ball to Pires' feet. Pires quickly cut inside and made a wall-to-wall match with Van Persie, got the ball from behind Goncalves, and rushed into the penalty area. After Pires got the ball, he rushed to the end line and saw Lee Yuxin had already caught up. He quickly knocked the ball to Lee Yuxin. After Lee Yuxin got the ball, he did not turn around or stop the ball. He just swung the ball with his instep, not letting Borg surround him at all. The ball was swung in between himself and Hodzic. Pires had already landed on the ball's path. He pulled his body and faced the defense of the goalkeeper and Ferreira. In a flash, Pires knocked the ball with the outside of his instep, and the ball passed between them. The purple number 11 figure had already appeared in front of the goal and stabbed the ball into the goal before the opponent Goncalves. Go! Robin van Persie, he scored our first goal. Seng's screams echoed on the Highbury pitch. Good ball, Van Persie grabbed it beautifully, and the cooperation between Lee Yuxin and Pires was also wonderful. Coach Zhang finally stopped his nagging. Indeed, if it weren't for Lee Yuxin's wonderful swipe, Coach Shen was still very tenacious. Wenger watched his team score in the 15th minute, sitting in the coaching booth quite steadily, simply clapping his hands. He knew his team could score more goals. The game continued. Arsenal, who had scored a goal, continued to be aggressive, and soon in the 22nd minute of the game, launched another wonderful attack. Flamini intercepted the opponent's ball in the backcourt, and sent a long pass to Haleb's feet. Haleb quickly shook off the opponent's defender, glanced, and swept the ball with the inside of his right foot, and the ball flew over the opponent's body and fell into the penalty area. Lee Yuxin saw Haleb's kick, inserted from Lugao, and suddenly lifted it up, throwing Hodzic beside him, and then knocked away Ferreira, who ran over to double-team him roughly, and jumped out in front of the opponent's horrified eyes. Lee Yuxin rushed forward fiercely. Seeing the ball fall to the left, the opponent was coming. Without any adjustment, he stopped his body with his right foot, then raised his left foot high, swung it away for a distance, and then swept it heavily, completing a shot on the air. With a whoosh, the ball flew straight out. The huge force made Hajiki, who rushed over, see the serious deformation of the ball. He was horrified and subconsciously stepped back. The ball quickly passed by him. With a crash, the ball hit the far corner. The opponent's goalkeeper had no time to react. He even stood there for a while before waking up. He looked at the figure not far away, enjoying the cheers of the fans, with some horror in his eyes, and locked his eyes tightly with his raised arms. Go, Lee, our genius, he once again completed an invincible heavy attack. Lee. Seng's shout instantly ignited the whole stadium, and the whole stadium was filled with Lee, covering up all other sounds. Incredible, incredible, how can a human being hit with such power? He is terrible. The head coach of Toon covered his face with horror and looked at the arrogant figure, full of confusion. This moment was also captured by the dedicated reporters. Lee Yuxin, he scored a perfect goal. After seeing Lee Yuxin's goal, the commentator Shen couldn't help but let out a long roar and wave his arms. Although no one saw the action, the sound was still as long-winded as before. Coach Zhang stared at it for a while before reacting. Beautiful, beautiful. Go, Lee, it's early again. He scored the second goal of the game. Seng's slightly hoarse voice once again echoed over Highbury. Arsenal, with great momentum, had completely suppressed Toon in the opponent's half. In the 38th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin used the offside to score the goal with the assist from Fabregas. The first half ended quickly. The commentator and Coach Zhang praised the game in the first half, while Wenger asked the players to focus and not underestimate the enemy. The head coach of Toon was already asking his players to defend, and he didn't want his team to score any goals. After a 15-minute break, the players of both sides entered the field again and resumed the game. Pav, wonderful lob, 4-0, this is our score. In the 55th minute of the game, a mistake by Arsenal gave Toon a chance to break quickly and began to press forward, but unfortunately Campbell intercepted the ball. He then made a long pass to Haleb's feet, and Arsenal took advantage of the opponent's counter-attack mistake to launch a counter-attack. Haleb found that there was no one in front of him, so he decisively dribbled inside. Seeing that the opponent's goalkeeper was standing a little forward, he directly made a lob, which made the opponent's goalkeeper unable to reach and fell directly into the goal. There was no ripple in the game until the 70th minute of the game, when Van Persie received a long pass from Flamini and wanted to break quickly. He raised his foot too high and kicked Orman in the face, who came from the side, causing the opponent to fall to the ground in pain. The Polish referee quickly stopped the game and began to reach into his left pocket. "Oh, referee, I didn't mean it, really." Van Persie looked at the Polish referee with some pleading. "Referee, He didn't see anyone, he really didn't go after anyone. Robin's action was harmless, referee. Lee Yuxin and Perez also hurried to help explain. Unfortunately, the Polish referee did not hesitate, holding up the red card and pointing at Van Persie. Van Persie had to be suspended in the subsequent Champions League. He hit the air in anger and went off the court with his face covered. "Man, cheer up, the fans are watching." Lee Yuxin hugged him and comforted the injured man. Van Persie put down his clothes and nodded gratefully to Lee Yuxin. Wenger watched Van Persie being sent off again, frowning a little. At this time, he had just replaced Fabregas with Song, and originally planned to replace Lee and Perez after a while, but now his wish could not be realized for the time being. "Go, El Ferreira, our hero, he scored a goal for us." In the 82nd minute of the game, Arsenal's goal was still seized by Toon. Arsenal's defense line was close, and with one less player, Toon used a counter-attack to score. The subsequent matches were a bit more dull. Arsenal, who were one man short, were no longer so crazy in their attacks, and Toon was satisfied with a goal. In the 88th minute, Wenger replaced Lee Yuxin with a B. The fans in the stadium stood up and applauded Lee Yuxin. In the 2 games when Henry was absent, Lee Yuxin filled the pillar for the fans. Lee Yuxin also waved to the fans while walking. It seems that Lee Yuxin has successfully become a new idol at Ivory. With strong personal strength and handsome face, Lee Yuxin will definitely ride a legend for the Chinese in the world football in the future. He is not only famous, but also has 2/4 Chinese blood. Shen commented emotionally. With a whistle of the Polish referee, Arsenal defeated Toon 4-1 at home, making a good start for the Champions League. Lee Yuxin once again became the best player of the game. "Well, Robert, don't be in a hurry." Lee rushed to the locker room immediately after the game, took out his camera and took pictures with his excited teammates one by one. Of course, the pictures were all positive, but the initial shrinking expression still made his teammates shudder and avoid him. Lee becomes Arsenal's attacking vanguard again. Sky Sports is now Lee's fan media. After the game, it has greatly established Lee's image. At the same time, various media also praised Arsenal. Occasionally, there were some criticisms, but they disappeared in a pile of flattering words. Lee has become another Arsenal player who can represent the team after Henry and others. At the same time, in China, the Lee Yuxin fever has swept all over the country. The popular saying is, if you don't know Lee Yuxin when playing football, it's useless to play to death. Of course, this slogan is even more popular among women, causing those male fans to love and hate Lee Yuxin. At this time, various information about Lee and various news from the UK spread from there with this Lee fever, and there are even photos of Lee and his teammates, as well as a large number of photos at Ivory. At the same time, sports channels in various places have begun to broadcast more Arsenal games, and even the court channel has made some changes. With the end of the game against Toon, Lee Yuxin also resumed training, preparing for 3 tough games in the next 7 days, against Everton, West Ham United and Ajax in the Champions League. Fortunately, Henry has recovered from his injury and can play, and the team is still complete except for the unlucky Van Persie. Soon, the home game against Everton began. Henry returned to the center position, Lee Yuxin moved to the right, while Ljungberg sat on the sidelines, and Bergkamp returned to the shadow striker position. Haleb replaced Perez and Flamini replaced Silva. After the game started, Everton, who was good at confrontation, frequently used their bodies to put pressure on Arsenal, while Arsenal used their sides to tear Everton's defense. The two sides played very anxiously and had few chances to shoot. As Arsenal adapted to Everton, the cheers of the fans at home gradually controlled the situation on the field. In the 23rd minute of the game, Lee Yuxin received a through ball from Fabregas. After getting rid of Phil Neville, he was knocked to the ground by him, causing the opponent to receive a yellow card. At the same time, he also won a free kick 1 meter away from the penalty area line on the right. Lee Yuxin, Bergkamp and Henry stood in that position at the same time. With the referee's whistle, Lee Yuxin and Bergkamp quickly crossed the ball, while Henry behind him made an arc with the inner instep of his left foot. The ball passed the wall and slashed towards the right corner of the goal like a scalpel. Go! Terry scored. Our king is still a leader that people can trust and a monarch that the opponent fears. Henry came to the sidelines to accept the cheers of his subjects. In the next game, Everton launched a fierce attack, hoping to equalize the score. Arsenal's field and defence line withstood the test and resolved Everton's attacks again and again. Everton's massive attack gave Lee Yuxin a chance. After Flamini intercepted the ball, he sent it to Fabregas' feet. Fabregas glanced at Everton's front line of defence, avoided Arteta's interception, and raised his toes. The ball passed Everton's entire defence line high and fast. In an instant, a high-flying number 90 jumped out from the junction of Will and Ferrari. As they drifted farther and farther away, it went directly into the penalty area. Lee Yuxin, who had successfully countered the offside, saw that Martin had already attacked to block it. He paused, and then flicked the ball with his right foot, as if he was going to pass from the right. Martin fell to the ground and pounced on the ball, but Lee Yuxin quickly passed the ball, and Henry lightly pulled up the ball. The ball was pulled up and passed directly from his hands. Henry swung his left foot, past Martin, and lightly poked it, 2-0. Goo. Lee assists. Terry gives us another wonderful shot. Everton was stunned and never changed. In the 72nd minute of the second half, Fabregas received a pass from Henry's heel and scored a world wave in the penalty area, 16 meters away from the goal, to seal the victory for Arsenal. Wenger also replaced Henry, Hleb and Fabregas. In the end, Arsenal won with 3 goals from 2 famous players. Chapter 34 Fighting in Suspension. Arsenal will face West Ham United next. Although West Ham United is a newly promoted team, they have achieved good results this season. They were once 6th in the league and are now ranked 8th in the league. They are also known as the Axe Gang and are known for their tough style of play. Their Upton Park Stadium is also a famous Devil Stadium. Therefore, the media also predicted that Arsenal would not be easy to play against before the game. Sure enough, in the 12th minute of the game, Binean made a brutal flying tackle, knocking Lauren down with a ball. The referee indicated that Binean had shoveled the ball first and indicated that the game would continue without interruption. As a result, Arsenal had a gap in defense. Binean broke through the goal and passed the ball horizontally. Haywood scored a goal. Arsenal suffered a heavy blow and Lauren was replaced by Ibao. After conceding the goal, Arsenal launched a fierce attack. In the past few rounds, Liverpool, Manchester United and Tottenham have drawn consecutively. Arsenal has already rushed to the second place in the league, so Arsenal will never accept a draw. In front of Arsenal, West Ham United also made frequent mistakes. In addition, the referee saw Lauren being kicked off the field by the opponent and consciously blew the penalty, so Arsenal gradually controlled the situation of the game. Unfortunately, whether it was Lee Yuxin or Henry, the accuracy of this game was much worse. Coupled with the excellent performance of the opponent's goalkeeper, Arsenal attacked for half an hour in the first half without any gains. In the midfield, Wenger kept reminding the players to open up the opponent's space, grasp the accuracy, and don't be impatient. The head coach of West Ham United kept asking the players to press and interrupt the opponent's rhythm with their bodies. After the start of the second half, both sides also implemented the head coach's intention. Arsenal kept using running to tear open the opponent's defense line, while West Ham United followed without hesitation. Once the ball stopped, it was like a shark smelling blood, and even committed fouls, forcing Arsenal players to be unable to connect the offense. In the 75th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin got the ball on the right, swayed left and right, and quickly shook off Repka, who was running out of energy, and prepared to cut in. Repka saw that he was about to be broken through, and in a hurry, without thinking carefully, he made a flying tackle and knocked Lee Yuxin to the ground with his feet. The referee immediately ran over, and the Arsenal players and West Ham United players gathered together and argued about something. Henry had already shouted at the referee, "He is murdering, murdering." The referee also saw the ball clearly, came to Repka's side, and directly showed a red card, and pointed at the yard, penalty kick. Suddenly, the whole stadium was plunged into a huge noise. All the West Ham United players surrounded the referee. They thought Lee Yuxin was falling outside the penalty area line. But the assistant referee clearly saw that Lee Yuxin's supporting foot was already in the penalty area, so the referee did not change the decision and gave Arsenal a penalty kick. Henry scored with one touch, helping Arsenal equalize the score. West Ham United, whose score was tied, was unwilling to give up and their actions became more and more violent. Finally, in the 82nd minute of the game, when Pires was receiving a high ball on the road, Etherington hit him with a big elbow, causing his head to bleed and directly sent Pires off the field. When Arsenal players saw Pires bleeding profusely, the anger that had been suppressed for the entire game finally exploded. Campbell rushed to Etherington and pointed at his nose and cursed, "Do you want to murder me, you bastard? Fuck you, what do you want?" Etherington was not to be outdone. The two sides had already started to fight. Henry came over to try to persuade the two to leave, but was kicked from behind. Henry turned around and wanted to fight back, but someone was faster than him. Lee Yuxin was also very angry at this time. Seeing Haywood's dirty kick, he was even more furious. He went over and kicked Haywood to the ground. Seeing Gabadon swinging his fist, Lee Yuxin took the lead and kicked him in the chest and knocked him down again, cursing, "Damn, grandson is looking for death." He wanted to rush over, but he was hugged by Bergkamp and Fabregas. Beep beep. The referee on duty saw that the situation was getting worse and worse, and directly took out 5 red cards to send Lee Yuxin, Campbell, Gabadon, Haywood, and Esselin off the field. In this way, Lee Yuxin received the first red card of his career. At this time, the whole stadium seemed to be about to explode. The huge roar resounded throughout the stadium, and the fans' curses were endless. Although Arsenal fans were few in number, they were never afraid of trouble. They raised their arms and rolled up their sleeves and legs to fight with the opposing fans. Some people even started fighting. The police also appeared at the right time and took some people away. At this time, the security guards had already rushed to the field and quickly brought the players from both sides. Wenger looked at the situation on the field with a cold face. When he saw Lee Yuxin being sent off, Wenger's eyebrows frowned even more. "Zio, go off first. You did a great job. Thank you for that kick." Henry hugged Lee Yuxin to comfort him, patted his head, and sent him off the field. Henry was not a pushover. Lee Yuxin walked off the field facing the debris. At this time, he felt very relieved, but also very worried. The subsequent investigation might make him stop playing for a few rounds. However, Lee Yuxin did not regret it. If he hadn't kicked that ball, Lee Yuxin would feel the regret of coming here. It was still very refreshing to fight for his idol, for his team, and to stand up for his teammates. Lee Yuxin was very accused. Why? Wenger was angry and amused when he saw his disciple's smug look. Wenger originally thought that Lee Yuxin might be very regretful or very worried after coming down, and that he might have some burden in his heart. Wenger wanted to comfort him a few words, but he didn't expect that this guy was like a victorious general, holding his head high and facing the boos. On the contrary, Wenger frowned. It seemed that he was the one who needed comfort. Wenger patted Lee Yuxin's shoulder helplessly and signaled him to go back to the locker room first. After Lee Yuxin returned to the locker room, the game resumed. At this time, the two sides were so angry that they dared not do anything under the 5 red cards of the referee. The game ended with a long booing, 1-1. Arsenal lost points right after being promoted. What's more serious is the punishment from the English Football Association after the game. This is even more terrible news for Arsenal, which was originally incomplete and had many injuries. As soon as the game ended, reporters who had received the news flocked to Upton Stadium. Wenger and Henry came to the post-match press conference with some dissatisfaction on their faces. "Professor, may I ask, what do you think of the conflict between your players and West Ham United? I am very disappointed with the game, my players, the referee, and even the murderers of West Ham United. Yes, the murderers. Lauren and Robert have been sent to the hospital. Robert even had a short coma. We came here to play football, not to fight. Obviously, the players of West Ham United did not have this awareness. I don't know how the referee controlled the game. Obviously, my players suffered more injuries." After Wenger received the news that Pires and Lauren were seriously injured, he even roared on the spot. Obviously, this game made Wenger extremely angry. Hearing Wenger's words, the reporters at the scene were immediately excited and kept filming Wenger's roaring face. Mr. Pardew, what do you think of the conflict on the court at the end? The reporters still did not let go of the other protagonist. No opinion. I am very disappointed with Arthur's statement. Our players are all well-trained gentlemen. They just fulfilled their responsibilities as players. It is inevitable that there will be some collisions in the pursuit of the ball. Obviously, Arsenal cannot bear it, so the conflict broke out. It's as simple as that. Alan Pato was also in a dominant position. After all, bragging does not need to be taxed. Moreover, his team tied Arsenal at home. He was not sparing. He directly mocked Arsenal and pointed out that it was the Arsenal players who caused the conflict. What caused the conflict? I think there will be an explanation after the game. Any harm to the players is unforgivable. Wenger sat there with a cold face and said nothing more. At that time, I saw Pires bleeding on the ground. I went to check and tried to pull Benin and Campbell away from physical contact, but Haywood kicked me from behind. Obviously, this is an infuriating thing. This is what I know. Henry asked about the scene when the conflict broke out, and also pointed out the brutality of West Ham United. Nonsense, 2 of my teammates are still lying on the ground. West Ham United captain Sheringham was not to be outdone. The entire press conference ended in a tense atmosphere. After the game, all media outlets reported the incident in great detail, but most of the accusations were directed at West Ham United. From the video footage after the game, it was clear that Haywood's sneak kick, Gabardin's deliberate elbowing, and the active conflict with Campbell, and even Benin's kick that knocked Lauren down had made him famous. The most unfortunate thing was that Gabardin failed to sneak attack, but was kicked to the ground by Lee Yuxin, which had become a new joke. Lee Yuxin was not spared either. The 2 consecutive kicks that knocked down 2 players had already made people realize that this young man's excellent footwork was not only useful on the ball, but also extremely harmful to people. The Sun had already published a title Another Barbarian, Lee, comparing Lee Yuxin with those geniuses who were talented but could not control their emotions. However, there are good things with bad things. Lee Yuxin's 2 cool kicks and arrogant postures made countless fans who supported him feel very satisfied. The men were very excited and the women were very moved. On the Arsenal official website, many fans have left messages to support Lee Yuxin. Damn, so handsome, Lee Yuxin's national curse is really standard. Damn, the English guy deserves it. Fans far away in China are even more crazy. After the game, the video of Lee Yuxin's national curse after kicking someone has been circulated wildly on the internet. The number of messages on "I'm crazy about" songs on the same day exceeded 1 million. This kicking incident not only did not leave a bad impact on the fans' hearts, but made Lee Yuxin more easily accepted by Chinese fans. Lee Yuxin's Chinese fans are also increasing. The "I'm Crazy About" songs website has become an indispensable website for Chinese fans to click on. Grandson, if you have the ability, go to England to be arrogant. This is the most powerful response of Chinese fans to Korean and Japanese fans after the game. Now when Chinese fans, Korean and Japanese fans are in a verbal battle, Lee Yuxin has become an absolute trump card. After the game, Lee Yuxin returned home immediately. At home, his parents went to China with Mendez for increasing business activities, leaving Yang Guiyang alone to live with him. Every day was very peaceful and interesting. From the outside, Yang Guiyang was trying to make Lee Yuxin forget his girlfriend. There were several times when Fabregas and Van Persie came and teased Lee Yuxin from time to time. However, Lee Yuxin was also considering buying another house at this time. After all, there were more and more reporters in the neighborhood. When Lee Yuxin returned home, he saw that Yang Guiyang had already prepared dinner. Lee Yuxin saw the rich delicacies on the table and Yang Guiyang was busy in the kitchen like a housewife. He said in a somewhat unimaginable way, "Does the sun rise from the west in Britain? Yang Guiyang, when did you learn to cook, and you took the initiative to cook?" It was no wonder that Lee Yuxin was so surprised. Since his parents returned to China, Lee Yuxin has been playing the role of a family man. As Lee Yuxin's fame grew, Yang Guiyang became more and more busy studying and dealing with the fans in the school. On the contrary, Lee Yuxin had plenty of time to prepare these things except for training and competition. Therefore, Lee Yuxin never knew that Yang Guiyang could cook. Looking at Yang Guiyang's long hair, her delicate and flawless face became more and more beautiful. Her slender figure was surrounded by a light yellow apron, and the soft smile at the corner of her mouth added a bit of warmth. Lee Yuxin realized that no matter how you compare, Chinese women are always the most suitable to marry. The gentleness in their bones will never fade. Coupled with Yang Guiyang's classical and intellectual temperament, Lee Yuxin stood there in a daze. "Brother, what are you thinking about? Come and help." Yang Guiyang saw Lee Yuxin standing still and shouted with some dissatisfaction. Lee Yuxin laughed and quickly took the soup from Yang Guiyang's hand and helped Yang Guiyang pull out the chair at the right time. "Not bad, Yang Guiyang, your sweet and sour pork ribs are good. The fish is really smooth. It's great. It's great." Lee Yuxin praised while eating. He really didn't know that Yang Guiyang's cooking skills were so outstanding. Yang Guiyang always picked up food for Lee Yuxin with a smile. Hearing Lee Yuxin's praise, the crescent moon in his eyes became even brighter. Li Yuxin leaned back in his chair, burping and saying, "Yang Gang, I didn't expect that your cooking skills are so good, not much worse than my mother's." "That's great, I will have a good meal in the future." Yang Gang sat on the sofa, smiling at Li Yuxin's full appearance. When she heard what Li Yuxin said, she frowned and said, "You're dreaming. I made such a sumptuous meal today because I saw you get beaten up. Don't even think about it in the future." "What do you mean you got beaten up? I was the one who beat up others." Li Yuxin knew that Yang Gang was using dinner to comfort herself for being sent off with a red card, but the principal issues still had to be clarified. "But Yang Gang, thank you so much, I'm fine, don't worry, I'm not that fragile yet." Li Yuxin saw that Yang Gang was still looking at him and knew her worries. After hearing the answer she wanted, Yang Gang put down her worries. Seeing that he looked no different from usual, she leaned on the sofa involuntarily, relaxed, took out a book, and said without turning her head, "I'm glad you're okay, let's clean up." What Li Yuxin looked at the table with a bitter face, while Yang Gang read the book leisurely. There was a ring, and Li Yuxin's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Shuo, I'm fine, don't worry." "Silly girl, how could your brother be injured?" After half an hour, Li Yuxin finally comforted Shuo. Just as he was about to put down the phone, another urgent ring rang. Li Yuxin finally put down the phone, and Yang Gang's unfriendly eyes fell on him. The magazine in his hand seemed to be a little deformed. Li Yuxin put down the phone with a wry smile and quickly cleaned up the table. Another rapid ringing sounded, an unfamiliar number. Li Yuxin subconsciously looked at Yang Gang and found that she had a cold face. Li Yuxin didn't know what to say, and God knew how to explain it. Yang Gang always avoided him. Li Yuxin quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry, let's do this for now, I'll go wash the dishes." Li Yuxin didn't care who it was, he would deal with it first. Li Yuxin saw that Yang Gang's face had improved, and hurriedly smiled a few times, packed up his things, and fled back to the kitchen. Yang Gang looked at Li Yuxin's back with some amusement, and a soft smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Ding-ling-ling, hello, Yang Gang, how is Yuxin? He is not injured." "Nothing, he is fine." Yang Gang forced a smile, looked at Li Yuxin who curiously poked his head out with cold eyes, held the receiver with her slightly pale hands, and comforted Xiao Yan. Li Yuxin spent 2 tense days in an environment of ice and fire, and was about to leave for Amsterdam. The English Football Association also made a penalty for the conflict between Arsenal and West Ham United in the last round. Among them, Dazzling was suspended for 7 games and fined £10,000, while Campbell and Haywood were suspended for 5 games and fined £8,000. Li Yuxin and Gabidon were not subject to additional penalties. They were suspended for 3 league games and fined £5,000. However, in order to allow Arsenal to better prepare for the Champions League, this decision was not announced immediately. The punishment for Li Yuxin was the most controversial, because he knocked Haywood and Gabidon to the ground in the conflict, so some people thought that the punishment was too light. However, Wenger explained in writing that Li Yuxin was only 17 years old, and suffered a serious violation on the field, and the kick against Gabidon was also initiated by Gabidon. Therefore, the English Football Association did not impose additional penalties on Li Yuxin. Wenger and Ferguson, 2 enemies in England, have also been supporting each other recently. When Manchester United lost to Blackburn at home, Ferguson was booed by radical fans, and some fans even demanded that Ferguson be fired. Wenger immediately supported Ferguson, saying that any team's performance will always have ups and downs, and fans should respect Ferguson's contributions to Manchester United. Ferguson also explained Wenger's roaring words after the game, saying that no coach could tolerate his players being physically attacked, and Wenger's behavior was understandable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35: Seeds and the Future. However, the break made Li Yuxin concerned about another thing, which was the seed plan for Chinese football. Li Yuxin persuaded his playmate Christian Wu to pay for it, and Feng Shuo was responsible for it. In addition to Arsenal, there were another 50, a total of 53 good seedlings came to Europe, including 3 from the Arsenal youth team, Mendes. Li Yuxin did not expect Mendes to be so efficient, From the time he had that idea to today, it has been less than 3 months. The procedures for going abroad, the place to meet, everything, have been settled. Even after Portugal broke up the team, Mendes had almost decided on what clubs to distribute these young soldiers to. Although they are not big giants, the most important thing is that these are all very formal training bases. Moreover, the level of Portugal's youth training is indeed not low. It can cultivate the golden generation of stars like Figo. This is much more reliable than throwing them in China. Moreover, here, the competition you have to face is very cruel, and you can only fight for opportunities. If you don't fight for your life, you won't have a chance at all. Feng Shuo wants to let this competitive wolf nature take root from an early age. No one will casually offer you any promise of being a main player. In Arsenal, if you want to play, you have to fight for your life. Now, this way of thinking should also be instilled into the minds of these child soldiers. Only if you dare to compete can you gain a firm foothold. Mendes' considerations are actually very detailed. He recommends trials based on the characteristics of the players and the echelon situation of these familiar clubs. This also avoids a lot of unnecessary detours. After knowing this, Li Yuxin also sighed. No wonder this guy later became such a well-known agent. Attitude determines everything. The more the agent considers, the more responsible he is for his own players. Agents are not just vampires. Even if you take commissions, you have to have some technical content, not just skinning. When Feng Shuo received the plan from Mendes, he had just received a few young guys from Arsenal. He was still bickering with Yang Gang, but when he received the news, Li Yuxin dropped everything he was doing and rushed over. He was eager to see his group of young soldiers as soon as possible. You are my friend and he is your disciple, so I will not delay the things you tell me. Similarly, I am also looking forward to what this crazy plan can bring to you and me. However, after seeing those children, I think it is worth it to be so busy. This is what Mendes and Feng Shuo said when they explained the situation in detail. As a local boss in Portugal, Mendes is the top agent, but his rapid development momentum has frightened many people. In just 3 years, his agency has expanded more than twice, and the number of players under it has also doubled. It really doesn't need him to personally deal with such a training plan, but the whole process involves Feng Shuo, so Mendes is flying back and forth to sign players while also helping Feng Shuo to solve all the troubles. This is not a risky investment. Mendes regards Feng Shuo as a friend. Moreover, he knows that the guy is not a madman. As long as he wants to do something, there must be a reason. Mendes is very willing to believe Feng Shuo's decision. Moreover, in the last conversation between the two, Feng Shuo also revealed a helpless emotion when talking about his country's football team. However, at the same time, he is full of confidence in such a plan, even a little arrogant. I can't guarantee that there will be players like Ronaldo here, but I believe that they have the ability to gain a foothold in European football. Maybe 1 or 2 out of 50, but after that, there will definitely be more players coming. This is a group of primers. They are pioneers, and so I will pave the way for them, build bridges, and then quietly watch them succeed. At least these successful examples can also prove that Chinese people are not incapable of playing football. By then, I believe that every signing you make will not lose money, and my investment will also be rewarded. That is a very idealistic idea, but Mendes chose to believe in Li Yuxin, a guy who can often create miracles. Even if I lose money, I hope to do something for him. So, I hope to help him support this somewhat crazy plan, and I also believe that he will succeed. When a businessman talks about others in this tone, it is absolutely irrational, but Mendes is not a fool. In addition to helping, he also has an investment mentality. He may not be as good as others in calculating things at the competitive level, but how big is the Chinese market? Look at that guy called Yao Ming. The sensation this big guy caused in the United States will make you understand. A player in the NBA can get a return of dozens of times his worth, so why can't football get the same return? Don't forget that the world's #1 sport is football. And China lacks its own top football stars. If there is really a first-class star born, he will still sign it in his hands. Mendes is sure that among these 50 little guys, as long as there is such a star, then these initial investments will be effortlessly recovered directly. And the subsequent influence will be irresistible. A drop of water in a football desert will definitely cause a sensation. Mendes knows this economic account better than anyone else. The child soldiers provided by Feng Shuo are all newbies. Many of them are even more like beginners compared to their Portuguese peers. But can you guarantee that they will not succeed? Therefore, Mendes believes that the seemingly crazy plan may be the next miracle. If you participate in it, it may be a greater opportunity. Mendes is convinced of this, so he would rather sacrifice himself and do these things for Feng Shuo himself. With such a familiar person paving the way in front, the speed of the whole operation can be said to be beyond imagination. This speed is really a bit unexpected. The selection of talents by my father lasted for a whole month. He signed 50 good seedlings with a little foundation and not yet polluted by the domestic environment. The most important thing Feng Shuo asked for was that they should not have any relationship with the football association. These good seedlings must be the kind of white-collar workers who are not subject to any restrictions, and they should not have any interests with their respective provincial teams or youth teams. If there is, he will use money to settle the other party. Feng Shuo is willing to spend this investment, even if he may not be able to get it back, but he can avoid many worries. Just thinking about those football association officials who stroll around their families when they have nothing to do, they must eliminate this hidden danger. Dealing with those officials and those local football associations who only focus on interests, Feng Shuo was already very tired in his previous life. He doesn't want to waste time on those idiots. Now his time is very precious. Therefore, it is better to spend money to solve some hidden dangers than to let these young players come out with any shackles. It is really not easy to select good seedlings with such conditions and training value. The domestic environment is like this. The echelon construction is basically stagnant, and those who can be selected for training have basically been divided up by their respective provincial teams. Moreover, most of the children who can play football at such a young age have taken root in football schools. There are really not many good seedlings that are wild and free-range outside. The selection process is comparable to the long march of 25,000 miles. In addition, all the people with connections must be excluded. This is the Imperial Guard built by Feng Shuo himself, and it is not related to people with connections. I can't support a group of uncles in my team. Those who are capable can come in. Otherwise, he will go home to his mother no matter whose child he is. This is not someone's backyard. I don't serve any people with connections. Dare to come? I will kick them out. This is also thanks to the old man who is in charge. The entire selection process was almost leaked. It was finalized quietly. This batch of 50 people were all wild and free-range, but they all have their own characteristics in terms of talent. This is also something Feng Shuo made clear before selecting players. Players without characteristics will have a hard time mixing. Especially in a foreign country, if your characteristics are not distinct enough and too mediocre, you are likely to be eliminated. When the domestic coaches select players, they first look at height and physique, then look at skills, and then consider the problem of consciousness. Rough football. That is, a group of useless people who are harmed by these coaches. It is because the old man's reputation in the football world is loud enough, and there are many old friends in private. In addition, there is no need for parents to advance any expenses, and those potential stocks who have no money to go to football school have also been collected by the old man. It can be said that these 53 child soldiers are carefully selected. Not only do they have a certain foundation in technology, but they also have the desire to go abroad to see the world. If you don't have a little ambition, it will be a waste of energy if you train them once. Among them, Feng Shuo himself picked them out. Now all this is going to change. These guys still have hope, and Li Yuxin is not the miserable coach in the previous life. Feng Shuo also hopes to change his motherland. He has the ability to change all this. He has one chance. Now, he also wants to bring this opportunity to these young men. This group of selected seedlings is the basis of his plan. The road of hope is now under their feet. Of course, what the future will be like depends on these young men themselves. No one can play football for them on the football field. This group of good seedlings, which are still a little green, will be Feng Shuo's disciples in the next 5 to 10 years, a group of guards taught by him personally. Feng Shuo is also looking forward to those who can become talents among them, so that they can truly become good fighters in Chinese football. After learning about this, Li Yuxin also decided to organize a youth training camp every holiday to change the future of Chinese football. Chinese football has been too sluggish in the past 2 years, resulting in a sharp decline in everyone's interest in football, especially in the attention to Chinese football. Originally, after the professionalization of Chinese football, many loyal fans were cultivated. Until 2002, the enthusiasm of Chinese fans reached a new high. At that time, Chinese football was the focus of everyone's attention. If Chinese football could have made great progress with the momentum of 2002, then participating in the World Cup in 2002 would definitely be a milestone for Chinese football. Unfortunately, after experiencing the glory of entering the World Cup, Chinese football did not move forward, but fell straight down. After the 2004 Asian Cup, which squeezed the last bit of enthusiasm from the fans, Chinese football told the fans what a street rat is. Even the most hardcore fans were heartbroken and slowly moved away from Chinese football. Therefore, the media's attention to Chinese football has been getting worse in recent years. If it was the time when Chinese football was the most concerned, young players like them who were fighting in a foreign country might have received media attention long ago. After all, they are a bunch of players born in the 1990s. But it's best if no one pays attention. The seeds will sprout, and the seeds of hope have been sown. It just takes time to take root, sprout, and eventually bear fruit. Hey, the seeds of the future. Chapter 36 Ajax, the war begins. At this time, the media's attention also shifted from the domestic to the Champions League. Arsenal played against Ajax in the second round of the Champions League group stage. In Group E, the two teams were the strongest, so they were the direct opponents of the first place in the group. Therefore, Arsenal would definitely fight for victory in the away game. Similarly, Ajax could not accept defeat at home, because they had been tied by Braga before. If they wanted to gain the advantage of qualifying, they had to beat Arsenal at home as much as possible. Although Arsenal's strength was very strong this season, they suffered from player injuries before the game, and Ajax had advantages over British teams in Arsenal in history. Before the game, BBC made a preview. Ajax and Arsenal have played against each other 6 times in the European arena in history. The first time was in the 969-70 season, when Arsenal eliminated Ajax in the Common Market Cup, the predecessor of the UEFA Cup. 2 seasons later, Ajax eliminated Arsenal in the Champions League quarter-finals, taking revenge. Ajax played against English teams at home 8 times, with 5 wins, 2 draws and 1 loss. The only loss was to Tottenham on September 6, 1998. Overall, Ajax has 6 wins and 5 losses against English teams. Ajax's last victory over an English team was in the semi-final of the Champions League in the 1979-1980 season, defeating Nottingham Forest. Arsenal has challenged Dutch teams away from home 5 times in history, winning, drawing and losing. The only victory was the away win against PSV Eindhoven in 2002. Arsenal has played against Dutch teams 10 times in history, with a record of 3 wins, 4 draws and 3 losses. The last time they lost to a Dutch team was years ago, when Ajax defeated Arsenal 1-0 at Highbury in the quarter-finals of the Champions League in 1997. Ajax has not lost to Arsenal in the past 5 European competitions. However, Ajax has not won in the last 4 games against English teams. Arsenal has remained unbeaten in the past 6 games against Dutch teams. Therefore, this game is considered a battle between dragons and tigers. Both teams are good at technology and control the situation. This game will be a grand event that fans are looking forward to. Arsenal team rushed to Amsterdam and began to adapt to the stadium training, but Wenger had received bad news at this time. Henry was injured in the last game and was afraid that he could not play in this game. At the same time, Pires and Lauren were also injured and could not play. Fortunately, Ljungberg could still play, otherwise Arsenal's players would be stretched. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, Wenger took his players to the Amsterdam stadium. With the arrival of Arsenal players, a huge noise broke out outside the entire Amsterdam stadium. Various insulting slogans were constantly flying at Arsenal players, including "Go back to your prison, you butcher" to Lee Yuxin. But at this time, Lee Yuxin's courage had been trained very well. He secretly raised his finger to the fan and walked into the stadium leisurely, chatting and laughing with Fabregas. Wenger announced the lineup immediately after returning from the pre-match press conference. Lee Yuxin was the striker, and Bergkamp was behind him. Haleb and Ljungberg were on the left and right. Flamini and Fabregas were on the right, and behind them were Ashley Cole, Toure, Campbell, Ebou, and Almunia replaced Lehmann, who was still suspended. In the midfield, they used a 4-3-3 formation. As long as we can control the situation in this game, we can control the situation. They are a technical team, so you should try to play to your advantage in ball possession. Do you understand? Wenger instructed again. Ajax coach Blind also announced his own players: Fonk, Grydera, Vermeulen, Emmanuelson, Galasek, Pienaar, De Jong, Lindenberg, Berkari, Charistes, Babel, using a 4-attack lineup. Led by Bergkamp, Arsenal players entered the Amsterdam Stadium, which can accommodate more than 50,000 people. The huge roar was chilling, but these were already accustomed to professional players. With the referee's whistle, the second round of the Champions League group stage officially began. Charistes quickly sent the ball to Babel's feet, and Babel sent the ball to the field, and Ajax began to organize an attack. Ajax's technology is not good at being delicate, but their players' tactical quality and cooperation are indeed superior. Soon Babel got the ball on the left. His technology, breakthrough and speed are not inferior to Robin at all. Soon Ebou was squeezed out by Babel and pushed away, and he broke into the penalty area. Babel swept his eyes and saw an empty space. He did not choose to pass the ball. He rushed to the goal before Touré came to block it, but he did not hold it down, and the ball flew into the stands. The commentator of Ajax sighed. Arsenal soon launched a counter-attack. Touré dribbled the ball from the backcourt and was intercepted by Babel. He sent the ball to Flamini's feet, dribbled the ball from the vicinity of the circle, and came to the front court to send the ball to Fabregas's feet. After Fabregas got the ball, he passed the opponent's 2 defenders in succession and sent the ball to Bergkamp's feet, who was in a better position. Bergkamp did not stop the ball, but turned his body slightly. The ball was knocked from Emilsson's crotch to Lee Yuxin's feet on the road, and he quickly pulled up as if to respond. After Lee Yuxin got the ball, he faced Vermeuren's defense, his feet were smooth, and he seemed to pass Vermeuren directly. Then he made another deduction and quickly pulled the ball back. Then, with his left foot, De Jong could not react in time, and he gently picked the ball over the entire Ajax defense line. At this time, because of Bergkamp's pull, a large gap appeared on the left side of Vermeulen in an instant. Ljungberg's yellow figure had already caught up with him, quickly shook off Galasek, received the ball in the large gap and rushed forward, forming a single knife, facing Funk directly. G1, Ljungberg, the first goal of this season, opened the door to victory for us. Seng's excited voice resounded over the Amsterdam Stadium, instantly exciting the Arsenal fans who came from afar. Thank you, Lee. Ljungberg hugged Lee Yuxin with gratitude. Ljungberg has been injured this season and has not performed as well as in previous seasons. In the 5th minute of the game, Arsenal took the lead with Ljungberg's goal, and Wenger's solemn face finally relaxed a little. After Arsenal took the lead, Ajax immediately launched a fierce attack. The 2 wingers were like roulette wheels with motors, constantly pulling back and forth on both sides of Arsenal, while De Jong and Pienaar were constantly creating killing opportunities in the road, one defending and one attacking. In the 27th minute of the game, Ajax attacked from the left. De Jong used his body to push Fabregas away and sent the ball to Pienaar at the Arsenal defense line, and quickly counterattacked. Pienaar used his speed to dribble the ball high. Flamini behind him tried his best to chase back, but the previous gap was too big, so he had already rushed to the outside of the penalty area. Touré and Flamini finally blocked Pienaar's route at this time. Pienaar saw that Touré's thigh had blocked him. He glanced and saw that someone on his left had raised his arms. Pienaar swung his right foot and the ball flew to Babel. Babel took advantage of Ebou's mistake and quickly followed Pienaar to advance. He quickly stretched out his hand to indicate his position. Pienaar and Babel were already familiar with each other. Soon, the ball was sent out at this moment. Babel unloaded the ball comfortably and decisively dribbled in. The moment Ebou saw the ball coming out, he immediately moved his body downwards, trying to intercept the ball, but he was too slow and missed. Babel had already gotten the ball first. Babel was already in an unguarded position, forming a single-handed attack. Babel took a few steps, glanced at Almunia's position, and without any hesitation, he swung his left foot and slammed the ball hard. Almunia saw Babel slam and subconsciously jumped to the right, judging the direction of the ball. Almunia wanted to collect the ball, but the huge force of the ball made his hand slip strangely, and the ball immediately rolled out of his hand and rolled directly towards the goal. Almunia was startled and wanted to catch the ball, but it was too late. The referee's whistle had already sounded. G1, Babel, his shot made Almunia lose the ball. We equalized. The commentator of Ajax celebrated wildly, and more than 50,000 people in the stadium vented their excitement wildly, and the red and white jerseys kept dancing. Campbell saw Almunia's depressed expression, went over and patted his head and said, "Cheer up, the game is still on." Looking at the Ajax team logo flying in the stadium, Lee Yuxin felt so dazzling, provocation. There was only this word in his head. As Lee Yuxin participated in more games, his desire for victory became stronger. After the game resumed, Arsenal's offense was significantly strengthened, and their attention was significantly enhanced. They played their advantage in controlling the ball. The two wingers Haleb and Ljungberg frequently cut inside, causing several Ajax players to constantly fill in. Arsenal quickly cut off Ajax's offensive line and pressed them in the half-court. However, no matter Lee Yuxin's powerful shot or Fabregas' long shot, they were blocked by Ajax's defenders. Although Ajax was not as strong as Arsenal, they were more physically fit and focused, so Arsenal still could not break the deadlock. In the 39th minute of the game, Arsenal made a mistake in the front court coordination. The ball from Ljungberg to Bergkamp was intercepted by De Jong. De Jong did not stop the ball and directly passed the entire back line of Arsenal. Charistes and Babel saw De Jong's long pass, like an arrow from a string, and flew out, performing a double ghost knocking on the door. At this time, only Campbell fell behind them, and the others were trying their best to chase back. Babel unloaded the ball and rushed forward. At this time, there was nothing in front of him. Babel was running as fast as he could. Campbell hurried over to block Babel. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, but when Campbell blocked Babel, he made a diagonal pass and sent the ball directly to Charistes, who was inserted from behind. Charistes had already quickly dribbled the ball into the penalty area, forming a single-handed opportunity. Almunia decisively left the goal and tried to block his shooting angle. Charistes grabbed the moment when Almunia dived for the ball, and lightly lifted the ball with his toes, and the ball passed Almunia and rolled into the goal. G1, Tyus turned the ball over for us, defending the glory of our Amsterdam stadium. The high-pitched voice of the Ajax commentator floated in the stadium with the Ajax team logo, and the Ajax fans fell into a huge cheer. Damn it! After the game resumed, Lee Yuxin was like an angry lion at this time, wishing to tear apart the entire defense line of Ajax. Running at full speed, constantly twisting the back line of Ajax. After Ajax took the lead, it immediately shrank its defense line, trying to reduce the space on the field as much as possible, and not allowing Arsenal to easily play cooperation. Lee Yuxin saw that he was closely followed by two defenders and could not easily get the ball. Lee Yuxin quickly pulled up and wanted to take the initiative to get the ball and prepare to receive the ball and cut inside. Ashley Cole intercepted Borika's ball on defense and quickly dribbled forward. After cooperating with Haleb on the field, he quickly cut inside and passed it to Fabregas. Fabregas got the ball on the road and took a few steps. There was no chance to pass. Fabregas quickly pulled the ball and passed it directly to Bergkamp. Bergkamp looked at the site and saw no space. Lee Yuxin pulled up to receive the ball and knocked the ball to Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin looked at the defender in front of him and had no route. He heard footsteps behind him. He glanced and saw that Fabregas had quickly cut inside and gently flicked the ball to his side, and he turned around and ran into the penalty area. At this time, Fabregas immediately caught up, intercepted the ball, used his speed to rush into the penalty area, attracted two defenders, controlled the ball between De Jong and Emmanuelson, and then flicked his left foot. The ball flew over Emmanuelson's crotch. At this time, Lee Yuxin used his explosive power to get ahead of Vermeeren, appeared on the rolling path of the ball, gently hooked the ball with his right foot, rushed out, and quickly shook off Vermeeren, who caught up. The cooperation of the two directly penetrated the entire defense line of Ajax. Vermeulen saw Lee Yuxin get the ball and thought to himself, it still leaked. After Lee Yuxin unloaded the ball, he saw that the opponent's goalkeeper had just shifted his attention to his side, and there was no one in front of him. He simply flicked the ball to the side of his left foot with the inner arch of his right foot, and decisively swung his left foot and hit the bottom of the ball. The huge force made the ball almost spin without rotation, and flew straight to the near end of the goal. The ball shot into the blind spot like a sharp blade. In a flash, Funk had no time to react and watch the ball hit the blind spot. Lee Yuxin, who had been depressed for half an hour, finally let out a breath, roared to the sky with extreme excitement, and carried Fabregas to the Arsenal fan stand to enjoy the cheers. G1, Lee, tied, 43rd minute, our hero, no one can beat us with him, Lee. Seng's shout instantly ignited the emotions of the Arsenal fans in the corner, holding up their number 90 jerseys and waving them at the arrogant figure. As the referee blew the whistle, the first half ended, the two teams tied, and the players of both teams immediately went to the locker room to rest and listen to the head coach's arrangements for the second half. Chapter 37 Ajax, Victory. Control the game, Cesc. You have to control the tempo of the game as much as possible, understand? That way you can force them to play. Lee, you need to run more actively, don't always be on the road. I want to see you running in the front court, always ready to receive the ball, pass the ball, understand? Wenger specifically pointed to Lee Yuxin and Fabregas. In the second half, they were going to finish off Ajax. Wenger's tactics were very clear, that is, to use Ajax's eagerness to win to play a counterattack. Goal, I hope you can score as many goals as possible in the second half, understand? Blind pointed at the tactical board and emphasized that the draw with Prague in the first round had cast a shadow on them in the Champions League group stage, so they hoped to beat Arsenal at home, at least so that they could pass the burden to other teams in the subsequent group stage. The second half of the game started quickly. Both sides did not make any personnel adjustments. In the 55th minute of the game, Arsenal took the lead in the offensive. After Lee Yuxin received the ball from the road, he pretended to rush to the left, using his speed to track the defender. Then he made a straight pass and immediately sent the ball into the penalty area. Unfortunately, Bergkamp's speed was slow and was shoveled out of the baseline by Galasek behind him, missing a good chance to score. Bergkamp was a little embarrassed to lose this opportunity. He patted the air in front of him and counted his thumbs to Lee Yuxin, indicating that Lee Yuxin passed well. Bergkamp glanced at the crowded penalty area, took a look, and quickly sent a corner kick, which flew directly towards Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin wanted to break through the crowd and grab the outflanking point, but his body was surrounded by two guards. When he was struggling for the point, he was sandwiched in a corner by two people and watched the ball being kicked away by the opponent. In the 66th minute of the game, Rosenborg replaced Charistis, and Ajax launched a fierce attack. Babel went in. Oh, damn. Rosenborg, lob, what a pity. Ajax frequently used two wingers to cut in and cause damage. If Fabregas and Flamini had not frequently filled in, Arsenal might have lost. At this time, the game had been going on for 76 minutes. Arsenal had no effective attack. Bergkamp and Ljungberg were running out of energy. Lee Yuxin was the only one running desperately in front. Lee Yuxin was isolated and helpless. The consequences of Henry and Van Persie's absence had begun to show. Often, as soon as Lee Yuxin got the ball, 2 or 3 defenders would stand in his passing position, and then the field would shrink immediately and come to press. Although there were several forced breakthroughs, the 2 defenders had become Lee Yuxin's bodyguards at this time, completely blocking Lee Yuxin's breakthrough route. When defending, they had pulled De Jong back to the back line, forcing Lee Yuxin to pass the ball. Wenger saw this situation and replaced Bergkamp with Abbey in the 80th minute of the game. He used his sufficient energy and speed to open up space and create opportunities for Lee Yuxin. Wenger also replaced Hleb, who disappeared in the second half, with Zigan to strengthen the defense on the wing. The disadvantage in attack will inevitably lead to the passiveness in Arsenal's defense, so the situation was gradually controlled by Ajax. When the game reached the 87th minute, with the cheers of the fans in the stadium, Ajax took advantage of Arsenal's back pass error and launched a counterattack. Rosenborg intercepted the ball and quickly advanced. In an instant, the ball was transferred to the bottom of Arsenal's half. Toure followed Rosenborg and wanted to force him to the side. After Rosenborg was blocked by Toure, he quickly sent the ball to Babel's feet. At this time, Ebba was already closely beside him, but Babel jumped lightly while moving, and the ball was picked over Ebba. Ebba wanted to hold Babel, but Babel had already jumped out like a cheetah, quickly got rid of Ebba's defense, and rushed into the inside. Unfortunately, he was too deep. Almunia had already stepped forward to block his route inside, and Toure had already pinched his outside cut and passing route. Babel glanced at the ball, kicked it with his right toe, and decisively made a lob shot. The ball drew an inward arc and quickly passed over Almunia's head, like a precision-guided missile, and fell into the goal. G1, Babel, the 88th minute of the game, Allure, this ball is Allure, we will be the first team to beat Arsenal this season in Amsterdam, Ajax. The Ajax commentator and their fans saw that this ball seemed to lock in the victory, and they fell into extreme excitement. The noise instantly ignited the entire stadium. Wenger frowned. The last-minute ball loss made Wenger very annoyed. He quickly played his last card, replaced Ljungberg with Lupoli, just to play, and at the same time made a gesture to Li Yuxin. Ljungberg handed the captain's armband to Campbell. "Sesk, let's do it." Li Yuxin looked at the Ajax players celebrating and was extremely unhappy. Fabregas did not say anything, but simply nodded, and his deep eyes also fell on the opponent's half. Arsenal changed their formation and launched a fierce attack at the last moment. Fabregas and Li Yuxin, who had no longer had the task of defending, began to cooperate closely on the road, and the forwards on both sides used their abundant physical strength to constantly create threats. The Ajax defenders did not dare to be careless and followed them all the time, opening up the space in an instant. Arsenal pressed Ajax in the half at the last moment. Amid the huge noise, the game had reached the last minute of standard time. In the 89th minute of the game, Li Yuxin used his body to lean on Vermeulen, and with a tight arch of his foot, he sent the ball to the feet of Fabregas, who cut inside. Fabregas pulled the ball with his left foot, and then, his left foot landed behind him, and he flicked it gently, and ran to the left in a hurry. Li Yuxin had already understood Fabregas' intention, and at the moment when Fabregas cut in, he also cut to the right. Sure enough, when Li Yuxin shook off Vermeulen, Fabregas' ball was also flicked from behind him. At this time, the two side defenders of Ajax had been pulled apart by the two forwards of Arsenal, and it was too late to rush to block Li Yuxin. Li Yuxin's speed was raised to the maximum in an instant, and Vermeulen was completely shaken off. Only the defenders of Fabregas, De Jong and Grigera, appeared in front of him. He had formed a half-single knife. De Jong and Grigera saw Li Yuxin dribbling the ball into the small penalty area, and instinctively rushed to Li Yuxin to block it. Funk was also very nervous. At the last moment of the first half, it was this Li who did not give him any save action. At this time, he had already taken a shooting posture. Funk immediately rushed to the near corner. Li Yuxin pulled the ball to his right foot and quickly raised his thigh, pretending to hit it hard. De Jong had already let go of Fabregas' defense, and his thigh had already stepped out, flying towards Li Yuxin, trying to block this shot. Li Yuxin sneered at De Jong's ferocious face, and he held his body and gently pulled his instep. De Jong saw Li Yuxin smile and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Unfortunately, the ball flew past him quickly, and Fabregas was already waiting at the far end. Vermeulen's flying tackle did not intercept the rolling ball, and it flew directly to Fabregas' feet. Without turning his head, Funk passed the ball backwards in a hurry. He had already felt someone appear above the ball's landing point, but it was too late. He had approached the near corner, and at the far end, Fabregas made a high run, and no one could catch him. Fabregas pushed the near corner before the person behind him. Funk watched the ball fly through his fingertips, creating a wave of white waves. Arsenal equalized. G1, Sesk, our youth guards' cooperation equalized the score for us. Our guns are indestructible. The equalization at the last moment made Funk extremely excited, and he shouted at the top of his voice. Two excited figures came to the front of the Arsenal fans shoulder to shoulder and received cheers. "Lee, do you still have the energy? Can you run? I'm a little unwilling." "Haha, if you can run, what about me?" The game soon entered the 3-minute stoppage time. After attacking several times, the players of both sides had no chance. They seemed to have accepted the result of a draw and did not launch any offensive. The game reached the last 0 seconds. Fabregas, who got the ball on the field, suddenly added. In front of De Jong's somewhat surprised eyes, he quickly rushed past. Li Yuxin didn't know when he had landed between the two guards. For a while, the whole stadium was looking at the four flying figures. The players of both sides realized something. De Jong chased back frantically, while Abi and Lupoli also quickly cut to the sidelines to prevent the two side defenders from coming forward to block him. Soon Fabregas faced Grigera. Fabregas flicked the ball with the outside of his foot, and then picked it up. Without wasting any time, he quickly sent the ball to Li Yuxin's feet. Li Yuxin was still fighting for position with Vermeulen. After unloading the ball, Li Yuxin did not hesitate at all. He immediately buckled the ball from his crotch with his left foot. Then, Vermeulen, who had no one to help him, was no match for Li Yuxin at all. He was quickly pulled away by Li Yuxin. Li Yuxin had already rushed into the penalty area. When Feng saw the two yellow figures coming to the front of the penalty area, he realized that it was not good. In just a dozen seconds, they had already attacked in front of him. He immediately abandoned the goal and attacked to block Li Yuxin's shooting angle. Vermeulen also kept hitting Lee Yuxin with his movements behind him. At this time, the referee did not dare to make a penalty easily. The two people had surrounded Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin did not have any greed for merit. With a light flick, the ball also jumped out of Fink and Vermeulen and quickly rushed to the side where no one was defending. At this time, Fabregas had already used Grigela's short time difference to jump out from behind him at the moment of passing the ball. He believed that Lee Yuxin could definitely know his running. Sure enough, when Fabregas completely got rid of Grigora and rushed over, Lee Yuxin's ball had already been delivered to his feet. At the same time, there was an empty goal. Fabregas directly pushed the ball into the goal between Grigora and the goal without any adjustment. G1, Lee's wonderful pass, Cesk's beautiful outflanking, our twin stars, shining Amsterdam, the final kill? This is the final kill. Chapter 38 Troubles in the European Qualifiers. After the game, Lee Yuxin rushed back to London. After returning to London, he went home first and found that Mendes was not there. Now as Lee Yuxin's reputation is getting bigger and bigger, he has to spend time negotiating contracts with many businesses. Lee Yuxin had to go back to Highbury to gather and recover his physical training. The next few days are to prepare for the next round of games against Birmingham. At the same time, the punishment for Lee Yuxin was also announced. Lee Yuxin was suspended for 3 games. As soon as this punishment decision came out, it immediately attracted a lot of controversy. People thought that this punishment was too light. West Ham United believed that the FA obviously favored Lee Yuxin. Until now, Haywood and Gabadon have not recovered from that kick. However, the English Football Association has its own considerations. This season, Lee Yuxin's performance has become one of the symbols of young people in the Premier League. The major European leagues not only compete in club performance, but also in the competition between big-name stars and young talents, as well as the output of stars. Therefore, they do not want to suppress Lee Yuxin for this reason. Moreover, Lee Yuxin did not take the initiative to cause trouble, and he was under 17 years old. The decision of the English Football Association is reasonable. Lee Yuxin has no time to take care of these. The team's performance is his only consideration. In the home game against Birmingham, Henry, Pires, Lauren, Lee Yuxin, Campbell, and Silva could not play. Arsenal lost half of its main lineup at once, so no one could be optimistic that they could win this game. Sure enough, after the game started, Arsenal played extremely passively. Several forwards could not stand alone now. Even Ljungberg occasionally interspersed and played as a forward. Birmingham wanted to take advantage of Arsenal's serious lack of personnel to break Arsenal's unbeaten record this season, and pressed fiercely. Lee Yuxin sat in the stands, watching his team being so passive. Although he was very anxious, he had no way to deal with it. The fans in the stands were also very depressed. Compared with the previous rounds, Arsenal's offense was really bad in this game, and the defense was not good. Soon the dull first half passed, and Arsenal was tied by Birmingham at home. Looking at his teammates' depressed expressions, Lee Yuxin felt connected to the team for the first time, and he wanted to replace them. However, at this time, only Henry and several injured players came to encourage his teammates. Soon the second half of the game started. Wenger changed his formation immediately when he came on the field, replacing Bergkamp with Larsson, playing a 433 formation. Sure enough, this change was beyond the expectations of Birmingham coach Steve Bruce. Soon Arsenal took control of the game with effective control of the front court. But Arsenal was just a lot of noise but little action. After more than 20 minutes of stalemate, Arsenal finally broke the score. Fabregas passed the ball on the field, Van Persie turned the offside and attacked, dribbled past the goalkeeper, and successfully hit the empty goal, breaking the deadlock for Arsenal, and Arsenal led 1-0. In the 86th minute of the game, Fabregas received a return pass from Van Persie at a distance of meters from the goal, and directly hit a world wave, which hung in the upper left corner, finally locking the victory and ensuring the team's home victory. After the game, Wingerton said that this game was lucky. Arsenal's difficulties have not ended, but he believes that his team can hold on. After this game, the World Cup qualifiers will be ushered in immediately. Similarly, Lee Yuxin still did not receive Eriksen's call this time, which caused great controversy throughout England. Many fans have run to the Fine Eriksen's residence to throw eggs. You must know that England's qualifying situation is very delicate now, and the personnel are not complete. If you are not careful, You may go home in the qualifying group stage. In a Sky Sports voting program, who is the English player you want to see most in the qualifiers? Li Yuxin ranked second after Beckham, surpassing Gerrard and Lampard. Li Yuxin also became the most popular player who was not selected for the England national team. The few famous football stars in the UK, such as Wright, Shearer, Henry, etc., expressed surprise. Henry was interviewed by ill-equipped and talked about the situation at Arsenal. When mentioning Li Yuxin, he said, "I am very happy in Arsenal now. I don't want to say much about transfers. My teammates can make me trust them very much. Just like Li, it is hard to imagine Li's talent. He is an incredible player. It's a pity that you can't see him now because he was not selected for the England national team. This is even like Cantona was not selected for the French team. It's disappointing." Shearer said in an interview with the Daily Mail, "I support Eriksen's work very much. I think he can lead England to some honours, but I think Li's failure to be selected may be a loss for England. You know, his performance this season is enough for him to compete for the best player." Mourinho also expressed his incomprehension. When he was interviewed by Portuguese media and predicted which team might encounter another upset, Mourinho directly pointed out England. "I don't know why Eriksen didn't choose Li. You know, every coach is very eager for such a player. I really want to coach Li, but I know it's impossible this season." Mourinho was not afraid to expose his desire for Li Yuxin. When he proposed an offer to Abramovich, he directly raised the offer to £5 million. However, before Chelsea took action, Arsenal immediately rejected all offers for Li Yuxin. For this, Mourinho was quite regretful. Why didn't he raise the price to a stage that Arsenal could not refuse at the first time? Now I'm afraid no one in Arsenal is willing to buy it. Although there is a high voice for Li Yuxin to be selected for England, the final list of 25 players still does not include Li Yuxin. Eriksen's explanation is that the match against Austria is related to the situation of qualifying. He will not destroy the team's original tacit understanding and formation for this player. Moreover, Li Yuxin is still young, so he will not consider recruiting Li Yuxin for the time being. But the real reason is Li Yuxin's Oriental ancestry. In fact, in the eyes of those bureaucratic FA officials, it is difficult for them to accept a person of Asian ancestry from a football-poor area to represent English football, the origin of modern football. Therefore, if there is a choice, they will never easily accept Li Yuxin. Eriksen is also a coach who thinks highly of himself. He does not want the media to repeatedly point fingers at his use of players. At first, the use of the double Germans and the state of Beckham have made Eriksen worried. Therefore, Li Yuxin, who has risen this season, has no strong connections, and Eriksen will not let go easily. In China, whether Li Yuxin should be selected for the England national team has also caused a huge discussion. Most fans expressed their support for any decision of Li Yuxin on the website. Some radical fans even hope that Li Yuxin can return to Chinese nationality, but they will debate with the die-hard Li fans. However, these have nothing to do with Li Yuxin. When he saw that Eriksen did not have his own list announced, Li Yuxin just threw the remote control away and hugged the soft body of the beauty thoughtfully. He thought further, the 2006 World Cup is an opportunity to make money. The European qualifiers are finally over, and all the clubs can feel at ease. But if you want to say which team is the most miserable, it is Arsenal. Ashley Cole, Campbell, and Haleb returned with injuries. Ashley Cole and Haleb have been confirmed to be absent for 6 to 8 weeks after the subsequent examination. Wenger was so angry that he cursed his mother. After getting the news, he immediately publicly bombarded FIFA. When facing West Brom, Wenger suddenly didn't know who to send out. In the 9th round of the league, Arsenal challenged West Brom away. Wenger had to send a group of young soldiers, goalkeeper Lehmann, defenders Senderos, Toure, Ebao, Clichy, Field Flamini, Fabregas, Larsson, Ljungberg, forwards Van Persie and Bergkamp. Arsenal's bench was full of young players, but it was the injured camp and big names. Li Yuxin was not in the mood to participate in their discussion. The outside world generally believed that Arsenal's unbeaten record was very likely to be broken in this game. If they lost, Arsenal would be 8 points behind Chelsea with one less game, not to mention that the make-up game was against Liverpool, which was even more difficult to play. After the game started, West Brom obviously wanted to use his home advantage to play with this shallow dragon. West Brom used his physical advantage to constantly attack Arsenal's backcourt. Veteran Kanu is quite familiar with Arsenal's tactics and frequently pressed in Arsenal's frontcourt, forcing Arsenal to be unable to organize an effective attack for a while. After surviving West Brom's three-pronged attack, Arsenal's technical advantage on the field began to slowly show its power. In the 21st minute of the game, Arsenal got a chance. Bergkamp's shot outside the penalty area was saved by Keklin, and Ljungberg took the corner kick. Wenger has been somewhat dissatisfied with Senderos since he made several mistakes against Chelsea. In addition to the outstanding performance of Segan and the recovery of Campbell, he rarely played him in the past few rounds. He was very angry in this game. Seeing the arc drawn by Ljungberg, which had already jumped near him, Senderos, who is 1.93 meters tall, jumped out high. The fans in the stands only saw a hideous head on top of everyone's head. Damn, that man is so ugly. It would be better if Zaya went. Senderos had no time to care about his image. His body stiffened in the air, and he swung the falling ball with all his strength, and threw the ball heavily into the far corner. Goal, we are ahead. Senderos, the young player from Switzerland, he proved himself. He proved that injuries can't defeat us, Arsenal. The excited Senderos shouted while running, leaving his teammates far behind and cheering at the Arsenal fans. Great. Lee Yuxin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the ball, and jumped out, waving his arms. Wenger also felt that his body seemed to be lighter. At this time, he was also uneasy. After all, the entire main lineup was replaced to play. This ball made Wenger at least not sit still. After Arsenal scored a goal, West Brom began to attack fiercely. The three young players on the field could only pass the ball frequently under the opponent's pressure, but they could not pass a high-quality ball. Although they controlled the situation on the field, their attack seemed extremely weak. Van Persie and Bergkamp could not form a fatal blow at this time. After West Brom lost a goal, they changed their formation and started to attack. After all, barefoot is not afraid of those wearing shoes. In the 39th minute of the game, Konyu intercepted the ball sent by Abau to the front court, quickly shook off the defender, broke into the penalty area, and shot a cold arrow before Lehmann could react, equalizing the score for West Brom. Arsenal's advantage in the first half did not turn into a winning trend, and the score was 1-1. Wenger immediately encouraged the confidence of the players on the field, asking them to break through more and asking Van Persie to play his habit of cutting inside and not just waiting for the ball. The situation in the first half made Wenger believe that his team could win in the second half if they played an effective attack. Soon the second half started again. Arsenal took advantage of the first stage to launch a fierce attack. Unfortunately, without Lee Yuxin and Henry, Arsenal became unable to shoot. Van Persie hit the goal frame twice, which showed that Arsenal was not lucky. After more than 20 minutes of crazy attack, Arsenal, who had the upper hand but could not score, suffered another heavy blow. Carter took advantage of the two defenders' coordination errors in several counterattacks, cut in from their joints, and shot into the far corner to score, turning the score around for West Brom, who was at a disadvantage. G1, we are ahead of Arsenal. Carter, Brian can bring us a miracle. West Brom's commentator screamed madly into the microphone. The whole stadium fell into madness after this goal. Well done, Carter. West Brom's coach Brian Robson jumped up excitedly and hugged his players. If they beat Arsenal, it would definitely be a glorious chapter in his football resume. Damn it. Wenger saw the goal and clapped his hands in annoyance. His face was livid, and he walked around the bench. He seemed to want to sit down but walked away immediately, feeling a little restless. Lee Yuxin and his teammates were equally expressionless. He wanted to play immediately, but it was only his second game of suspension. After that, Arsenal's attack became more fierce. At the end, there was almost only one defender left to defend. There were often no less than 6 players in the penalty area. Toure even had several long shots. But this team from the English Championship has already exerted its own strength. At this time, all of them are looking at the ball, just like the Rush in the past. They have never been so eager to win this season. They are using all means to defend their victory. Wenger has replaced Ljungberg and Larsson with Ibe and Lupoli, just for the final goal. The familiar melody Tingstpass, everything Jingrig sounded again at the Hawthorn Stadium. The soaring singing voice finally turned into all the power and surged onto the court. In the last 7 or 8 minutes, Fabregas had completely become a striker, and shooting became his only goal. For the first time, he felt that his body was not enough and that his shooting skills were ugly. At the last moment, Van Persie almost had to carry the opponent to break through. In the last minute, Arsenal's continuous 4-foot shot showed how much they wanted to equalize the score. The protagonist of this game was destined to be only one, Coquelin. Coquelin was destined to become famous after this game. All Arsenal's shots were blocked by him, including Larsson's single shot, Bergkamp's free kick, Van Persie's push shot, Fabregas's long shot, and even his teammates' own goal were picked off the goal line by him. As the final frenzy came to an end, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The entire stadium was in a huge celebration. They beat Arsenal at home, the champion of the Premier League. For them, this victory was enough to write a glorious chapter in the history of their club. They beat the Premier League champion at home. They became the second team to beat Arsenal this season. Lee Yuxin and Henry and others returned to the locker room with their teammates to comfort their depressed teammates. Seeing Fabregas and Van Persie who were depressed, they hugged them and comforted them. They had tried their best in this game. The defeated Arsenal players simply packed up and immediately returned to Highbury, just like a wounded lion going back to lick its wounds. Wenger did not criticize his players in an interview after the game. He was very pleased with the desire for victory shown by his players. Although they lost the game and broke the only upset in this round, Wenger did not seem to be disappointed at all and still believed that his team was on the right path. The media after the game did not add insult to injury. "They still have the heart of a champion," was the Mirror's comment on Arsenal's performance. Congratulations to Eriksen for his new fortune. Coquelin. The Daily Mail focused on the best player of the game, West Brom's goalkeeper, Coquelin, whose excellence withstood the test of 25 shots from Arsenal. Wenger, damn the qualifiers. The Sun commented on the game with a cartoon of Wenger yelling at the president of UEFA and the president of FIFA. Wenger returned to Highbury to comfort the players, telling them that this was just an ordinary league game, and they would play in the Champions League next, and told them to cheer up. Wenger wanted to use the Champions League to rebuild morale. Chapter 39, European War. Arsenal has no time to feel sorry for themselves, because they will soon face Prague in the third round of the Champions League. Before the game, the media generally predicted that Wenger would take the risk of sending Henry, but unexpectedly, Wenger did not include Henry in the list of players to play, and Ljungberg was also not on the list. Arsenal was in trouble. Ljungberg was injured again in the match against West Brom. Fortunately, Van Persie was able to play in the Champions League in this game, otherwise Wenger might have taken the risk of using Henry. Bergkamp's physical condition could not reassure Wenger. Arsenal crossed the bottom of the English Channel to Prague a day in advance to adapt to the venue. At the pre-match mobilization meeting, Arsenal's chairman hoped that the players could win a big victory and sweep away the haze of defeat in the league. Wenger was still hesitating about the captain's choice at this time. Because of the absence of Henry and others, he was hesitant between Lehmann, Yuxin and Fabregas. In the end, he gave the captain's armband to Lehmann, who had more experience. It was too early for Yuxin and Fabregas. The game with Braga was at night, so Wenger let the players rest in the hotel first, and gathered the team to rush to the Leitner Stadium at around 8 p.m. Lee Yuxin was so depressed about the league that he was about to burst out in this game, so he seemed very excited. He kept trying to shoot in training, and kept muttering, shoot you to death, Cesc. Did Lee abstain from sex all night yesterday and make him feel pent up? Van Persie saw the goalposts being shaken by Lee Yuxin and made some speculations. Don't talk nonsense, I think some of Prague's defenders have suffered, Fabregas said excitedly. After Wenger and Lehmann attended the pre-match press conference, they immediately called the teammates together and announced the list. Lee Yuxin and Bergkamp were forwards, Fabregas, Larsson, Flamini, and Van Persie were midfielders, and Touré, Siga, Clichy and Ebba were defenders. Now Arsenal's lineup can really be said to be extremely broken, and there was even a situation where there was no one on the field. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. Prague is now at the bottom of the group stage and has never won a game, so no matter what, they must fight. They actively used their physical advantage to fight with Arsenal on the field. At the beginning, Arsenal could not organize an attack for a short time, but then Arsenal actively used cooperation and running, and soon used their technical advantages to slowly stabilize the situation on the field. In the 8th minute of the game, Klitsch intercepted the ball from Palasek, interrupted the opponent's counterattack, and saw that his players had landed in Prague's front court. He directly made a precise long pass across half the field and sent it directly to Bergkamp on the right side outside the penalty area. Bergkamp saw the ball coming, pressed Lucas behind him, jumped high, and flicked it lightly, sending the ball to Lu, where there was already an empty space in front, and Lee Yuxin had already started. Lee Yuxin saw that he had already made a high run from behind before Bergkamp shook his head. After the ball landed, Lee Yuxin rushed over without any adjustment. Like a beast hunting its prey, he glanced sharply at the situation in the penalty area, swung his right foot about 20 meters away from the goal, and with a loud bang, it hit the lower part of the ball heavily. The spinning ball made a swoosh sound, formed an outward arc, and passed closely from Petro's left side. The huge force even flipped up Petro's clothes. Go Lee is leading for us. In just 8 minutes, Lee Yuxin opened the opponent's door with great force. Lee's ball shook the opponent's goalkeeper without any reaction. Genius, genius. Seng's shout broke the silence of the ladies' stadium. Before that, there was only a bang, a huge crash, echoing over the entire ladies' stadium. All the fans looked at the shocking blast in surprise. The entire goal was shaken by this huge force and made a harsh sound. The opponent's goalkeeper Pajal had no reaction at all. He watched Lee Yuxin's heavy blow hit the inside of the post and bounced into the goal. Lee Yuxin roared towards the sky with extreme excitement. This goal finally relieved Lee Yuxin's depression in the league. Well done, Lee. Teammates also came over to celebrate with Lee Yuxin. No one would have thought that the goal would come so quickly. This was an Arsenal team that was missing most of its main players. Wenger also couldn't hide his excitement. He stood up and applauded Lee Yuxin. His old face was almost smiling like a daisy. After the game resumed, Prague obviously hadn't woken up from Lee Yuxin's shocking goal. They couldn't make sporadic attacks and retreated to their own half to defend. In this way, Arsenal was polite and assured to cooperate on the field and play their own style. In the 21st minute of the game, Lee Yuxin stole the ball from Pospek's feet in the front court, rushed forward quickly, and shook off Pospek who was pulling behind him. The huge impact brought him directly to the ground, while he rushed to Prague's penalty area as fast as if nothing had happened. Petros hurried over to block. Seeing the opponent coming, Lee Yuxin pushed his left foot outward, and then the speed increased again. He waded past the clumsy Petros, without giving Petros any time to kick. Petros wanted to use his body to push Lee Yuxin away from the side, but he couldn't stop his body, lost his center of gravity, and fell directly behind. 1 shake, 2 shakes, 3 shakes, Lee Yuxin rushed into the penalty area with his feet shaking rapidly, constantly pedaling his bicycle, rushing in. Lucas could only follow Lee Yuxin step by step and retreat. Lee Yuxin's continuous change of direction had already made Lucas's steps disordered. Lee Yuxin swung the ball and then dribbled it, then swung and dribbled it again, and his body's center of gravity suddenly moved to the left. A simple fake move made Pajal, who was struggling with garlic on his feet, fall down and watch Lee Yuxin rush past him. Only goalkeeper Blazek was left. He had already attacked before Lucas fell. When Lee Yuxin passed Lucas, he had already appeared in front of him, and his huge figure had already slid to his feet. Lee Yuxin pulled the ball back, and the ball jumped up with his toes. Lee Yuxin swung his calf and swung the ball from Blazek's fingertips to his left side. He turned his body and didn't even give Blazek a chance to pounce on him, but let him pounce into the air. Lee Yuxin had his back to the goal and was facing the player running towards him. Without turning his body completely, he passed the ball with his left foot. Van Persie followed and shot the ball towards the goal. In less than a second, Lee Yuxin completed the dribbling shot in one go. The whole stadium was stunned. I don't know where the applause came from. Then the whole stadium burst into warm applause for the arrogant man who was looking down on the stadium. Go Lee, who can tell me that young Dennis is playing with the Ice Prince on the stadium? It's so beautiful. Lee, he can not only play a powerful and earth-shattering blast, but watching his light movements is a kind of enjoyment. Perfect player, perfect player. Senk has been completely conquered by Lee Yuxin. Fuck, Lee did a great job. Woo, Lee is really a gift from God. Countless Arsenal fans were making a lot of noise in front of the TV. Magician, he is a magician in football. Damn, leave a message on Jack Huang, it's so exciting. Countless Chinese fans who stayed up late to watch the Champions League were so excited that they used curses instead. Less than 22 minutes into the game, Lee Yuxin had already scored a goal and assisted once. After Lee Yuxin scored this eye-popping goal, Prague began to pay special attention to Lee Yuxin. They had made up their minds that even if they were to be scored another goal, it would not be this kid. It's too bullying. He dribbled past 4 people and still made people fall. But Lee Yuxin was so excited that he couldn't be restrained. No matter how much you defend, he still had a chance to score. This time he changed his approach. He didn't play a powerful volley or a technical pass. Let's play a free kick. In the 28th minute of the game, Van Persie was put about 1 meter outside the penalty area by Pospek when he cut in from the right. The referee immediately awarded a free kick. At this time, Lee Yuxin had already rushed to the ball with an excited look on his face. Oh, God, Lee is going to score. Hold on, Lee Yuxin is going to score, damn, if he can perform a hat trick, it's worth it to get prostatitis. When Lee Yuxin's handsome smile was captured by the camera, everyone had only one thought in their mind, Lee Yuxin is going to score. Damn it, where did he run to? God, don't torture me like this. Prague's head coach looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a look of grief and anger, which seemed to be the angle of looking up at God. Bergkamp gave the free kick to Lee Yuxin without any hesitation. He knew that Lee Yuxin, who had not played recently, had been practicing set pieces. Lee Yuxin looked at the wall of people, stared at them for a while, and seeing their nervous expressions, he smiled strangely. This smile might be fascinating in the eyes of those women, but Lee Yuxin's reputation as the devil's smile spread from then on. God knows whether the pillar was cracked just now. Lee Yuxin simply took a few steps to run up, then came to the ball, paused, and arched his left foot as if to shoot at the goal, but the players in the wall of players turned their bodies involuntarily. At this time difference, Lee Yuxin immediately stopped his body. In a short moment, Lee Yuxin then supported his body with his left foot, and his right foot was on the lower right side of the ball. The ball flew high, crossed the wall of players, and drew an outward arc, falling to the far end of the goal. The ball was very fast. Blazik was standing at the far end of the goal at first, but when he saw the ball past the wall of players, the ball flew directly to the near corner. The ball was very fast, and Blazik immediately moved his center of gravity, but then the ball's route immediately changed and shot to the far end. Blazik moved back with all his strength, and before he could jump up, the ball had already fallen into the goal with a swish. A wonderful free kick. 30 minutes, 2-0. This voice was echoing everywhere. Genius, this is a genius moment. Only this voice of Senk echoed on the field, and huge applause was given to Lee Yuxin. After scoring, all the excited Lee Yuxin left his teammates far away, clenched his fists, faced the camera, made 3 heart-shaped gestures on his chest, and hammered 3 times with his right fist. His handsome smile was particularly charming. This action, Lee expressed love for the first time in the game. Who is this beautiful girl? After Lee Yuxin finished, he was quickly surrounded by his teammates. You are a genius, Lee. After this goal, Prague basically did not resist, and Arsenal no longer attacked fiercely in the first half. After the start of the second half, in the 14th minute, Van Persie received Fabregas's straight pass, successfully countered the offside, and scored with a lob, scoring another goal. In the 27th minute, Toure received Fabregas's corner kick and scored, and the game was basically over. In the 30th minute, Yuxin was substituted off the field, and the fans stood up and applauded. In the end, Arsenal beat Sparta Prague 5-0 away, sweeping away the upset in the league. The whole world of football was talking about Yuxin. Arsenal has found the best partner for Thierry was the headline of the French team newspaper. Mouradi has prepared 10 million to buy Lee. Gazzetta dello Sport has revealed that Mouradi has asked Arsenal to buy Yuxin. Florentino's last gamble. Real Madrid's mouthpiece Marca pointed out that Yuxin could save Florentino's regime. Lee is the real man for Barcelona, as also reported Barcelona's interest in Yuxin. In the UK, Chelsea and Manchester United are the most enthusiastic about Lee Yuxin. They have already contacted Nangwangziyu and plan to start directly with Lee Yuxin. Abramovich has prepared £10 million to take Lee Yuxin. As long as Lee Yuxin agrees, Abramovich can even pay the full amount of liquidated damages to take Lee Yuxin away. After the European war, all football newspapers used the first page to report the news of Lee Yuxin's wonderful performance, and all clubs also stared at this new star. Chapter 40, Hometowners in the North London Derby. At this time, all of Lee Yuxin's non-football affairs were handed over to Mendes. As the match between Arsenal and Manchester City approached, Chinese fans had been divided into 2 camps. Sun Zhangquan and Li fans. Since Li Yuxin became popular in the Premier League, they have been looking forward to this game. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Because of Li Yuxin's suspension, they could not see two Orientals with Chinese ancestry compete on the same field. If Li Yuxin had not been suspended, then they might have seen Li Yuxin and Sun Zhihe play against each other. However, the people of Sun Zhangquan still knew that it was unlikely for Manchester City to win this game. Arsenal had just bloodbathed their opponents by 5 goals in the last game. In addition, Henry, Pires, Ljungberg and others returned in this game. It was too difficult for them to retreat unscathed from the away game. Hello, Sun Zhihe. During the pre-match training, Li Yuxin took the initiative to greet Sun Zhihe. It was the first time that someone greeted him in the training ground in the Premier League. When Sun Zhihe turned around, he saw a handsome man with a smile appear in front of him and habitually used English. Hey, Li. Haha, I can speak and understand. You should call me Li Yuxin. If you call me Li again, I will feel awkward. That's the name used by foreigners. Li Yuxin took the initiative to break his embarrassment. Okay, Li Yuxin, it seems that you have learned Chinese well. Sun Zhihe looked at Li Yuxin with some curiosity. The Mandarin he spoke did not have the awkward foreign accent at all, but had a bit of southern Chinese accent. Haha, I have known it since I was a child. What's the look in your eyes? Don't disbelieve it. Li Yuxin chatted with Sun Zhihe for a while and left. After all, others still had to train, and he was not like him who was suspended directly. Brother Sun, after the game, I'll treat you to a meal. I'm leaving first. Li Yuxin called Brother Sun in a familiar way. Yet, with the referee's whistle, the game officially began amid the fans' somewhat disappointing expectations. Under the huge cheers at Highbury, the Arsenal front court finally launched a wave of attack, pressing the goal of the not-so-strong Manchester City team. In the 12th minute of the game, Pires sent the ball to Henry's feet on the left side of the penalty area. After Henry got the ball, he rushed into the Manchester City penalty area with a series of sprints and swaying. After flashing out of an angle, he was double-teamed by 3 players and made a clever shot that directly penetrated the goal guarded by James, giving Arsenal a 1-0 lead. Terry opened the door to victory for us. Our king is back, King. Senk has taken several dozen throat lozenges during this period. After entering, Henry kept waving his arms, signaling Arsenal fans to cheer even louder. Arsenal had already secured the lead, and Henry's domineering roar also announced their ambition to win the game. Arsenal continued to control the ball, and Manchester City, who were behind, still could not organize an effective attack. Instead, they were suppressed in the backcourt by Arsenal, who had already played up their morale, and allowed Arsenal's players to ravage them. In the 34th minute of the game, Frey went in, James came out, Terry scored for us again. It was Henry who received the pass from Ljungberg after the breakthrough and scored an empty goal to give Arsenal a 2-0 lead. Excited Henry spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and ran to the side of the stands to accept the cheers of his own subjects. With a whistle, Arsenal led 2-0 at home and entered the second half. There was no change after the start of the second half, and Arsenal still firmly controlled the situation on the field. In the 72nd minute of the game, oh, damn, James, what did he do? What a pity. Senk said with a look of disgust. After Henry stole the ball on the field, he used his speed to shake off Barton who was pulling behind him, then nimbly dodged Zampa's tackle, broke into the penalty area, and squeezed through with the closing of Summer and Jordan. But James had already rushed over at this time, and saw the ball passed by Henry, so he hugged Henry's thigh and knocked Henry down. It was a pity for a long-distance attack. No wonder Senk was like this. The fans at the scene were reluctant to give up even when the referee gave a penalty kick, and booed. Henry stood on the penalty spot, calmly looked at the nervous James, and directly deceived him, pushing the ball into the far corner on the right side successfully. 3-0, well done. Li Yuxin was also excited when he saw this goal. Henry's fiery state made Li Yuxin have more expectations. Henry used the hat trick to announce his return as the king. Finally, Wenger replaced Henry with Van Persie. Soon the game was over. Arsenal beat Manchester City 3-0 at home. Brother Sun, let's go. I've already booked a seat. Li Yuxin also went to the locker room after the game and had a meal with Sun Zhihe. It was just a small gathering of fellow villagers, but his teammate fired 3 shots in a row, which was a bit unkind. Next, Lee Yuxin ushered in his first North London derby. Unfortunately, Henry, who performed a hat-trick in the previous game, was injured again. Wenger had to face the change of the striker again. At this time, Tottenham had been unbeaten in 4 league games and was closely following the standings. So this season, Tottenham has been sharpening their knives and waiting for Arsenal at home, trying to defeat their century-old rivals at home. In an interview with the BBC, Martin Jol, the head coach of Tottenham, said confidently, "Arsenal has performed well this season and has not encountered much resistance. Sometimes I envy Arthur's luck. He has a good player, and the arrangement of the game is in their favor. However, it will not be so easy for Arsenal to achieve such a record next time. My team is in good shape now. I think it is the weekend game that makes our fans happy." Tottenham and Arsenal, the most famous rivals in the Premier League, will add another feud at White Hart Lane on Saturday. 120 years. Yes, you will never find another pair of enemies with such a long history. So much so that our core TV station has ranked Arsenal and Tottenham as the first of the 10 most violent derbies in football history. Arsenal was founded in 1886, and Tottenham was born 4 years earlier. As the 2 largest clubs in North London and even London, the owners, coaches, players, fans and even cleaners of the 2 teams are incompatible. The ice is 3 feet thick, and it is not formed in one day. Hatred, of course, does not come out of thin air. Since London has always had many teams in the English top league, derby is not a rare word in this city. But among the countless London derbies, only the North London derby between Arsenal and Tottenham is considered the most authentic London derby. The feud between the 2 teams began 100 years ago when Arsenal settled in North London and competed with a local snake Tottenham Hotspur for territory. Sir Norris, who was the chairman of Arsenal at the time, came up with a third plan in 1913, to move Arsenal to Highbury in North London, just a stone's throw away from Tottenham and Leyton Orient, where there are a large number of Jewish immigrants, and the subway goes directly to Gillespie Road near the stadium, renamed Arsenal Road in 1932, which can definitely attract countless residents to support it. Norris's hundreds of thousands of pounds, equivalent to £50 million today, depended on their voluntary dedication every 2 weeks. Before this, there were 2 main clubs competing for fans in North London, Tottenham and Leyton Orient. Tottenham had just spent £50,000 in 1909 to rebuild the West Stand of White Hart Lane to attract more spectators. Arsenal's attempt to build a stadium at Highbury would definitely have an impact on Tottenham, because Highbury is closer to the centre of London than White Hart Lane, and the stadium's location next to the subway station is easier to attract fans, but it still takes a 10-minute bus ride from the subway station to White Hart Lane. As a result, for Tottenham, who still did not have a large number of stable fans, Arsenal's move was undoubtedly a bully. This decision was undoubtedly opposed by everyone. Arsenal fans in Woolwich could not accept the team's move, Tottenham and Leyton Orient fans hated Arsenal's arrival, and Chelsea, who felt threatened, also strongly opposed it. The 3 clubs jointly protested to the Football Association. But the rebellion was quickly suppressed. The resourceful Norris dealt with all obstacles. Norris took the initiative to ask the English Football Association to conduct a special investigation on the matter, and the results of the investigation were naturally favourable to him. The Woolwich football market shrank, and the number of spectators per Arsenal game dropped from more than 7,000 to less than 3,000. The population of London has risen to more than 600,000, of which North London has a population of more than 300,000. Which can fully accommodate 2 professional football clubs. At the same time, Norris had already prepared for the rainy day and persuaded some public leaders in the Highbury area to make them realize that a football club can bring more employment opportunities to the local area, greatly enhance Highbury's popularity, and give them enough reasons to say no to White Hart Lane, Tottenham's home ground. Norris's diplomatic skills of defeating opponents one by one made him invincible in all kinds of negotiations. After obtaining the support of his old friend, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and buying 6 acres of vacant land from St. John's Seminary, after assuring the Catholic Church that Arsenal would follow the local Jewish tradition and not sell alcohol or play games on the Sabbath, Arsenal finally completed this historic migration. Norris's genius and almost crazy plan was a complete success. One of the most famous derbies in the history of world football has also taken root in North London. A local newspaper in Tottenham portrayed Norris as a Baskerville dog circling around a chicken coop. "They have no right to move here." This has become the eternal derby declaration of Tottenham fans. However, the North London derby has become the hottest derby in the green football world because of a mystery. Then came the vote to decide which teams would be promoted or relegated. At this point, Tottenham clearly underestimated the influence of Arsenal chairman Sir Norris. Norris was knighted in 1917, and the following year he was elected to Parliament for encouraging young people in the region to serve the country, even at the expense of his own interests, allowing his two sons, as well as young people from Arsenal and Fulham football clubs, to join the war. His wealth and influence allowed him to make friends with many important people, and he was also very good at using these relationships to help him achieve his goals. The voting results shocked Tottenham fans who were completely in the dark. The FI Executive Committee voted 18-8, approving the result of Arsenal's promotion, Tottenham's relegation, and Chelsea's relegation. When the news of Tottenham's relegation came, the team's mascot, a green parrot given by the captain when they visited Argentina and returned home, immediately felt unwell and died a few days later. Since then, there has been an old saying in English football, sick as a parrot. Since then, Tottenham in the northeast and Arsenal in the southwest have become sworn enemies on the Seven Sisters Street in North London, which has become one of the most controversial events in the history of English football. This incident ignited the flames of hatred between the two clubs. After that, whenever the two teams met, there would always be particularly fierce sparks inside and outside the stadium, thus establishing the special status of the North London derby in English football. Since the advent of the Premier League, Arsenal's performance on the field has obviously surpassed Tottenham, but the latter has never lost its determination to continue fighting with its opponents. Even if it may not be able to defeat Arsenal on the field, Tottenham will attract people's attention to the North London derby in its own way. For example, the scene of tens of thousands of fans booing Traitor Campbell at White Hart Lane that year left a deep impression on the world. Moreover, the styles of Arsenal and Tottenham have been worlds apart from the beginning. The styles on the football field are also clearly divided. Tottenham emphasizes ground coordination, must play beautifully, winning or losing is not necessarily important, has a strong pursuit of aestheticism, and the players selected must be artists on the field. Attack and entertainment are the coaching rules of the legendary Nicholson in the heyday of Tottenham. Any Tottenham coach who violates the ancestral precepts, no matter whether he wins the championship or not, no matter how famous he is, will not end well at White Hart Lane. Graham once won 6 major championships for Arsenal and won a League Cup in 3 years at Tottenham. Santini brought Lyon to the top of French football and then led the French national team. Regardless of fame and ability, their playing style did not please the fans of White Hart Lane. Therefore, this team has many fans overseas. Bergkamp was a die-hard fan of Tottenham when he was a child. But in fact, Tottenham is essentially a flashy night style. It plays well, but it just can't win. In countless games, they have become losers when they have the upper hand. The famous player Hoddle is a typical example of a mess. Historically, Tottenham Hotspur has no shortage of world-class stars. In the 1950s, there was Ramsey, who later became the head coach of the national team. In the 1960s, there were Blanchflower and Greaves. In the 1970s, there were Mullery and Micto. In the 1980s, there were even more stars, including Hoddle, Waddle, Ardiles, Clemens, not to mention Lineker and the bad guy Gascoigne. With so many talents, they could only rely on 2 fuck-ups in the 1980s. Arsenal's style is the opposite in history. Their traditional gunner style has been carried forward, their will is extremely strong, and everything is aimed at winning or losing. The performance on the scene may not be beautiful, but it is absolutely practical. The iconic figure is the tough Scotsman George Graham. Graham attaches great importance to defense. The first thing he did when he took office was to rectify the defense. O'Leary was the backbone of Graham's defense, but Graham paid the most attention to a young man under the age of 20, and soon appointed this teenager as captain. This person is the greatest captain in Arsenal's history, Tony Adams. Graham established Arsenal's great 5 old men in defense tradition. His stubborn and tough 1-0 doctrine has always been reviled by hostile fans, and even Graham's style of Highbury is jokingly called a library. Library, because the game is boring, the fans on the scene are not interested, and the gunners overemphasize physical confrontation and are brave to the point of being rough, which is also criticized by critics. However, Graham's achievements are beyond reproach and Adams' leadership style is unparalleled. Therefore, although Arsenal in the 1970s has restored its status as a strong team in British football, it cannot win the support of more fans. Graham's Arsenal played as ugly as the German team, but they could win. During his 10 years in office, Arsenal and Tottenham played 24 games, Tottenham lost 12 games, 7 of which were at home. The number of trophies is even more different. The change in the styles of the two clubs is reflected in Wenger's arrival and Graham's coaching of Tottenham. Graham and Wenger are two completely opposite coaches. Graham wanted power to be concentrated in his hands, while Wenger was more of a liberal, giving players enough space to explore their potential. The two coaches also made different preparations for the players before the game. Graham's pre-match training lasted an hour, and he tried hard to cram all kinds of information into the players' heads, while Wenger's pre-match speech was always very short, and the players were always very relaxed before going on the court. Wenger rarely discussed with the players how to play the next opponent. He was more concerned about how his players could prepare for the game and express his football ideas on the court. The easiest way for a head coach to succeed is to buy players with superior strength, but this requires high transfer fees in terms of economy. When Wenger came to the UK, the competitive craze of the Premier League was still rising, and the transfer fees of players continued to rise. Wenger was also lucky in the team building. First, he took over the best and most stable defense line from his predecessor. Secondly, when he arrived in the UK, a whole group of French players with excellent skills were mature, and some of them were trained by him in Monaco. When Wenger first arrived in London, French coaches such as Hollier and Tigana had not yet landed in the UK, so even if Wenger's Arsenal did not have enough financial strength to bid for Zidane, he still had a huge talent selection base in the French football world. Wenger is also a shrewd club manager. Young players get his guidance and their level improves by leaps and bounds. When these players leave Arsenal, their value has increased greatly. Wenger sold Anelka for £23 million and only spent £500,000 when he bought him. It took the shortest time to change everything. Arsenal was once a tough, uncompromising but monotonous football team in history. Generation after generation of Gunners continued this football tradition, and players and spectators also accepted this football tradition. This is the basis of their survival. In the 1990s, Scotsman George Graham further strengthened the Gunners' traditional football style. It was a football style that Pelé would never play or praise. It was a football style that was completely opposite to artistic football. It might be more appropriate to describe it as mission football. In the mid-1990s, Arsenal had a brilliant record, but they were a team hated by the whole of Europe. Even Arsenal fans were desperate for this 1-0 team. However, after Wenger's first training, only 3 weeks later, Arsenal began to use ground-coordinated attack. This was probably the first time in history that the Gunners adopted the offensive method of continental European football. Wenger gradually changed everything about Arsenal, turning the fruits of his 25 years of experimentation and research in French football into new football knowledge that everyone in Arsenal could benefit from. He signed some new foreign players that Arsenal's opponents in the Premier League felt they could not resist, and asked these players to change positions and release more energy in the new positions. He changed the eating, drinking and sleeping habits of the old Arsenal players. He reformed the training procedures and brought a modern training base to the club. All of these improved Arsenal's competitive level on the field, and the boring Gunners became a team full of offensive passion. It took Wenger less than 2 years to bring Arsenal the double crown. In the following years, he deepened his reforms. Some of his innovations affected the operation of every club in the Premier League. In the summer of 2002, Wenger won the second double crown. 2 years later, he set a shocking record of a team winning the league championship with an unbeaten record from the beginning of the season. There is no doubt that Wenger is the person who has had the greatest impact on English football in the past decade. 2 years after Wenger came to England, Graham was selected by Tottenham, who were already under pressure from Arsenal. This proved to be a mistake. Graham's style at Arsenal was outdated, and what was worse was that he was not welcomed by the fans and the leader David Ginola. 3 years under his rule, Tottenham seemed to have returned to the Stone Age. It became extremely dull. After winning the first trophy in many years, the 1999 League Cup, Tottenham fans who could not stand the dull game angrily demanded that Graham and Lewis, the major shareholder who supported Graham, get out. Tottenham could not bear the pressure from the fans. They had to fire Graham. However, this dull Tottenham style was inherited by his successor, Hoddle, a legendary star in Tottenham's history. Hoddle had studied under Wenger for many years, but the football style he learned was contrary to Wenger's. This situation lasted for many years until Martin Jol, a Dutchman, of course, Everyone at White Hart Lane believed that the Dutch liked to attack, was promoted and resumed the offensive style of play. The first game was a derby with the arch-rival Arsenal, and this game became a permanent classic. Although the team was the loser, the score of 5-4 had completely conquered the men at White Hart Lane. Unfortunately, after spending a lot of money but failing to impact the Champions League for 2 consecutive seasons, Tottenham fans began to be dissatisfied again, but history always changes some seemingly unchangeable traditions. Today's Tottenham is no longer the club that can win applause as long as it plays beautifully, and White Hart Lane has no taste of immortality. This most extraordinary club has become mediocre in the inevitable process of becoming ordinary. The originally gorgeous Tottenham and the originally conservative Arsenal exchanged styles at almost the same time, but the luck did not change. Tottenham still fell, while Arsenal continued to be strong. Although Arsenal is strong and Tottenham has been a nightmare to Arsenal in recent years, and has not defeated its mortal enemy in 19 league games, the last victory was a 2-1 victory at White Hart Lane on November 7, 1999. However, the biggest attraction of the derby is that the 2 participating teams often fight hard without comparing their normal strength, and often produce a more dramatic effect. Thinking of this, Lee Yuxin's blood boiled. Derby, come on. Chapter 41 North London Derby 1 starts. At about 2 p.m. on Saturday, the bus of the Arsenal team arrived at White Hart Lane, the home of the mortal enemy in the league. Go back, Nye. We will tear you apart. Campbell, you Judas. Go to hell, Judas Campbell. Go back, you cowards. Baby Lee, this is not a milking room. As soon as they arrived at White Hart Lane, various insulting slogans were raised. Campbell's Arsenal jersey had been burned by radical Tottenham fans. The portraits of Lee Yuxin and some other players were made into various threatening symbols by Tottenham fans. Some fans even shaved threatening slogans on their heads and rushed to their Arsenal teammates. The huge clamor completely surrounded the Arsenal players. Along the way, Lee Yuxin heard no other sounds, only endless noisy insults and threats filled his head. Various sarcastic confetti were constantly thrown into the passage, and there were even some drinking bottles. This was something Lee Yuxin had never encountered before. Even the police were 4 or 5 times more than usual. It was difficult for ordinary people to imagine that the hatred between Tottenham and Arsenal would be so deep. Looking at these big men who wanted to tear him apart and howling in his ears, Lee Yuxin sneered, "I will make you shut up later." A small number of Arsenal fans did not huddle with the home fans like they usually did when they went to away games, but entered the stadium early. Arsenal's teammates had obviously experienced such battles for a long time. They looked at Tottenham fans with disdain, deliberately slowing down their pace, as if deliberately disgusting them. After entering the locker room, Wenger and Pires rushed to the pre-match press conference, and Pat led the players to adapt to the training. As soon as they entered the stadium, countless fingers were pointed at the Arsenal players, and the mocking boos were loud on the field. "Lee, do you feel it? White Hart Lane is a real battlefield. People here will never give us any applause. When we get the ball, we will definitely boo." Fabregas's excitement became stronger and stronger, and even Lee Yuxin could sense his fighting spirit. "Well, I'll make them shut up when the time comes," Lee Yuxin said disdainfully to the stands. At this time, he also realized the difference between playing for Arsenal against Tottenham. He felt his whole body boiling up, and there was a momentum rising in his heart. He wanted to trample this stadium completely under his feet and make those British guys shut up completely. The feeling of conquest lingered in his heart for a long time. "Monkey, go back to your hometown." A harsh voice rang in his ears. A Tottenham fan wearing a skull t-shirt rushed into the field and insulted Lee Yuxin wantonly, making insulting gestures. This harasser quickly aroused the response of Tottenham fans, who responded with warm applause to support the intruder. The security guards at the scene had already rushed over quickly, trying to stop him from rushing towards Lee Yuxin, but unfortunately this young man was not slow, and soon rushed in front of Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin sneered at this provocateur who kept spewing shit from his mouth, and saw that he rushed in front of him and wanted to push him, but had already pounced on Lee Yuxin's body. Lee Yuxin took a step forward, and before those useless security guards could, he used his black hand to hit the guy's abdomen with physical contact, and directly turned him into cooked shrimp, and then pushed him to the group of security guards who rushed over. Before the man made any move, he felt like his abdomen was hit by a heavy hammer, and he couldn't breathe. His body was stiff for a while, until he was pulled by the security guards. He vomited the food he had eaten today, and cried while holding his stomach, and tears flowed unconsciously. If he hadn't been driven by someone, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand up. The security guards saw the man's pale and bloodless face, looked at Li Yuxin with some fear, and hurriedly left here. This kind of thing was only this person who suffered a loss, and it was a solid loss. Li Yuxin heard louder boos from the stands. All Tottenham fans provoked Li Yuxin at the same time, and kept throwing fingers at him. Li Yuxin heard those insults, his face turned pale, and suddenly stretched out his hands, incredibly raised his middle finger, turned his body several times on the spot, and directly responded to the Tottenham fans. All the fans in the stands looked at Li Yuxin in disbelief as he made this gesture with a proud face. For a moment, their minds were blank. When have you seen a player provoking the home team fans during warm-up? For a moment, White Hart Lane was still, and everyone looked at Li Yuxin's gesture. Sesk, I have done it now. Li Yuxin looked at Fabregas's expression as if he had seen a ghost, and said proudly, then turned around twice before putting away his gesture. Nye, get out of here. I'm going to kill you, Li. You can't go back to Highbury. You cuckold, those bitches have sold you out. I'm going to punish you on behalf of God. The one who said this was a devout believer. Li Yuxin's action has aroused even greater noise, countless curses, and completely flooded White Hart Lane. Bottles, shoes, hats, hamburgers, coke, slogans and countless other miscellaneous items filled the field. 3 or 4 fans have already rushed to the field, but fortunately they were stopped by security. Li, you are really... Fabregas looked at Li Yuxin with a face full of sarcasm and disdain and silence. Li, you are really a man. Van Persie looked at Li Yuxin with admiration. He wanted to do this a long time ago, but he just didn't have the courage. Li, let's go in first. The situation has been getting more and more serious, and Pat has made a decision. He quickly found the security and led the players back to the locker room first. Women, don't run if you dare. Damn it, you will be abandoned by God. Amidst the insults, Li Yuxin left the stadium surrounded by a group of security guards and returned to the locker room first. Radical fans at the scene had already rushed to the locker room exit to insult, and some even secretly took out cigarettes to light them. Li Yuxin's provocation completely ignited the North London derby. All the media who received the news began to pour into White Hart Lane, waiting for the start of the game. At this time, they were most concerned about whether Li Yuxin could still play in the game. Li, you are awesome, I surrender to you. Eba looked at Li Yuxin with admiration. Yes, I feel my body is boiling now. Haha. Abu also echoed. It seems that Arsenal's teammates were not affected by the chaotic situation outside. In the game against Tottenham, sometimes the greater the anger, the more it can stimulate the player's desire to win. However, Bergkamp, Henry and others were watching them chatting and laughing. Although they did not agree with Li Yuxin's conflict with Tottenham fans at this time, they would not point it out at this time. They thought it would be better to talk to Li Yuxin after the game. When Wenger and others came back, the locker room was quiet. Everyone saw his unfriendly eyes. Seeing his livid face, Li Yuxin knew that he was in trouble. Wenger hurried back immediately after knowing that Li Yuxin provoked Tottenham fans during the warm-up. Now he hoped that the game would start immediately. At least the FA would not punish this game. Wenger saw the silence in the locker room and did not say much. He glanced at the players and said, "We must win this game. I don't want to see the team lose points. Chelsea is playing against a weak team this round. We can't let them get away. Li, Terry can't play in this game. You have a heavy task. Do you understand?" Wenger reminded Li Yuxin deliberately. He didn't want Li Yuxin to leave the field early because of his emotions. Li Yuxin nodded and said, "Coach, I will focus on the game." "Well, that's good. The others will play according to the tactics. Go ahead." Wenger patted Li Yuxin on the shoulder and asked the players to go out. The players of Arsenal and Tottenham were waiting for the game to start in the corridor. Perhaps affected by Li Yuxin's provocation just now, the players of both sides did not have any expression. They were all solemn and ignored each other. When their eyes met, they all showed fierceness. With the referee S. Bennett entering the field, the second North London derby of this season officially kicked off. Arsenal players, Lehmann Clichy, Campbell, Toure, Lauren Flamini, Pires, Fabregas, Ljungberg Van Persie, Lee Yuxin. Tottenham players, Robinson Kim, Stalteri, Lee Young Pio, Dawson Taneo, Yanez, Carrick, Liren Middo, Defo dear fans, we are bringing this game to you at White Hart Lane. Now let's take a look at the players. Our meaningless warrior Lee is the center forward, and his assistant is Robin. Sunk still went out with the team. With the referee's whistle, Tottenham kicked off immediately, but less than 5 seconds later, S. Bennett immediately stopped the game and walked in front of Lee Yuxin. Kick him off, kick him off. Lee, we will throw you into the Atlantic Ocean. As Lee Yuxin appeared in front of the camera, Tottenham fans cheered in unison like a volcano erupting. The huge sound waves drowned out the live broadcast sound. The resentment of more than 40,000 people suddenly covered the entire White Hart Lane Stadium. Everyone's eyes fell on Lee Yuxin, and the camera frequently scanned Lee Yuxin. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Countless fans held high banners that called for Lee Yuxin to be hanged. Wenger looked at the voiced threats of Tottenham fans and frowned. He regretted arranging Lee Yuxin to appear. After all, such a scene would leave a psychological shadow on anyone, and they might even be plotted against on the field. Lee, it seems that you have become their biggest public enemy. Van Persie looked at Lee Yuxin with some concern. What are you afraid of? Don't they know that I have won the swimming championship? Throw me into the Atlantic Ocean, huh? Lee Yuxin looked at the white fingers and oval marks with disdain. But he would not raise his finger again, because S. Bennett gave Lee Yuxin a yellow card as soon as the game started. The warning was self-evident, because of Lee Yuxin's provocation during the warm-up. Damn the fa, this is not in line with the rules of the game. Wenger was particularly annoyed when he saw the yellow card. He knew that S. Bennett must have received a signal from the FA before the game. Look, you bastards, I will definitely shut you up. After Lee Yuxin received a yellow card, his sharp eyes swept over Tottenham's goal. Tottenham's players began to launch a fierce offensive with the cheers of the home fans, and fought against Arsenal. Arsenal took the lead and used their own speed advantage to quickly get a chance on the right. Clichy cooperated with Pires and rushed to Tottenham's front court. With a glance, they saw Lee Yuxin and others quickly outflanking and quickly sent the ball into the penalty area. Clichy tried too hard, and Lee Yuxin made a desperate forward move, but Startery behind him pressed against Lee Yuxin's waist, preventing him from making any effort, and the ball flew over his head by a hair's breadth, and Van Persie behind him didn't get it either, and the ball flew directly past the front point. The Tottenham fans who had originally settled down suddenly saw a purple figure pounce on the ball like a tiger, shaking off Ley Long, and seeing that Robinson had not yet completely turned around, without any adjustment, he shot directly. Ledley King saved the team. He blocked the ball that Ljungberg was sure to score. Tottenham's commentators shouted excitedly, and Tottenham's fans escaped death, and gave a huge applause to Ledley King, who fell on the goal line. Ljungberg's volley was directly blocked by Ledley King outside the penalty area. Tottenham decisively launched a counterattack. The rhythm of both sides was very fast, and Tottenham's physical confrontation in the front court was obviously stronger than Arsenal. Arsenal's offensive was frequently hindered on the field, which forced Lee Yuxin and Van Persie to retreat and get the ball further back. In the 8th minute of the game, Flamini was intercepted on the field and directly tripped Carrick. The fans on the scene booed deafeningly, and S. Bennett took out the second yellow card of the game. The game went on very quickly. Arsenal was unable to gain an advantage on the field and had to force the two players in the front field to come back to get a ball. Van Persie had become a front midfielder and frequently took the ball and organized the play on the road, while Lee Yuxin rushed forward alone, using his speed and body to find opportunities. Unfortunately, Van Persie's rough defensive actions did not allow him to make good passes during this period, and he did not form an effective cooperation with Lee Yuxin. For a while, Arsenal fell into an offensive dilemma. Wenger frowned. At this time, he wanted to see Lee Yuxin, not Van Persie. Unfortunately, Lee Yuxin was too eager to score in this game, so he played closer to the goal. Wenger saw that the ball was once again destroyed by Ledley King and went out of the baseline. He immediately gestured to Lee Yuxin to take it back and let Van Persie rush forward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 North London Derby 2, Offence. Lee Yuxin won a corner kick for Arsenal, but unfortunately, Ljungberg's corner kick did not find his teammates and was cleared by Tottenham players. Lee Yuxin also noticed the change in Wenger's gestures and realized that he was too eager to score and did not cooperate well with his teammates. After Lee Yuxin realized that he played too impatiently, he immediately changed his running position, more often took the ball and broke through, and actively cooperated with Van Persie and others near the penalty area. Lee Yuxin's personal running position change soon paid off, and Arsenal's offense improved all of a sudden. Lee Yuxin and Van Persie's breakthroughs and reverse passes quickly messed up Tottenham's defense. Martin saw that Arsenal's offensive was very threatening all of a sudden, and quickly noticed Lee Yuxin's changes. Damn, this Lee's ability to read the game is terrible. He was thinking about countermeasures. In the 12th minute of the game, after Pires received a straight pass from Clichy on the wing, he immediately formed a cooperation with Fabregas outside the left penalty area, cut inside a few steps, and directly sent the ball to Fabregas' feet. Fabregas shook off Carrick and rushed directly into the penalty area. Seeing Yanis coming to block him, he quickly dribbled the ball to the outside. Suddenly, he pulled the ball and without any hesitation, he swung it with the outside of his foot, creating a small arc and knocked the ball from Yanis' side to the road, where Lee Yuxin and Van Persie had quickly outflanked him. Opportunity. Lee Yuxin was like darkness meeting a ray of light. After seeing Fabregas rush into the penalty area and then take it out, his mind understood and he was involved with Startery. Then he rushed forward and rushed directly in front of him. However, King and Startery were not slow. Under Startery's pulling, even if Lee Yuxin could catch the ball, King, who had taken the lead, would block Lee Yuxin's shooting angle and he would probably lose the chance to score. Lee Yuxin was pulled by Startery, and he was anxious. In a flash, he did not hesitate at all, and his body quickly bypassed Startery's back, and rushed out between the two defenders when Startery was unable to react. Startery was still pulling Lee Yuxin's clothes just now, and Lee Yuxin had already rushed out from behind him. He was stunned, and his neck turned around, only to see the high-profile number 90 intercepted the ball and was facing Robinson. After Lee Yuxin got the ball, without any adjustment, he pushed the ball with his left foot before Robinson could attack him quickly, and quickly passed under the armpit of the fallen Robinson and rushed into the far end of the goal. Go Lee, wonderful pass, beautiful outflanking. In the 12th minute of the game, Lee scored for us. We are leading at White Hart Lane, no team can resist our attack. Seng's triumphant voice immediately drowned out the boos at White Hart Lane. Lee Yuxin raised his hands to the sky, greeted his fans triumphantly, and glanced at the stands beside him with disdain. This is just the beginning. Conquer, he roared arrogantly at the stadium, like an angry dragon leaping high. He scored a goal in the North London derby, and Spurs go to hell. Damn, you are clowns, Lee. Yuxin's domineering roar made Spurs fans feel a shadow in their hearts, feeling very unhappy, and huge boos echoed in the field. Well done, Lee. Fabregas jumped high on Lee Yuxin and celebrated with his teammates at White Hart Lane. Wenger finally smiled on his frowning face and waved his arms, while Martin Joe leaned on the coaching bench in annoyance. In his imagination, his team should be the one to suppress the incomplete Arsenal. He immediately stood up and shouted at his players on the sidelines, "Attack, we want to score." He knew that if he lost the derby, he would definitely live under the curse of the fans for the whole season. At this moment, his only thought was to break Arsenal's goal. After Tottenham was scored by Arsenal, blood rushed to their hearts. With the cheers of the whole stadium, they launched a fierce attack. The two wingers quickly pressed forward, while the two extremely fast Mito and Defoe frequently interspersed in the back line to carry out the outflanking. Defoe broke into the penalty area. Go, oh, shit. After seeing Defoe miss the ball, the fans in the stadium sighed with their commentator. With a bang, Carrick's powerful shot from outside the penalty area hit the billboard again. Wenger saw that within just 7 or 8 minutes, Tottenham had created no less than 6 threatening attacks, which made him realize that one goal was not safe. This precarious defense line might make a mistake at any time. Damn it, it would be nice if we could score another goal. Wenger looked at the field with some expectation. In the 21st minute of the game, Carrick's pass was blocked by Toure and Tottenham won a corner kick opportunity. Carrick quickly kicked the corner kick, and the ball fell directly into the penalty area. Defoe and Campbell were fighting for the ball outside the small penalty area, and Campbell was blocked by the opponent's players when he jumped. Defoe quickly jumped up at the back point and completed a heavy first-level header. The ball flew directly to the far corner. Lehmann saw the ball and was unable to save it. The ball went through his fingertips and flew to the goal. "Oh, shit, I hate that number 4 Fabregas." Tottenham's commentator gritted his teeth and cursed at Fabregas. Cesc saved our goal. He headed the ball on the goal line. "What a cute boy." Cesc cheered happily. He thought the ball would fly directly into the goal, but Fabregas on the goal line actually jumped up and saved the sure goal. Tottenham fans covered their heads in annoyance. "Damn number 4, he's as annoying as that Lee. I swear I don't want to see news about him again." Tottenham fans stared at Fabregas angrily. However, their Tottenham players had no time to complain, because Arsenal had already used this opportunity to create a chance to score. Due to the large-scale pressure of Tottenham players, there were not many players in the backcourt. Lauren received a ball headed by Fabregas from the right side. Without any pause, he made a long pass to Lee Yuxin in the front court. Lee Yuxin and Van Persie saw the ball out of the penalty area and immediately realized that there was an opportunity for a fast break. They rushed to the front court. Sure enough, Lauren saw the two of them running and kicked them directly. When the Tottenham players saw Lee Yuxin and Lee Yongpyo in the front court, they immediately realized that something was wrong and hurried back, but it was too late. Lee Yuxin leaned against Lee Yongpyo 5 meters away from the penalty area, not giving the stick any chance. He steadily unloaded the ball, then used his body and speed to squeeze past him and directly broke through his defense. After Lee Yuxin passed Lee Yongpyo, he quickly cut into the penalty area and soon stopped dribbling because there was already a high-profile player in front of him, and the Tottenham players were quickly returning. Lee Yuxin saw Van Persie's raised arms on the road, and made a straight pass between Ledley King and Startree. The ball quickly passed between them and was sent directly to Van Persie on the road, forming a single shot. Van Persie comfortably intercepted the ball, saw Robinson rushing over, and without any hesitation, pushed with the arch of his left foot, and scored before Robinson. "Robin, you didn't let my pass go to waste. I'll treat you when I get back. Haha." Lee Yuxin rushed towards Van Persie with a knife. "Thank you, Lee." Van Persie gave Lee Yuxin a grateful hug and celebrated with his teammates. Wenger could finally sit in the coaching booth with a little peace of mind, while Martin crossed his arms and looked at the field with a sullen look. "Go Robin." Robin scored another goal for us. "We are 2-0 ahead at White Hart Lane." Ceng's excited voice was drowned out by the huge boos of Tottenham fans. "Offside, offside." Tottenham fans shouted offside. They already knew what this goal meant. They lost 2 goals in the first half, which was hard for them to accept. They started to boo and pointed out that Van Persie was offside at the moment Lee Yuxin passed the ball. But S. Bennett didn't make any statement. He just indicated in the circle that Arsenal's goal was valid because he himself didn't notice that Van Persie's body didn't pass Ledley King at the moment Lee Yuxin passed the ball, and the assistant referee's flag didn't point it out either. So he had no reason to call offside. Woo, damn black whistle. Tottenham fans were fed up and booed loudly to vent their dissatisfaction. But the game still had to go on. After Arsenal led 2-0, they immediately used their skills and the opponent's impatience to control the situation on the field, firmly controlled the rhythm on the field, and frequently used their fast and powerful counterattacks to force the Tottenham players not to press forward. After falling behind, the Tottenham players were eager to score goals and continued to use their bodies to frequently oppress the opponent. Their playing style became more and more rough and they kept committing fouls. Arsenal was afraid of everyone but Tottenham. They also launched a counterattack and played secretly. S. Bennett showed 4 yellow cards in succession before they controlled the situation. Just as the first half was about to end, Fabregas scored a free kick. Ling. The next 2 minutes of stoppage time ended. Arsenal led 3-0 in the first half and entered the second half. What did you do in the first half? This is White Hart Lane? White Hart Lane. I don't want to see the team concede any more goals in the second half. Ledley King, Startree, don't lose your position when defending. Yanez, Carrick, try to intercept on the field when defending, and at the same time press on the wing, try to control the ball at our feet. Lauren and Pires don't have enough physical strength, and they may lose their position and hide us. Martin angrily arranged the second half. Lee, you and Robin switch positions in the second half, and try to use your speed and Cesc's cooperation to control the road. Frey, Robert, they may attack on your 2 wing in the second half, so you should try to force them, and don't let their 2 defenders assist easily. Wenger emphasized the pressure defense in the front court. The game soon resumed. Lee Yuxin remembered Wenger's instructions and immediately let Van Persie advance to the front court, while he fell behind as the hub of the attack. After the adjustment on the field, Tottenham's tactics became clearer. They actively fought for the ball, used fast reverse balls, and broke through the back of Arsenal. Lee Yuxin actively cooperated with Fabregas, Pires, and Ljungberg on the road to create opportunities. Lee Yuxin's speed and skills began to show their power at this time. In the 58th minute of the game, Clichy made a long pass from the backcourt to the side where Ljungberg had already inserted. Ljungberg quickly pulled the ball and sent it to Lee Yuxin's feet under the pressure of Lee Rongzhou. After Lee Yuxin got the ball, he stepped on the ball, then flicked and dribbled, and cut into the penalty area under the defense of Yanez. He broke through with Yanez and saw someone pressing. Lee Yuxin did not hesitate at all. "Too slow," Lee Yuxin said softly, and then picked up the ball and quickly jumped over the rushing Starteri. Then his body jumped out like a falcon, and jumped out from Starteri like lightning. When Starteri heard Lee Yuxin's indifferent voice, he was about to turn around, but someone jumped out from behind and pulled him subconsciously. Lee Yuxin ignored Starteri's pull, and with a strong explosive force, he brought Starteri out, stumbling behind him, and the road ahead was clear. Tottenham fans saw Lee Yuxin break in so easily, and some of them booed loudly in anger, kick him off, don't let him dribble the ball." Lee Yuxin easily broke through the encirclement of Starteri and Yanez, and the Tottenham defense line was penetrated. After Lee Yuxin entered, Lee Rongzhou and Ledley King hurried over to fill in and block Lee Yuxin's forward route, but they forgot about Lee Yuxin's pass. After Lee Yuxin attracted the opponent's defense, his breakthrough route was blocked. Without any hesitation, he flicked the outside of his left foot and the ball quickly passed through the penalty area, where Fabregas had already retreated. Fabregas saw two players blocking Lee Yuxin, believing that Lee Yuxin could pass back, and immediately stepped back a few steps. Sure enough, Lee Yuxin saw his movement and immediately knocked the ball back. After Fabregas received the ball, he did not immediately break through with the ball. In a flash, he glanced and found that there was a bigger gap behind. Fabregas immediately realized that there was an opportunity there. He gently moved his heel and sent the ball to the back. The ball rolled past Carrick's eyes. Flamini saw Fabregas' small movement of turning his head and immediately followed him, inserting into the gap in the penalty area. Sure enough, when he arrived, the ball was just delivered. At this time, all the defenders of Tottenham were focused on Lee Yuxin and Fabregas, thinking that they might cooperate again. Only Carrick turned around and wanted to block, but it was too late. Flamini was ready, drew his bow and shot an arrow, swung his right foot, hit the ball hard, and shot it out. Robinson also noticed Flamini's insertion, and stretched his body to block his left position, but the ball was too tricky, passing through the crowd and hanging directly on the far corner. Goal, Flamini. Flamini played so beautifully. 3-0, 3-0. Our team is 3 goals ahead at White Hart Lane. Beautiful, beautiful. Sink held the microphone excitedly and shouted excitedly. There was nothing more exciting than slaughtering the opponent by a large score in a derby. Matthew, you played so well. All Arsenal teammates hugged each other excitedly. At this time, all Tottenham fans suddenly calmed down. There was still hope at 2-0, but at 3-0, they already felt a little desperate. Looking at the celebrating Arsenal fans, they felt extremely frustrated, and the Tottenham players were scored a goal, and the momentum of the field adjustment was suppressed again. 3 or 5 groups walked to their positions on the court, and the momentum was very low. We want to win, we will not fail. We are white roses, we sting all those who try to take away our beauty. Tottenham, go. Lee Rongzhou tackled Ljungberg after he broke through and was shown a yellow card. At the same time, Fabregas fouled Carrick and delayed his kick during a quick counterattack and was also shown a yellow card. Chapter 43. The Professor and Mendes. With Lee Yuxin's statement, the derby storm finally came to an end, and the media's attention fell on the Champions League. Arsenal was in the recognized weak group, Group B. The outside world generally believed that Arsenal could take advantage of the home advantage to win Prague and advance to the top 6 2 rounds in advance. The momentum of Arsenal this season has made all Arsenal fans very excited. They are eager for Wenger to bring the Big Year Cup back to Highbury in the last year of the game and put a perfect end to this stadium that carries all the honors of Arsenal. The tickets for the game against Braga have been pre-sold early. Wenger has said before the game that his team will definitely go all out to win this game, And for this he will send all the main players who can play. However, Wenger needs to meet someone before that is Li Wuxian's agent Mendes. As Wenger's position in Arsenal becomes more and more stable, and as Arsenal's performance gets better and better, Jerome Anderson's days of covering the sky with one hand are slowly coming to an end. Wenger's position is becoming more and more stable. Even David Dunn couldn't directly interfere with Wenger's transfer, let alone Jerome Anderson. Of course, in the current situation, Jerome Anderson is still the #1 agent in Arsenal. His influence in Arsenal is still the highest. But this time Mendes joined Arsenal, Li Yuxin believed that good things would happen. Mendes' strength is not very strong now, but with his ability, he is definitely a fierce dragon crossing the river. Jerome Anderson is even more powerful. In addition to Li Yuxin, who has begun to accumulate strength, several agent crocodiles have gathered in Arsenal, gathered in the small pond of Arsenal. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, let alone a small pond with so many dragons. Let's see what everyone can do. Jerome Anderson has big stars such as Henry and Vieira, and Mendes has Li Yuxin. In addition to the 3 of them, Arsenal also has a notorious agent. That is Ashley Cole's agent Jonathan Barnett was the agent who helped Bale transfer from Tottenham to Real Madrid 10 years later. Barnett is now quite famous, but not as famous as he was later. Although he has players like Crouch and Dyer under his command, they are not as good as Ashley Cole at present. Although he is weak, this buddy is definitely not to be underestimated. When Ashley Cole defected to Arsenal, in addition to Barnett and Ashley Cole coveting Chelsea's money, there was also a conflict between Barnett and Jerome Anderson. At the beginning, David Dunn promised Ashley Cole and Barnett that he would give Ashley Cole a weekly salary of £60,000 when renewing the contract. But when preparing to renew the contract, David Dunn denied it flatly and could only give £55,000 at most. Not only that, he did not fulfill his promise in commission. Barnett is a money grubber and a famous vampire agent in the English football world. Even if you give him more, he will not be satisfied, let alone not fulfilling the promise, so Barnett was furious. Henry and Vieira also renewed their contracts at the same time, enjoying the highest salary at Arsenal at the time, with a weekly salary of more than £80,000. Jerome Anderson made a lot of money every time he transferred to Arsenal, and he was able to get enough commission every time he renewed his contract. How could Barnett be satisfied with this? He was very unbalanced. Barnett thought that David Dunn had a complete falling out with David Dunn because he used his personal relationship with Jerome Anderson to suppress him. In addition, Zahavi and Barnett were once business partners, so Barnett cooperated with Zahavi and had the subsequent Colgate incident. It was fun for Li Yuxin to think about these agents together. Fight hard. For a club that he could not control, Li Yuxin hoped that this would happen the most. Only when they played more and more happily, Li Yuxin would benefit more and more. Haha. Li Yuxin laughed. Then he thought, Guinness, wait and see how Mendes fights Jerome Anderson. Jerome Anderson has been too comfortable with Arsenal in recent years. Although Jerome Anderson and Mendes are completely incomparable in terms of strength in Arsenal, if they really fight one day, Li Yuxin will never be optimistic about Jerome Anderson. It's not because Mendes is too good, but because Jerome Anderson is too bad. Although Jerome Anderson is a big agent with 30 years of experience in English football, he has been too leisurely in Arsenal in recent years. With the support of David Dunn, he can call the shots in Arsenal. With the Arsenal brand, he has no shortage of good players. However, agents outside have risen through constant struggle, but Jerome Anderson has been living a leisurely life for nearly 20 years. Jerome Anderson also had a bloody battle to get his position. But now Jerome Anderson has lived a comfortable life for 20 years, while Mendes has experienced a lot. Although he has only been an agent for more than 10 years, he has been fighting against heaven, earth and people since he started as a small pony of Figal. Mendes fought with big agents such as Figal, Ribeiro and Veiga, and finally unified the Portuguese football world. With the experience of fighting, Jerome Anderson, who has been comfortable for a long time, is definitely not Mendes' opponent. After dealing with Gecko's matter, Mendes came to London. In fact, Mendes is now staying in London for longer and longer. Like many agents, Mendes' current business is also moving to England. Because only the English football world is getting richer and richer. Hello, Mr. Jorge. Mendes has been in European football for so many years. He has been an agent for 10 years. Mendes basically knows all the famous coaches in European football, including Ferguson, Capello, Lippi, Bosk, Mourinho, Hiddink, and has met them face to face, talked with them, and even worked with them. But this is the first time he has met the famous Professor Wenger. If it weren't for the damn Jerome, Anderson Mendes should have known Wenger a long time ago. Mendes and Arsenal had no business dealings before, so Mendes and Wenger had never met face to face. Coach Wenger, I have heard of you for a long time. Mendes really has heard of Wenger for a long time. Even though it is different now, Mendes has become the #1 agent in European football. But Mendes' admiration for Wenger has not diminished much. So Mendes spoke to Wenger very sincerely. Mr. Jorge, I really have heard of you for a long time. Mark always told me that if I want good players, I should go to you. Wenger is very tall. Much taller than Mendes. Wenger deserves the title of professor and speaks in a gentle manner. It should be a little awkward for the two to meet, because there has always been a dirty relationship between Mendes and Arsenal. Even in the transfer market, Mendes has intercepted Arsenal's targets. But when Wenger and Mendes met, it seemed that nothing like this happened. Wenger smiled at the young Mendes. Coach Wenger, I really hope that my players can come to you for training. Without Jerome Anderson, Mendes doesn't think Arsenal is annoying. Of course, thinking of Jerome Anderson, Mendes is still very angry. Wenger is interested in the player resources in Mendes' hands, and Mendes is interested in Wenger's ability to train players. If Arsenal was not Wenger, Mendes would not cooperate with Arsenal at all. Arsenal's poor transfer fee, poor commission, and poor salary are completely inconsistent with the status of their club. Mendes was impressed by Wenger's ability to train players and hoped that his players would become famous in Arsenal and then go to other clubs with higher salaries. This time, it was arranged by Yuxin. Yuxin helped with everything from the time to the place. Mendes only wanted to meet Wenger himself and didn't want to alarm other people in Arsenal. So he could only ask Yuxin to quietly make an appointment with Wenger. If it were an ordinary person, Wenger would certainly not care, but Mendes now monopolizes Portuguese players and has already extended his hands to places like South America and Africa. Of course, if it were just that, Wenger would not be in a hurry. Because Mendes is not a person, but has gradually become a whole. Many agents have cooperated with Mendes to become a benefit group. Mendes currently has a cooperative relationship with many agents in European football and has gradually become a huge agent benefit group. These agents have united to get more than 1 or 2 players. At present, Mendes and his partners are estimated to have monopolized nearly 30% of the player resources in the mainstream leagues of European football. With such a strong strength, many giants need to be cautious. Wenger doesn't want to go against Mendes. Of course, Wenger has always been dissatisfied with Jerome Anderson's arbitrary behavior in Arsenal. Wenger and David Dunn have a good relationship. They are also neighbors, so they often visit each other. Wenger is not a saint, and he also knows the unspoken rules of football. David Dunn uses Jerome Anderson to make money in disguise, and Wenger will not be jealous of this. But Jerome Anderson is too domineering in Arsenal, especially in the transfer market, which even affects Wenger's steps to transform the team. This makes Wenger very dissatisfied, so Wenger hopes that more agents can enter Arsenal and suppress Jerome Anderson's arrogance. Coach Wenger, the player I recommended to you is correct, right? How about Lee? He is excellent. Wenger nodded. Although Wenger and Mendes have no contact, the two have had a lot of contact in various aspects. In particular, Mendes and Wenger's close friend Troussier have worked together, and they have a very good personal relationship. With them as a bridge, there is no problem for Mendes and Wenger to cooperate. Coach Wenger, let's be frank. I have more than 1 or 2 good players, and I am willing to cooperate with Arsenal in all aspects. I admire Coach Wenger's coaching ability. But I have concerns, and they are not ordinary concerns. I understand. Wenger smiled slightly, and when he smiled, as many people said, he looked like Mr. Bean. Wenger understood what Mendes meant. Everyone in European football knew the conflict between Mendes and Jerome Anderson. Wenger understood it even more clearly. Mr. Jorge. I am the head coach at Arsenal. As mentioned before, a few years ago, Wenger had no right to be so confident. At that time, the bigwigs of Arsenal were all Jerome Anderson's players, from Adams and other bigwigs in the Graham era to Henry, Bergkamp, Vieira and other emerging leaders. When Jerome Anderson was at his best, Arsenal's main players were basically his players. When Wenger just took over Arsenal, it was the time when Jerome Anderson was the most arrogant. Even at the beginning of the 21st century, Jerome Anderson was still one of the overlords behind Arsenal. Because of the support of David Dunn, Jerome Anderson's influence in the transfer market was too great. If Ferguson of Manchester United wanted a certain player, who dared to obstruct the negotiators? But when Wenger wanted a player at Arsenal, Jerome Anderson dared to plunder the players who were wanted by Wenger. As for the players who were unwilling to be robbed by Jerome Anderson, even if that person was the player Wenger wanted, Jerome Anderson would have a way to ruin the transfer. In addition to being arrogant in the transfer market, Jerome Anderson was even more arrogant in other aspects. That is, Jerome Anderson dug all the players who came to Arsenal under his own banner. This is a very bad habit, because Jerome Anderson went too far. Like Henry's agent, Bergkamp's agent, and Vieira's agent, they were all famous in European football. But they were all kicked out by Jerome Anderson, and then the players were all snatched into his hands. This is something that discredits the club. After all, which agent is willing to send his players to Arsenal and then become someone else's players? That would be like making wedding clothes for others. Therefore, since the incidents of Bergkamp, Henry, and Vieira, it has not been so easy for Arsenal to buy good players. After all, which agent would do such a loss-making business? Such things have caused Arsenal a lot of problems in the transfer market. For example, Cristiano Ronaldo's transfer to Arsenal was not successful in history, except that Manchester United offered a high price and Queiroz was the matchmaker. It was also related to Mendes's concern about Jerome Anderson, the rogue agent. At that time, Wenger had just arrived at Arsenal and was questioned by Arsenal fans and the English football world. He was not confident. In addition, for the sake of David Dunn's face and the stability of the club, he did not dare to oppose and could not directly clash with Jerome Anderson. But now it is different. Wenger has achieved enough results, and Arsenal has enough power to compete with Jerome Anderson. Wenger now has 100% support from the club's board of directors. Even David Dunn cannot shake Wenger's position in Arsenal at present. Therefore, Wenger does not want Arsenal's transfer to continue to be interfered with. Wenger is ready to take over the transfer power. Coach Wenger, I like working with you. Looking at Wenger's attitude, Mendes knew that Wenger was now trying to take back the rights in the transfer market. As long as Wenger made a move, considering Wenger's current status in Arsenal, even the Arsenal executives could not say no. Jerome Anderson has been so arrogant in Arsenal for so long. Not only did he offend many big agents, but even Arsenal's head coach Wenger was angry. This is a good opportunity to enter Arsenal and slowly squeeze out Jerome Anderson. Although Jerome Anderson is still very strong now, Wenger is stronger, has a higher prestige, and gradually has the final say in Arsenal's first team. How could a coach like Wenger allow agents to dictate to his team? Mendes believed that there must be something dirty between Wenger and Jerome Anderson. That's why Wenger sent such a subtext to Mendes. Since Arsenal had Jerome Anderson, the royal agent, no agent who could compete with Jerome Anderson has appeared in Arsenal over the years. Even after David Dunn left Arsenal, Jerome Anderson was still strong in Arsenal for several years. It was not until Alexander Song left that Jerome Anderson's reign in Arsenal was completely ended. And now Jerome Anderson's reign in Arsenal is about turned ahead of schedule. Chapter 44 Rumors and Counterattacks. After being rejected by Lee Yuxin in a series of ways, Mouradi knew that he could not convince Lee Yuxin now, but he did not give up. Although he admired and valued Lee Yuxin's words in his heart, he thought that this was just some ambition and persistence of a newcomer who had just debuted, and every great player would have his own beliefs, but time would slowly change his ideas. Mouradi was not upset by Lee Yuxin's rejection, but talked to Lee Yuxin about other topics. He was very curious about Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin also asked him for some business experience. Finally, Mouradi invited himself to visit Milan in the future, and Lee Yuxin said goodbye to Yang Gang. Mouradi looked at Lee Yuxin disappearing in front of him with some regret, and said to himself, Lee, I will not give up on you. I think our team also needs a player with faith like you. Lee Yuxin accompanied Yang Gang to watch the movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith that she had always wanted to find a man to watch with her. Lee Yuxin drove away with Yang Gang with a look of spring in his eyes. Brother, why don't you go to Milan? It's obvious that Mr. Mouradi is very sincere. To be honest, Yang Gang was moved for Lee Yuxin after hearing that Mouradi offered him an annual salary of 4.5 million euros. Even in the Premier League, few players can reach this figure, and the value of top superstars is almost the same. He, sister, Do you think I am worth 4.5 million euros in the eyes of outsiders? Once I really go to Inter Milan, I'm afraid everyone will laugh at me. Besides, this is what I want. My dream has not yet come true. Lee Yuxin gently stroked her hair and asked with deep eyes. He knew the current situation very well. Even if the gun hits the bird that sticks out, this sentence works everywhere. Well, yes, the media and the outside world are the most terrible, and I don't want you to go either. Yang Guiyang was relieved after knowing Lee Yuxin's intentions. She was also afraid that Lee Yuxin would really go to Italy. At that time, she would be so lonely and couldn't bully her brother. I really didn't know what to do. But to be honest, 4.5 million euros, it hurts to think about it. Yang Guiyang, I refused because I couldn't bear to part with you. You have to compensate me well. Lee Yuxin looked at Yang Guiyang with a smirk. Huh? Who are you kidding? Yang Guiyang glared at him with her watery eyes, but she was a little happier in her heart. However, Lee Yuxin didn't notice that Morati's leaving the hotel was captured by British reporters as soon as he and Yang Guiyang left. A new round of transfer storm has arrived ahead of schedule. As the winter transfer is approaching, various clubs have begun to make preparations. The Arsenal club's office has been trampled through, and Dunn has been receiving calls from wealthy clubs around the world. Arthur, how about this purchase request? President Florentino suggested that he also intends to add another 6 million euros. Wenger took Dunn's information, took a quick look, and frowned. It is true that Real Madrid seems to be determined to win Lee Yuxin this time. The old man has offered a sky-high price of Cassano and Baptista plus 6 million euros, and the total value has exceeded 30 million euros at least. But for Wenger, these did not move him at all, because he knew very well that the core of his future team building would be Lee Yuxin and Fabregas. They are his future Ronaldo and Zidane, and the team's current performance is very good. All this is inseparable from Lee Yuxin's help. He will not give up Lee Yuxin at this time. Moreover, Lee Yuxin is less than 18 years old. For Wenger, who prefers young talents, Lee Yuxin may be the most important player in Wenger's heart. David, you should know what I'm thinking. It's impossible for me to let Lee go in the winter. Why did you give me this information? Wenger frowned and looked at his old partner. Arthur, there's no way. I'm under a lot of pressure now. More and more clubs have begun to highly. To be honest, this information is Real Madrid's offer from 7 days ago. Some people on the board of directors are already tempted. What's more frightening is that Moratti has already offered 30 million euros to take Lee. You know, our liquidated damages with Lee are only 55 million euros. Last time he offered us 20 million. Someone on the board of directors has agreed to trade Lee. Impossible, this is impossible. David, who agreed to it? Where is Chairman Hill? David, I don't want to see Lee leave here, you know my attitude. Wenger looked at Dunn with a frown when he heard this, and his voice suddenly rose. Wenger knew that Lee Yuxin had become an indispensable core of the team. Once Lee Yuxin was lost, it was hard for Wenger to imagine what difficulties would be encountered in the next few seasons. This season, Lee Yuxin and Henry were almost the only ones who destroyed the city for Arsenal in the front court. Once this sharp attacking blade was lost, Arsenal might fall into a situation where they could not attack for a long time. He could not imagine what would happen to his team in such a situation, not to mention that Henry and others were injured from time to time. Arthur, I'm just asking, you don't have to be so angry. David, can I come in? An old voice came from outside the door, and a thin old man stepped in. It was Arsenal's Chairman Hill Wood, the old man with the nickname Arsenal Chairman. Wenger and Dunn saw Hillwood coming in, and they quickly stopped talking and welcomed Hillwood in. Arthur, can you tell me what you think about Lee? I know I shouldn't interfere with your players, but the board is already interested, I hope you understand. Hillwood knew Wenger's personality very well. When it comes to players, Wenger never allows others to interfere at will, and as his status has risen over the years, the club has had to make some compromises in this regard. Chairman, you should understand that I will not agree to use Lee in exchange for funds. He is in my future plans. He is my choice for captain. We need a new logo at the new stadium. I will never allow anyone to remove this logo unless I can't control the team. Wenger did not retreat at all because of Hillwood's identity. Arthur, you. But Mr. Moratti has already offered 30 million euros. You can use part of this money to buy the players you want. Hillwood had to persuade him that the money was enough to repay part of the bank loan. Chairman, you should know that there is no player who can replace Lee. Now all the clubs are eager to have him. If we sell him out now, we will definitely become a joke to others. Moreover, he is only 17 years old. His value is far from being reached. Do you think that a gem ore is more valuable or a processed jewelry is more valuable? Moreover, our fans and the team need him more. So I think, Mr. Chairman, please think about it again. I still say that unless I can't control the team, I will not let Lee leave. I have to go to prepare for the game with Sunderland. Sorry. Wenger left Dunn's office with a cold face. Looking at Wenger's back as he left, Hillwood and Dunn looked at each other helplessly. Real Madrid is now staring at Wenger and can't let Lee leave, but Keith's pressure is too great, and the club is really running out of money. After talking to Dunn and Hillwood, Wenger's old face wrinkled even more tightly, and his poker face was no longer smiling. But when he got up the next day, he was more angry and worried. Lee secretly meets Moratti. Arsenal's genius will come to Misa. This was the first news that the Sun broke the next day, and it was accompanied by photos of Lee Yuxin and Moratti leaving the hotel one after the other, which made people more speculative. At the same time, the Italian media Gazzetta dello Sport also broke the news that Moratti had arrived in the UK and was preparing to bring a Christmas gift to Inter Milan fans. The Daily Mail, the Mirror, the BBC and other media also reported that the directors of the Arsenal club were ready to use Lee Yuxin to cash out in order to repay the loan. Even the Times reported Moratti's astonishing transfer fee of €30 million. The prelude to the winter transfer was opened in advance, and many players from various clubs have been involved in the whirlpool of winter transfer rumors. But now Wenger has no mind to care about other things. He immediately called Lee Yuxin. "Lee, are you up?" Lee Yuxin had already known the reports about him after being reminded by Yang Gang. Now most people in the outside world are speculating where Lee Yuxin will go in the winter. The most likely place is Inter Milan, where the chairman will go personally. "Well, coach, I'm sorry, but I absolutely have no intention of leaving Arsenal. I have clearly rejected Chairman Moratti. I will not leave Arsenal, coach." As soon as Lee Yuxin received the call, he understood Wenger's meaning and immediately promised that he would at least comfort the old man first. Wenger was disappointed and happy when he heard Lee Yuxin say this. He was disappointed that Lee Yuxin contacted Moratti, but he was happy that Lee Yuxin told the truth, which showed that Lee Yuxin really had no intention of leaving the club. Wenger was relieved and his face was a little more relaxed. He could sit on the sofa and said, "Lee, I don't blame you for this, but I want you to go to the press conference with me today to clarify this matter." "Well, I was planning to do so. See you later." "See you later, bye Jorge. Have you rested? Then help me issue a statement saying that I will not leave Arsenal." The news from the outside world is nonsense. Before Lee Yuxin rushed to Highbury, he called Mendes, who had not returned yet. "Okay, Lee, I will be back soon." The beautiful and moving Mendes answered Lee Yuxin's words with a little tiredness in her soft eyes. She rubbed her temples with her hands. At this time, she could not handle things well when she returned to Portugal. When Lee Yuxin arrived at Highbury, she found that there were many reporters outside. Seeing Lee Yuxin's arrival, they rushed forward frantically. Fortunately, Thompson had already rushed to meet up with his interview team before. "Lee, what did you talk about with Chairman Moratti, and what conditions did he offer you? Lee, when will you report to Inter Milan? Lee, how much is your annual salary at Inter Milan? Did you leave Arsenal for money?" As soon as Lee Yuxin got out of the car, he was surrounded by crazy reporters. With a sullen face, Lee Yuxin entered the Highbury Stadium surrounded by security guards without answering a word. Among them, Arsenal fans saw Lee Yuxin coming and shouted, "Lee, Lee! This is your home. Lee, Lee! We need you. Lee, Lee! Tell Moratti to go back to Italy." Countless fans held up Lee Yuxin's jersey and image, and shouted slogans to welcome Lee Yuxin's arrival. They felt panic when they saw the newspaper published by The Sun in the morning, and immediately rushed to Highbury to support Lee Yuxin and show their support for Lee Yuxin, just to keep their own Lee. They didn't want to see Lee Yuxin appear on TV wearing someone else's jersey. In the past 3 months, Lee Yuxin's performance has completely conquered them. Lee Yuxin was very happy to see so many fans supporting him, and waved to the fans who supported him. Although he rejected Moratti's invitation, Lee Yuxin felt it was worth it to see this scene. Although he didn't know whether they would always support him like this, he could use his performance to keep this shouting for a longer time. "Lee, you're here. You'll have to cheer for me later." but I'm really upset not to see you on the field." Van Persie, who was packing his things, saw Lee Yuxin come in, but didn't ask anything. He put his arm around Lee Yuxin's shoulder and sighed for him. "Lee, let's go drink after the game." Fabregas patted Lee Yuxin's shoulder firmly. "Lee, you're late. You'll have to treat us later," Henry also said with a serious look on his face. But Lee, don't take all our girls tonight." Several black-faced men also joked. "Heh. Okay, of course, it's none of my business if others like me, he." As soon as Lee Yuxin entered the locker room, his teammates came up to greet him, using this way to express their trust in him. "Damn it, how about you come and pay for us after we finish drinking, Lee, or you can book a bar for us directly, and the girls there are all ours." "Wow. Not bad. That makes sense. You are too cruel, too heartless. But I think we should beat Lee's face into a pig's head later, and then we go, so we won't be too heartless," Van Persie suggested to add insult to injury. "Get out of here, you won't get a share of the drinks later." Lee Yuxin saw Van Persie's winking look, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. Heady Arsenal players laughed when they saw Lee Yuxin gritting his teeth. Wenger heard the laughter in the locker room, came in and saw his disciples talking and laughing harmoniously, and he was relieved immediately. He was really afraid that the rumor of Lee's transfer might affect the relationship between Lee and his teammates, which would be bad. Moreover, Lee was a newcomer with excellent performance. Any player has a resistance to newcomers in his heart. Once it is shown, it will not be easy to restore the original relationship. "Okay, hurry up and get ready for the game. Pat, you take the players to the stadium to adapt first. Lee, follow me." Wenger clapped his hands. Lee Yuxin greeted his players and followed Wenger. "Lee, wait, don't admit that you have met Moratti, otherwise it will be hard to explain. Just say that you didn't know Moratti had been to the UK and had no contact with you," Wenger carefully instructed. He knew very well that once those crazy British reporters knew that Lee Yuxin had contacted Moratti, they would bite like mad dogs biting their prey and would not let go. Just like knowing that Barcelona had applied for Henry's purchase, they would pester him non-stop. "Yes, I know." Lee Yuxin nodded. "Lee, are you really going to Inter Milan? Lee, what do you think of Mr. Moratti? Lee, there's news that Inter Milan has started preparing your jersey. Is it true? Lee, what is the reason for you to leave Arsenal?" With the arrival of Wenger and Lee Yuxin, those reporters were like sharks that saw blood, and they handed the microphones to Lee Yuxin one after another. Lee Yuxin saw all kinds of tricky questions from the reporters below, but he was not nervous as those reporters imagined, but looked at the crowd with a calm smile. Thompson, who was standing quietly by the side, understood this best. Every time his question trap was avoided by Lee Yuxin, which made him very angry. Thompson gently tied his hair and looked at his colleagues with a faint smile. "There's a good show to watch." Sure enough, Lee Yuxin had already started acting. "Ladies and gentlemen, don't be anxious, don't be anxious, I will answer your questions one by one." Lee Yuxin held the microphone and coughed dryly. "Actually, I didn't come here to explain anything this time, but I have some questions to ask you." "Where did you come up with the above questions?" "I don't know where you saw me with Mr. Moratti. You know, I have never seen him in person. As for what you said about me leaving Arsenal, that is even more impossible. As for why, you will see it later. Moreover, Arsenal is my home, the place I have dreamed of since I was a child. How did you come up with this view? And you said that Moratti came to the UK, but I haven't seen any of you get an interview about him. In fact, I am also very curious about why he came to the UK, but unfortunately I have never met him. If you can see him in the UK in the future, please remember to ask him for me to satisfy my curiosity. Who of you can help me answer the above questions? But, Lee, we once saw you two separately in the Italian hotel in London. Did he go to meet you? Oh, really? It's a pity. I haven't seen him, nor have I heard of him. There are so many people going there every day, and not everyone necessarily meets. Maybe he did appear there, but that only shows that the hotel service there is good. Do you think that people with similar professions can only do business together if they occasionally appear in the same place, sir? Speculation is not the real value of news." Lee Yuxin continued to fool the Sun reporter and used the last sentence to kill them. Seeing them speechless, he was very happy. "Lee, cheating is not a gentleman's behavior." Thompson couldn't bear to see Lee Yuxin looking at his colleagues embarrassing himself with a smug look on his face, and couldn't help but habitually retorted to Li Yuxin. Well, in this case, I think I meet one of the conditions of a gentleman, and I will do my best to be a gentleman. Li Yuxin did not directly answer whether she was cheating or not, but just looked at Thompson's answer shamelessly, with a graceful arc on the corner of her mouth, and looked at her meaningfully. Annoying reporter. Finally, after half an hour of bombardment, Li Yuxin finally dealt with a crisis. Wenger and Sunderland's head coach also had the opportunity to introduce their starting players. It was a pity that Li Yuxin was suspended for this game. The reporters watched Li Yuxin and Wenger leave the pre-match press conference together, and they were so angry that their teeth itched. Li Yuxin's speech just now did not give them any room to die. There was no way they did not have any fatal evidence. At the same time, Arsenal also refuted the rumor on the official website, and Li Yuxin also made a statement at the first time. The game between Arsenal and Sunderland also started. Sorry, it's late today. Chapter 45, a half day of leisure in life. 1. Arsenal played against Sunderland at home, and won 4-2 with Henry scoring twice, Robin van Persie and Clichy scoring. After the game, Li Yuxin ran away and advanced to avoid being dragged to a nightclub. I don't know why, but after Li Yuxin got up, he didn't have the joy of sleeping until he woke up naturally. He was listless, as if his heart was empty and something was missing, making him unhappy. Wenger gave him a holiday because of the 3-match suspension. He originally wanted to prepare something for himself for lunch, but when he walked to the kitchen, he was in no mood at all. He sighed impatiently, turned around and walked to the closet, took out the down jacket, put it on himself, opened the door and went out. A chill came in from the gap in the coat. It was only slightly cold, and was soon melted by the heat of the body and the heat of the down jacket, but Li Yuxin couldn't help but put his hands to his mouth and exhaled a puff of white smoke. He lived in a 2.5-story villa not far from the Carney base. He walked out of the courtyard and came to the main road. The snow on the road was very thick, and it creaked when he stepped on it. If he was in a good mood, it should be quite enjoyable. But at this moment, Li Yuxin was very tired of the difficult snow. It was particularly difficult to walk. On rainy days, there were few pedestrians on the road. On both sides of the road, there were cars wrapped tightly in snow, like a series of snow houses. Ah! Be careful. Just as Li Yuxin passed a field, he heard a football covered with white snow flying over the snow-covered grass in the distance. A group of children in the snow were shouting at him. Li Yuxin looked at who was coming. The ball is coming. Although he was wearing heavy clothes and snow boots on his feet, he still stopped the ball easily. He was very calm and relaxed. He stopped in front of his chest and stepped on the ball. Ah, it's brother Li Yuxin. Someone recognized Li Yuxin. When the group of kids around 10 years old heard that it was Li Yuxin, they immediately ran out from the snow and surrounded him. Haha, brother Li Yuxin, your stop just now is so beautiful, can you teach me? The kid in the lead came up with a smile and looked at Li Yuxin with expectation. Li Yuxin felt that the kid looked very familiar. You are not the one from the youth team. He couldn't remember the name for a moment. Since Feng Shuo took charge of the youth team, he would arrange for the youth team to practice with the Yuxin team every once in a while, so that the young players of the youth team would have the opportunity to consult with the famous stars of the Yuxin team and learn something from them, which would be of great benefit to the future growth of the young players. Yes, my name is Zhang Hang. I came from the summer school and now I am training in U15. I have had 3 opportunities to practice with you. I am so glad that you still remember me. Zhang Hang said with a smile. After hearing this, Li Yuxin laughed immediately. I remember, you are the captain of the U15, the Mavericks. As soon as these words came out, everyone around him laughed. Zhang Hang scratched the back of his head awkwardly and smiled foolishly, because his nickname was indeed the Mavericks, and he was also the captain of the U15, but he was only 14 years old. The captain of the special training team is fought for by performance. Although Zhang Hang is only 14 years old, he has shown strong strength. After coming to Arsenal, he has been praised by Feng Shuo many times. My name is Zhao Zhao, do you still remember me? The boy who looked a little thin next to him hurriedly came forward. Although the players he admired most were Buffon and Larsen, he still hoped that Li Yuxin would look at him with new eyes. Who knew that Li Yuxin thought about it and shook his head? I'm sorry. Everyone laughed again, and among them was a little kid who couldn't stop laughing. Hey, Tong, what are you laughing at? I definitely don't know you. After saying that, Zhao Zhao turned to Li Yuxin and said with a face full of respect, "Right, brother Li Yuxin, you must not have heard of this little brat, Cheng Tong." After saying that, he also laughed and scolded with a look of sarcasm on his face. "In our China, what we lack the least is people with the surname Cheng." The kid named Cheng Tong didn't dare to be insulted, and immediately retorted, and the two of them immediately started arguing. "Okay, you two." Zhang Hang immediately stood up and shouted to stop. "Don't underestimate this kid, he is young, but he has a style and bearing that can control people." After being shouted by Zhang Hang, Cheng Tong and Zhao Zhao stopped talking immediately. "Brother Li Yuxin, can you give us some advice?" Zhang Hang asked expectantly. Li Yuxin looked around and saw pairs of eyes full of expectation, which made him feel a sense of damp warmth in this snowy environment. It also made him understand why these little ghosts wore so little, because there was a hot flame burning in their hearts. Of course. Li Yuxin agreed with a smile. The children cheered and then rushed into the snow court. Li Yuxin simply took off his down jacket and rushed into the snow court to play with the children. These young players came from all over the country after Feng Shuo took over the youth training camp. Today, the London Youth Training Camp has not only improved the ball network, but also greatly improved the strength of young players. In addition, the team vigorously promotes technical youth training. Therefore, the skills of each player are very good. Although they cannot be compared with Li Yuxin due to age and other factors, they can still play together. After playing for more than an hour, a group of people came to the iron chair next to the snow court panting. Although these boys are young, they play very crazy and have good physical fitness. "Brother Li Yuxin, you play really well, especially your skills in passing." Zhang Hang praised with a smile. Usually, Zhang Hang may not score a goal with a few shots. But today, almost one shot and one goal. "It's all because your pass is too accurate, Zhao Zhao can't defend it at all." Zhao Zhao next to him was not happy to hear this and retorted, "Don't you say that your passing is too bad." Li Yuxin was amused by their singing in unison. Playing football with this group of kids made his mood much better. "By the way, why are you playing here?" Li Yuxin suddenly thought of this question. "It's snowing, and the snow is very thick on the field of the youth training camp. We can't train, so we all stopped training. In a few days, we will all go home to prepare for Christmas." Zhang Hang replied. When Christmas was mentioned, the group of kids suddenly revealed their longing for home. Each of them came to London with a dream of playing football. But in their hearts, their home is their final destination. Home, Li Yuxin pondered, played with the children for a while, and then went home. Yang Guiyang had already returned. When he saw Li Yuxin coming back, he gave Li Yuxin a cup of hot milk. "Brother, let's eat." This is the German food they ordered. Li Yuxin was not disappointed with the food, but that was just the beginning. The cold dishes were fish jelly and garlic roasted pork tenderloin with an egg salad. The first dish was a thick soup, which looked like chicken soup, but Yang Guiyang said it was wild duck soup. The second dish was meat patties and schnitzel, and the third dish was sausage with stewed cabbage. The dessert was cookies, which tasted good. At the end, they drank a cup of terribly bitter black coffee. After dinner, Li Yuxin and Yang Guiyang went out to play together. When they came to the park, the snow had been cleared and some people were playing football. Li Yuxin also went up. Suddenly, the two little boys recognized Li Yuxin. Gary, I played football with Li, it was great." Theo, who was sitting in the back, finally woke up from the shock just now and shouted excitedly. Okay, Theo, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. Hey, Li, my name is Gary. Bale, this little boy is Theo. Walcott, he is your crazy fan, and so am I." When Li Yuxin heard their words, he slammed the accelerator in surprise and stopped the ball. He turned around in shock and looked at the two guys who were kicked in a tragic way in disbelief. They really look a bit like each other, but now he looks like a child, much more childish than Li Yuxin of the same age. They were famous fast horses later, especially Bale. "Is it you?" Walcott opened his eyes wide when he heard Li Yuxin's tone and said, "Li, have you heard of us too?" "Haha, Gary, I said we are very famous, you don't believe it, Li knows us. By the way, Li, we are all Arsenal fans and will go to Arsenal in the future, then you are our predecessor, boss, you have to help us, we were beaten because of my sister-in-law." Walcott was still quite cheerful, and he got close to Li Yuxin in a familiar way. He winked at Thompson who was looking at Li Yuxin in a daze. Fortunately, Lee Yuxin had also seen many big-name stars, so he didn't lose his composure. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard Walcott's words. He didn't expect that one day he could become the boss of these two monsters. It was really unexpected. However, seeing Bale's somewhat depressed expression, it was not long before Walcott was originally scheduled to arrive at Arsenal. Obviously, they also knew that Arsenal was observing him, and the thin Bale at this time obviously had no confidence. Lee Yuxin smiled and said, "Haha, then I'll wait for you at Arsenal." "What's wrong with Gary? Don't you have confidence? Theo is even slower than you. As long as you play to your level, you will definitely come to Arsenal if you have the confidence." "No, just..." Bale didn't expect Lee Yuxin to know his thoughts, and was stunned. "Yes, Gary, we said that we would become a world-class superstar in Arsenal, you forgot." "No, I didn't forget, thank you, Lee." "That's good, I'm looking forward to winning glory for Arsenal with you. I believe we will meet again in Arsenal." "Haha, Theo and I will definitely go, but Lee, you have to teach us more." "Sure." It turns out that they were also here to have fun on holiday. Bale, Lee Yuxin thought about his information. At the age of 15, he was hailed as a rare talent in Wales. At the age of 18, Bale made Tottenham Hotspur Football Club pay €14.7 million to bring him to White Hart Lane. From then on, this tall left-back began his career in the Premier League. Bale is fast and has a quick pace. He has unlimited physical strength, a flexible body, excellent ball control skills and free kicks. He can shoot from long range, pass the ball, and when he breaks through, the opponent is almost unstoppable. He has gradually become the most terrifying guy on the left side of the Premier League. 33. Comment by Harbin Daily. Bale is the fastest player I have ever seen, but he has a second set of equipment and can play at another speed level. He has the ability to show his skills at high speed. 4. Comment by former Liverpool star Mark Lawrenson. Bale's performance in the 2014 Club World Cup was praised as the best match finisher, as good as Cristiano Ronaldo. Comment by Spain's Marca. The Welshman is an expert in finals. 29. Comment by As. Bale is an extraordinary talent, second only to Ronaldo and Messi. 34. Comment by Harry Redknapp. If he comes to Arsenal in the future, it will be more beneficial to Arsenal's team building. Even if he leaves for 90 million like in the past, he will leave a lot of money. Bale is a good choice. Chapter 46. A little break from the busy life. 2. The league will restart in 3 days, but Lee Yuxin still needs to rest for 2 games before returning. Although he is not a stable starter, his performance in many games has conquered the players. At this time, British newspapers are still reporting the news of England's reversal of its old rival Argentina yesterday. At the last moment, thanks to Owen's double goal, Eriksen finally showed his face in front of the British media, and Owen's return from injury also gave him more confidence. In an interview with the Daily Mail, he said that England has never lacked defensive power. As long as the players are healthy, England can break through the goal of any team and win. The technical Owen and the impact power Rooney are definitely the perfect combination. As for Arsenal, they are not so lucky. The left-back Clichy was injured in training, so Arsenal has no left-back. Wenger looked at his tactical board and found that he had no one available at left-back. He couldn't help but frown habitually. Thinking of Ashley Cole, who was injured and stayed at home during this period and rarely came to Highbury for training, Wenger sighed. It seems necessary to buy players on the left. What was the name of the Southampton player last time that Raymondy gave me? I remember that he had good speed and could score goals. Wenger couldn't help but think of a good new player he saw in Southampton some time ago. But now Wenger has no time to personally ask about this matter, because the next game is against Wigan. So far this season, the biggest dark horse is Wigan. So far, they have achieved 8 wins, 1 draw and 2 losses, surpassing traditional giants Manchester United and Liverpool, ranking 3rd in the league. Recently, they have won 6 consecutive games and have become the most popular for a while. Even if Wigan is not strong, it is hard to guarantee that they will not take advantage of the situation to pull down Arsenal. When Lee Yuxin and Yang Guiyang arrived at Wigan's home stadium, Arsenal had almost arrived. Arsenal's record is very good now, and they have been chasing Chelsea with 1 game less and 9 points behind. The Premier League will soon stage the 2 giants of last season, just like Manchester United and Arsenal in previous years. Today's game will start at Wigan's home stadium J Stadium at around 3 p.m., so Wenger summoned the players to adapt to the venue at around 1 p.m., hoping that the team can enter the league state as soon as possible. After all, they haven't played a game for 2 weeks. When Lee Yuxin and others arrived at the small town of Wigan in Manchester County, the J Stadium was already crowded with many fans, waving their team flags and shouting slogans to protest to the Arsenal players who had come from afar. Many slogans were waving in the air: "We want to win the 7th game. Thank you, Arsenal. Thank you for giving up your position. Please give us back our league position." Due to Wigan's excellent performance in recent times, the fans of this small team have greater expectations. The tickets for this game have been sold out. However, after all, it is a small team with a gap in strength, so the slogans are so polite. If it were Chelsea or Manchester United, they would probably have cursed long ago. After arriving at the J Stadium, Wenger announced the Arsenal lineup: Lehmann, Lauren, Toure, Campbell, Segan, Ljungberg, Fabregas, Gilberto, Pires, Henry, Van Persie. Since there was no one to play left back, Segan had to be replaced. Lee Yuxin entered the stadium, and there were crowds of people. At a glance, there were blue and white shadows intertwined. The huge shouts made people think they had come to Old Trafford. In foreign countries, watching football has indeed become a part of life, especially in quiet small towns. Every time a big club comes, it is as lively as a festival. Football has been integrated into their daily life, and the cost of family is not high. Basically every school has a football program. Lee Yuxin thought of the information he had seen before: England's football system, community amateur clubs, the cradle of football that attracts children. Every district in London will be connected to one or even more community entertainment and fitness centres, among which there is basically a football class all year round, and children as young as 3.5 years old can learn to play football. The children's initial learning is very basic and mainly for fun. The football teachers use simple content such as running in circles, playing games with foot control of the ball throughout the whole process, penalty shootouts between the strawberry team and the banana team, and teamwork to meet the children's needs for physical fitness, bring football enlightenment knowledge, and also stimulate the interest of children and parents in football, attracting them to continue and participate more. As the children get older, amateur clubs begin to be classified. Depending on the children's physical fitness, confrontation ability, and understanding of football, some continue to stay in the small football class at the fitness center, while the stronger children who want to face greater challenges go outdoors and sign up for the big football class equipped with coaches, more professional clubs that rely on major open-air parks and lawns, all free, as training venues. These clubs are still amateur, but most of them have been linked to the English Football Association and nearby professional clubs. Take the Primrose Hill Club near the London branch of Xinhua News Agency as an example. The club's perennial recruitment promotion mobile car is parked at the entrance of the park, and it is clearly printed with connected with the English Football Association and Arsenal Club. What they mean is that the club is registered with the English Football Association and has a connection with the professional team Arsenal, and the best children can be sent there for further study. At this level, the children who join this club often take half a day off on weekends to learn football on the grass accompanied by their parents. Most of them are 5-7 or 8 years old. Their running and confrontation abilities have been greatly enhanced. Under the guidance of the coach, they have gained a preliminary understanding of tactics and techniques, and can be said to have begun to receive formal football education. The Football Academy of Professional Clubs, the blood vessels of the country's football blood. If a country's football system is likened to a human body, then, taking British football as an example, the Football Academy under the country's professional clubs supports the bones and blood vessels, and becomes the top priority for the training and delivery of a country's football elite talents. In England, a major carrier of football education is the football education institutions under England's 92 professional clubs. Among them, Premier League clubs uniformly set up football academies, the three-level professional leagues below the Premier League, Championship, League One, and League Two, clubs set up elite centres. Both recruit students from the community and the whole society. This is not contradictory to the previous first step for children aged 5 to 12, but a synchronous development with intersections. Children with development potential in amateur clubs will be recommended to enter the Professional Club Football Academy, which can be called the highest institution of football. There, they can get first-class venues and coaches and receive the most advanced football education. One of the successful examples is the Football Academy of Manchester City, a world-renowned football giant. Manchester City Academy was established in 1998 and is one of the most famous youth training centres in English football. So far, the number of professional players it has produced has exceeded that of most Premier League clubs. Bernard Hayford, Manchester City's honorary lifelong chairman, told Xinhua news agency that children aged 9 to 15 can enter the Manchester City Academy through a certain selection process and receive football education for all ages, about twice a week. They usually go to school in their own area. From the age group, it can be seen that this confirms that the small and large football classes, children aged 5 to 12, of the community amateur club are seamlessly connected with the football academy. When they are 16 years old, they can graduate from the academy. Some of them will obtain the qualifications of professional players. At that time, Manchester City will negotiate with the schools where these future stars are located to reformulate their study plans. Under the premise of not affecting their studies, they will appropriately increase football training classes every week to prepare for professionalization. The English Football Association stipulates that whether a club can set up a football academy that meets the standards is a necessary condition for whether it can enter the threshold of the professional league. But at the same time, football education must not affect normal school education, and football should not be everything for every child. Campus football, the perpetual motion machine and reservoir for expanding the football population in the UK. If a child does not enter a community club or a professional football academy, it does not matter. After entering primary school at the age of 5, he can still receive football education, thanks to the UK's developed campus football system. The system has a separate organization called the English Schools Football Association, ESFA, which is part of the English Football Association system. In England, the association has 40 school football associations, which basically cover and radiate the entire England region. As mentioned above, the football academy of professional clubs is very important, but on the other hand, the existence of ESFA ensures that children will not be missing out on normal school education. It plays a role in management and supervision. It ensures that school children can participate in football, but they also have to receive formal education. At present, more than 18,000 of the 26,000 schools in England have carried out year-round football matches. John Reid, CEO of ESFA, introduced that campus football is the largest part of a country's football system, but not all of it. In England, a child can enroll in a class at the age of 3 and learn to play football in a community amateur club near home. After entering primary school, they can participate in school football. At the age of 13, or earlier, the best of them can go to the football academies of 92 professional clubs including the Premier League for further study, but they can only learn football on weekends and have to go back to school on weekdays. Children who eventually choose to become professional players, except for a few extremely talented ones, will not be separated from daily education before the age of 18. At present, in the UK, the number of stars cultivated by school football is far less than that cultivated by professional club football academies. Reid said that in England, school football starts as a happy game for children aged 6 to 10. Then it is from 10 to 18 years old, and there are national and local competitions for each age group. There are now 22,000 school teams in England. Smalling, the current player of Manchester United, is the latest professional player to come out of our school football system, he said as an example. Reid also introduced that ESFA is mainly responsible for national and local campus competitions, as well as expanding the number of teams. It only has the right to make relevant suggestions to each school, while the principal has the final management right of whether the children play football or not. Each school needs to discuss their development path with parents based on the children's daily classes and football playing situation. The English Football Association is the top designer and administrator radiating across the country. The English Football Association is the top designer of football education in the UK. It is responsible for the formulation of training materials and training grassroots coaches. For example, the English Football Association official Bateman introduced that they have begun to learn from the experience of Spanish football. In the latest football textbooks, it is stipulated that children of different ages, such as U7-8, 5-a-side, U9-10, 7-a-side, and U11-12, 9-a-side, play different footballs, use different teaching materials, and have different levels of football instructors. In addition, the British National Football Centre, St George's Park, which the English Football Association has been planning for nearly 10 years, was completed in 2012. On the surface, it is the base camp of England's teams at all levels. But more importantly, the English Football Association has set up a football education affairs department in it, which is responsible for training grassroots coaches across the UK. They regard this as an important institution to revitalize English football and catch up with Germany and Spain. Thanks to this institution, there are currently 250,000 grassroots coaches in the UK, and this number will continue to expand in the next few years. In addition, the English Football Association, which defines itself as a super large club, has also opened a football education institution called Learning Area for Children aged 5 to 11 throughout the UK. The place for publicity and registration is outside Wembley Stadium. There is a small 5-a-side court there, which is brightly lit all year round and full of children playing football. There are about 150 teachers of the TESCA technical course in England, teaching them football skills in various places. This institution can give some opportunities to children who may not perform well in school but are willing to learn football, said Bateman, an official of the English Football Association. Bateman introduced that the English Football Association has 50 county-level local football associations, covering every region of England. Each local branch is independently operated, but it must be carried out in accordance with the general charter of the English Football Association. In addition to serving football education, local football associations must ensure that local clubs and leagues are encouraged and organized to play organized informal football every day and every weekend. All 50 football associations must organize local youth leagues for boys and girls aged 8 to 18, covering every region from north to south across the UK. This system is also completely amateur, and does not conflict with campus football and the football academies of professional clubs. On the contrary, they support each other and develop towards each other. This can ensure that every child who wants to play football in England can be in the football network throughout the country, so that every child with a football dream does not miss the net. In general, the talent training of English football constitutes the top-down system, macro support from the English Football Association, campus football system, football academies of professional clubs, 50 county-level local football associations throughout the UK, and amateur community clubs. Each institution performs its duties and is well organized, forming the football network of England. Hey, when will the country be like this? Lee Yuxin collected his thoughts. After a short adaptation training at the J Stadium, the coaches of both sides deployed tactics and asked the players on both sides to return to the player channel and prepare to play. As Bole entered the field with the ball, the 13th round of the English Premier League match between Wigan and Arsenal officially began. Wigan's head coach Joel stood on the sidelines with a confident look in a black coat. He had already made arrangements for Arsenal's situation. Facing a team with strong firepower like Arsenal, it was useless to defend. Henry of Arsenal was rated as the top scorer in England by the outside world, so this time he wanted to attack instead of defend. Arsenal's defense became full of loopholes after Vieira left. This paragraph is what I hope everyone can know more about foreign football systems, not just stars and money. Chapter 47: A little break from the busy life. 3. With a whistle of Bole, the game officially began. From the beginning, Wigan's players implemented the coach's arrangement and launched a fierce attack on Arsenal, especially on the left side where Pires was. Due to Clichy's injury, Arsenal's left side was guarded by Sagan, and Joel wanted to use the attack to force Arsenal to fail to play smooth ground cooperation. The focus was of course on Pires. After a short period of adaptation, Wigan obviously entered the state faster, and cooperated on the left side. Kavanagh, Francis and Roberts cooperated on the road one after another, and opened up space on the side. Finally, Roberts made a straight pass from the arc of the penalty area, and McCullough quickly broke in from the diagonal side, received the ball behind Sagan, and followed up with a powerful shot. Fortunately, Campbell, who returned to defense in time, blocked the route and shoveled the ball out of the sideline. 15 minutes before the game, Wigan, relying on their daring and fighting spirit, launched an offensive frenzy at home, surrounding Arsenal and attacking fiercely. The cheers of the home fans were deafening for a while, and Arsenal soon fell into passive position. The players obviously had not recovered from the state of the national team. Wigan's momentum forced them to be in a mess. Our players need to stabilize the formation as soon as possible, otherwise it will be really dangerous. Oh, Robin went in the door. Damn grass, it would be great if he could get in. Senk also saw Arsenal's situation. As long as they could score a goal, they could control the situation. When he saw Van Persie enter the penalty area but his feet slipped and shot the ball away, he felt a little annoyed. The two head coaches on the sidelines also had different expressions. Jules saw his team pressing Arsenal and forcing Arsenal to not play their usual smooth ground attack. He was happy. As long as they could score first, this game would be very promising. Wenger was worried. This situation was far beyond his expectations. He did not expect that his team would encounter such a situation when facing a fierce opponent. With a backline in disarray, the field was so passive, just like a piece of fat meat exposed to the mouth of a beast. At this time, Wenger did not expect that the crisis of Vieira's departure had slowly begun to emerge. Seeing the team so passive, Wenger could not help but shouting to the field, "Control, control." He signaled his players to stabilize first, play a complete attack first, and open up the situation. The old players on the field also noticed it. Gilberto quickly controlled the ball, slowed down the rhythm, and then passed the ball to Ljungberg. After Ljungberg got the ball, he used his experience and life to pass Francis, then changed direction and rushed to the right side of the penalty area, and knocked the ball across the road before Kavanagh, where Fabregas had already inserted high. After Fabregas got in, he found that Brad had followed closely beside him. Following the direction of the ball, he lightly flicked his toes and flew directly over the opponent's head. Then he squeezed past the opponent, unloaded the ball, and flicked the outside of his left foot, and the ball flew to the left. Pires had been waiting for an opportunity. When he saw Fabregas pass the opponent, he immediately accelerated and rushed out. He believed that Fabregas would be able to send the ball to him. Sure enough, when Pires jumped out of the opponent, the ball's advance was perfectly matched with his speed. Pires praised, "Good shot," and strode diagonally into the penalty area. Francis followed closely behind Pires, occasionally hitting Pires' waist, and working with Hedras to block Pires. Pires kept shaking his body to get rid of Francis's pull. Seeing Hedras blocking him, he quickly accelerated his body, then stepped on his feet, stopped his forward center of gravity, then knocked his left ankle, quickly changed the direction of the ball, twisted his body, and Hedras couldn't react. When he turned around, Pires had already rushed into the penalty area. After passing a player, the Wigan penalty area was suddenly in a panic. There was no one in front of Pires on the left side, so he could shoot. Pires then accelerated down, squeezed Kavanagh, dodged an angle, and knocked back directly. Several purple figures had already inserted. Henry saw Pires pushing his opponent away, and immediately shook off the other defender and rushed forward. Chimbonda beside him grabbed Henry's clothes tightly, trying to stop him, but Henry circled around him and used him as a stake to break free. Another defender, Baines, saw Henry's action and subconsciously blocked the angle at which Henry might kick, but Henry did not take the ball off. Instead, he used his height to cover the ball, and the ball went straight through his crotch and flew to the far end. Baines stretched out his left leg with all his strength, trying to hook the ball, but his body was already leaning forward and he couldn't hook it at all. He watched the ball fly past the penalty area, and Marcurici's sliding tackle behind him was also a step slower. The ball passed through their defensive blind spot, and no one stopped it. At the far end, a very fast figure had already caught up with him and hit the ball with a clever outer arc, setting off waves of white waves. QL, Robin opened a door to victory for us, perfect cooperation, perfect goal, Cesk's beautiful pass, Thierry's beautiful pass, and Robin's perfect final shot, so beautiful. After a short period of calm, Cenk let out a huge scream. After being suppressed for nearly 20 minutes, he finally had a chance to release. Lee Yuxin and Yang Guiyang were also cheering. This is the king of Highbury, the top center forward in Europe, who can not only score himself, but also create opportunities for his teammates. After scoring, Van Persie pointed at Ljungberg with excitement. "Well done, Robin." Ljungberg was the first to congratulate, hugged each other, and welcomed the celebration of his teammates. Jules kicked the grass in anger after seeing the loss of a goal. His team had been attacking for a long time but had no chance. Instead, the opponent scored a goal with a smooth cooperation. How could he be angry? However, he was more determined than his strategy. He put his hands to his mouth and shouted to his players, "Attack, attack." The next game became an offensive battle. Arsenal, who had already scored a goal, obviously played their own offensive rhythm, while Wigan became more crazy, and there were endless wonderful scenes of fighting. Soon, Arsenal played their own smooth offensive system again. Lauren cooperated with Ljungberg and Fabregas frequently on the right, and then Ljungberg broke into the penalty area and passed the ball back to the goalkeeper. Henry swayed left and right in the penalty area, causing two Wigan defenders to fall. Then he shot with his right foot while moving, and the ball fell into the dead corner as accurately as a missile. "Captain, you are still as good as ever, haha." Van Persie rushed to Henry, who was running, and Ljungberg also came straight to the Arsenal fans who came from afar with his arms around their shoulders. The three of them shared the joy of the team's lead with the fans. At this time, the camera also captured this scene. The three major attackers of Arsenal's new era have been formed. Goal, King, our King, he has conquered his opponent again, our Frey, he has finally started to fly, our team will definitely win a big victory with his help. When Skank praised Henry, he still did not forget Ljungberg. Indeed, he has been injured more and more this season, and he is rarely as sharp as this. Wigan's fighting spirit did not fall behind because of the 2 goals behind. In the cheers of the home court, Wigan's players fought hard to attack Arsenal's backcourt, and finally gave them a chance. Wigan used a free kick in the front court, and after 2 headers, their forward Roberts headed in. The first half of the game did not end with a goal. In the 36th minute, Fabregas received a pass from Ljungberg in front of the penalty area and was pulled by the opponent when he passed Kavanagh. Bull awarded a free kick. Henry stood in front of the ball with Ljungberg. Henry smiled and looked at Ljungberg, whispering something in his ear. Ljungberg nodded frequently, and his handsome smile appeared in front of the TV again. The human wall was useless at this time. Lee Yuxin used it and the gap formed by the running of other players to accurately capture the gap. The ball flew past France's cheek with great force, scraping his face a little numb. Fran watched the ball go straight into the junction of the crossbar and the uprights, a perfect blind spot. Fran was far behind, the speed was too fast, he didn't even leave the ground, he saw a wave of white waves, sighed and shook his head, slapped his gloves heavily, and cursed in frustration. Damn, how can he have such strength, monster? Goal, Thierry, our King, is still our strongest weapon. Wigan staff should see if the goal was broken by him, our King, our best shooter. Senk screamed affectionately. The next game was uneventful, and both sides scored 1 goal in the second half. The final score was 1-4, and Arsenal was closely following Chelsea. Lee Yuxin also returned home with Yang Gang. After today's game, Arsenal's new era of 3 Musketeers was the title given by the Daily Mail. A huge game scene was published in the newspaper. It was the moment when Lee Yuxin, Van Persie and Henry came to the Arsenal fans in the stands. Henry stood in the middle, raised his arms, and Lee Yuxin and Van Persie were around him, waving to the fans with a smile on his face. The Daily Mail pointed out that Arsenal won the away game with Van Persie's goal and Henry's 2 goals. In addition, Wenger was banning Lee Yuxin. He is creating a new era of Arsenal's 3 Musketeers in the Premier League, which may be another great moment after the unbeaten season. The media also praised Arsenal for creating an offensive style in the Premier League, which may become a new model for the future development of England's offence, instead of relying solely on traditional long passes. Wenger, the godfather of Arsenal. The Daily Mirror believes that Wenger has instilled his unique football philosophy into Arsenal football. This philosophy is unlikely to disappear, at least in the Wenger era, and may even extend in the future development of Arsenal. It seems that Arthur has found the football model he wants, but I don't know how long it can last, haha. A big-nosed old man in warm pajamas put down the newspaper with a smile. It was Sir Alex Ferguson. Mourinho, while drinking milk, disdainfully threw the newspapers aside and left the room directly, intending to go for a run. Tactical master Benitez was studying the videos of Arsenal's recent games, pausing from time to step back and record something. In any case, Arsenal now feels that the undefeated team 2 years ago is back, and even the fangs are sharper. Everyone is studying the new changes in Arsenal's era without Vieira. Lee Yuxin took the milk Yang Gang poured for him and thought about it. Arsenal is still behind Chelsea. It seems that the biggest hope this season is the Champions League. Wenger took a half-day off as usual because there was a game the day before. Lee Yuxin slept until 11 o'clock and sent the prepared package to China. Then he drove to Highbury. There was a Champions League match against Toon on the weekend, so Wenger did not relax and trained as usual. In the European war, Arsenal was still affected by large-scale reductions. The team included defender Touré, midfielder Gilberto Silva, goalkeeper Lehmann and the Dutchman Bergkamp, who suffered from fear of flying. Except for Bergkamp, some of them were injured and missed the game. In addition to Clichy, Ashley Cole and Haleb, the scale of Arsenal's injuries tended to expand. Lee, how many goals can you score in this match against Toon? Reporter Thompson gang haha, I hope the more the better, but I think I will have a chance to score. Of course, this is a strange place for us, and Toon is also strong, so I don't think we can easily win the game. I hope I can score, but I hope the team wins more. Lee Yuxin still said very cautiously, after all, it was the other party's home court. Lee, Arsenal has the best performance in this Champions League group stage. How big do you think Arsenal has the chance to win the championship of this competition? Thompson never delayed his career because of personal feelings, and asked a sensitive question directly. Well, I think we have the strength to enter the finals and also have the opportunity to win the championship. It depends on the efforts of our team. I will also try my best to fight for it. Lee Yuxin knew the result of the previous life, so he was naturally reluctant to answer this question and cleverly avoided it. Haha, then I wish you victory in today's game and score goals. After Thompson's routine work, he put away the interview tools, made a phone call, packed up and left. Arsenal will soon start adaptive training. Lee, how many goals do you plan to score in today's game? Fabregas asked Lee Yuxin curiously after entering the locker room, because he found that Lee Yuxin had been particularly good at shooting in training recently, and he was always very excited every time he played in the Champions League. It was different from the feeling in the league, as if he had become a different person. Haha, how can I know, but I won't miss any opportunity. Lee Yuxin said with a gleaming look in his eyes. That's hanging, you're like a monster, but if I play, I'll give you more balls. Fabregas said with some jealousy, but still supported him. Yeah, the Arsenal players were still talking and laughing easily. No wonder, Arsenal was in good momentum in the league and the Champions League, and the opponent was an unknown opponent. It seemed that there was no problem in winning easily. Wenger walked into the locker room and saw that his players were in good spirits. He nodded and quickly announced a list: Almunia, Ebao, Campbell, Senderos, Nishioka, Ljungberg, Alexander Song, Flamini, Lupoli, Henry, and Van Persie. Fabregas and Lee Yuxin were not on the list. Lee Yuxin was stunned. It was understandable that Fabregas was not on the list. After all, he had participated in so many games and had some physical problems. But it was incomprehensible that he was not selected. After all, he had just returned and had no physical problems or bad performance. Why should he be on the bench? Fabregas, Song and others were also a little confused, but the old players smiled with relief and there was nothing unusual. Wenger glanced at Lee Yuxin, reiterated his tactics, and asked Partist A, while he led the players into the game first. As soon as Pat sat next to him, Lee Yuxin knew that he had something to say to him. After the players left, Lee Yuxin couldn't wait to ask, Pat, why doesn't the boss let me play? Did I do something wrong? Haha, no, your training has always been very good. We have always been very relieved. We don't let you play so that you can have greater release in future games. Arthur has high expectations of you, do you understand? Pat smiled and patted Lee Yuxin's shoulder. Seeing that Lee Yuxin looked a little confused, he explained, simply put, this game is not important, and Arthur hopes that you can maintain your good form in the knockout rounds, just like a spring. The more you press it, the stronger it bounces back. This is the time to test whether you are a good spring. You have to learn this situation, because even people with the best physical fitness will go downhill sometimes. Only by controlling your own condition and resting at the right time can you preserve your sports life longer. Similarly, Arthur hopes that you can learn to play at any time and perform at any time. This is not to ask you to be a substitute, but to allow you to save the team at the critical moment. You have to learn this kind of leadership temperament, understand? Lee Yuxin finally understood a little. It was a bit like the feeling of accumulating strength but not the same. However, he finally knew that he was not punished for making a mistake, but to cultivate his leadership temperament and exercise his ability at critical moments. In this way, Lee Yuxin changed from being lost to being ambitious. Pat saw that Lee Yuxin understood and was relieved. He said, let's go. Watch the game and feel it. Lee Yuxin nodded and said sincerely, thank you, Pat. You are the best assistant coach. Haha, you little brat, what are you talking about? Can I be the head coach? Pat laughed and scolded. Haha, that depends on the boss's consent. The two walked out of the locker room with laughter. Lee, are you okay? Fabregas asked with some concern. It's okay. The coach asked me to rest because he was afraid that I would feel uncomfortable. Okay, it's okay. Let's watch the game. Lee Yuxin's heart knot was untied and he smiled naturally. Lee Yuxin also stayed quietly on the bench, watching his players play, watching his teammates fight on the field one by one, and sitting down without any trouble. It was really not a good feeling. Especially as the game progressed, the original sure win against the weak team turned into a stalemate, which was a torture for Lee Yuxin. The frustration of having nowhere to exert his strength was quite uncomfortable. He wished he could pull Van Persie off the field himself, so why was it him? The boring first half ended. Wenger walked into the locker room with a grim face and scolded them on the spot, but still did not make any substitutions in the second half. As the game progressed, Wenger finally started to make substitutions, but Lee Yuxin still did not come on the court. From the beginning, Wenger asked Lee Yuxin to stay by his side and did not let him play. Lee Yuxin, who had been depressed for most of the day, finally cheered loudly on the court. He was also annoyed when he saw the Arsenal players on the court miss the goal. He did not stay on the bench like others, and Wenger let him shout. This was what he wanted. It was a bit like the Emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious. In the dull game, Arsenal unexpectedly fell into a tough battle, but the goddess of luck took care of them. Finally, in the 88th minute of the game, with Pires' penalty kick, Arsenal won the away game with difficulty, but this game made Arsenal particularly disappointed and worried. Chapter 48 Responsibility and Thinking. With a whistle, the game ended. What attracted more attention was why Lee Yuxin did not play. The cameras at the scene frequently captured Lee Yuxin's anxious figure on the sidelines, and sometimes he even shouted and roared on the sidelines. Those who didn't know him would think he was the head coach. What made people more curious was that Lee Yuxin was so anxious but did not ask Wenger for a fight, and Wenger never let Lee Yuxin play. This was quite interesting. The fans at the scene and the audience in front of the TV saw that the handsome figure was not on the court, and they immediately talked about it. What's wrong? Is that Lee injured? I saw him come out at the end. Did he have any problems with the club? I think Wenger suppressed him a little. He is too crazy. Is he going to transfer? All kinds of speculations suddenly became a clamor. At the press conference after the game, Wenger naturally would not bring Lee Yuxin, who did not play, to the press conference. When Wenger and Henry appeared at the press conference together, click, 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 countless reporters rushed over. Mr. Wenger, why didn't Lee play? Terry, did Lee make any mistakes? Mr. Wenger, which club will Lee transfer to in winter? Various speculations about Lee Yuxin came one after another, but no one paid attention to the game itself, which made Toon coach Cole, who rarely appeared in front of the European media, sit there with a depressed look. Damn, whose territory is this? Wenger didn't expect that not letting Lee Yuxin play would cause such a big effect. In fact, it was Wenger's fault. Who asked him to give Lee Yuxin the main position in Arsenal's front court from the beginning, and he also let Lee Yuxin rest at the same time as the English Football Association. It was very abnormal to put Lee Yuxin on the bench all of a sudden and not play the whole game. No wonder people would have such thoughts. Wenger smiled and said, I can't answer your questions. This is just a normal rotation of my staff. There is nothing to say. Lee, he has no problem at all. You can see from his performance on the sidelines. Haha, he is more like a coach than me. As for his refusal to fight, it is because he understands that this is just a rotation of staff. There is nothing to say. Wenger stopped talking at once. The reporters present thought they could get explosive materials, but they didn't expect that they would cause a fuss. It seems that it is really difficult to get any news about Arsenal during this period. Due to Arsenal's excellent record, there are no longer all kinds of rumors like at the beginning of the season. Ashley Cole has been honestly recuperating recently. As for Henry, he is still the king of Highbury. Now no one mentions Barcelona in front of him. And veterans such as Pires can still play in effect when they are on the court. Although Arsenal has serious personnel shortages, its combat effectiveness is still very strong, forcing them to dig out some explosive materials. So the reporters' attention fell on this game again. Excuse me, Coach Cole, are you disappointed that you lost this game? You should know that you could have tied for first place in the group. Damn, I always think of me. Cole adjusted the microphone and said, we did very well in this game. I am proud of our players. It's a pity that our luck was a little bad. Otherwise, I think we could have defeated Arsenal, although they are very strong. In fact, From our first game, I also think we had a chance to draw or even win. Of course, the game is over, but I am telling the truth. Although we are out of the Champions League, we will. Cole must have been very suffocated. He occupied the microphone for the entire press conference. The only theme was that being out of the Champions League is not a nightmare. Toon will face the next game with a brand new look. Wenger and Henry stayed with the speaker for more than half an hour, and then took a plane to leave Switzerland overnight. On the plane, Lee Yuxin looked at Van Persie with contempt. He wasted a lot of opportunities today. Okay, Lee, I know I messed up today, don't look at me like that. Van Persie said with a frustrated look on his face. Wenger's main attack point in this game was Van Persie, and even Henry secretly expressed his support for him in the game before the game, but he wasted it all. It's good to know, I'm discouraged, but Robin, I really wanted to pull you down at that time, Lee Yuxin laughed unscrupulously. I knew you were not a good guy, or a brother, and you wanted to replace me. Robin looked at Lee Yuxin with contempt. Brothers are like this, there is an old Chinese saying, stick a knife in the ribs for brothers. If I don't stick a knife in your ribs, who'll I stick in, Lee Yuxin looked at Van Persie's frustrated expression and laughed. Damn, there are no brothers anymore, I'm going to fight you. Van Persie rolled up his sleeves and was going to use all his strength. Henry and Fabregas laughed as they watched the two of them playing in the four-person private room, and immediately swept away the depression of the game. After returning to London, the British reporters were even more crazy than those in Switzerland. Various headlines had appeared in newspapers. The Sun's countdown to Lee's departure and the Daily Star's defector were all over the British media. When Lee Yuxin got off the plane, he received a message from Yang Gang. There were already countless reporters waiting outside. Lee Yuxin quickly grabbed Van Persie and said, Robin, help me. What's wrong, Lee? Van Persie saw Lee Yuxin's nervous look and asked with concern. It's about me not playing in the game today. Yang Gang just texted me that there are a lot of reporters outside. You know how troublesome those reporters are. Cover for me. Lee Yuxin said, and handed his big bag of things to Van Persie, and was about to leave. Okay, treat me after playing football this weekend, otherwise you and Shuo's matter, Van Persie pulled Lee Yuxin and threatened him. I'll eat you to death, and we'll talk about it this weekend. Lee Yuxin despised it and was about to leave the airport reception, so he quickly got out of the way. Leave from the emergency passage. Dear Dad, thank you. After leaving the emergency exit, Lee Yuxin sat in his father Lee Yuging's car in the parking lot and left the airport and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, Lee Yuxin first smelled the fragrance of baked potatoes, and then saw several waiters carrying trays full of tableware came in. They put the things on the trays on the table one by one and then left. There were many kinds of lunch on the table, including baked potatoes wrapped in tin foil, roast beef, beef stew with potatoes, mashed potatoes, mutton soup, pickled cucumbers, pickled tomatoes, pickled mushrooms, corn salad, tomato salad, cucumber salad, carrot salad, sausage salad, banana fruit salad, and several dishes of butter and shredded cheese. I saw such a rich lunch in front of me. Let's have a good meal today. The family gathered at the dining table and started to have a meal. Liu Yang picked up a large potato wrapped in tin foil, put it on an empty plate, and skillfully cut it in half with a table knife. Then he used a small spoon to mash the potato pulp inside into paste, and added some butter and shredded milk cheese to continue stirring. After mixing it evenly, he pointed to several salads on the table and asked Lee Yuxin, "What kind of salad do you want?" Lee Yuxin pointed to corn salad, tomato salad and cucumber salad and said, "I want these three." He scooped a few spoonfuls of the salad Lee Yuxin wanted into the potatoes with a spoon, and then stirred it again before handing it to me. Then he called everyone again, "Comrades, don't be polite, start eating. Since this morning, everyone hasn't eaten properly. I guess you're starving." Li Yugang did the same thing, mashing the potato pulp into paste with a small spoon, adding some butter and milk cheese to continue stirring. After mixing it evenly, he pointed to several salads on the table and asked Yang Gang, "What kind of salad do you want?" Hearing this, everyone laughed, and then they didn't continue to be polite, and pushed their favorite food in front of them and started to eat. Because of Li Yuxin, there were no alcoholic beverages on the table, and everyone drank tea while eating. "How do the roasted potatoes taste?" Li Yugang asked me as he picked up the potato cubes in the mutton soup. "Very good, very delicious. I quickly swallowed a mouthful of the sweet and delicious roasted potatoes that were a little hot on my tongue, and replied happily, "It would be great if I could eat such delicious potatoes often." "Haha," Liu Yang said with a smile, "Dad will treat you to lunch tonight." After lunch, Yuxin returned to his room and began to think about his position on the field and what he had changed about Arsenal. He was being built by the professor to become Arsenal's first-choice striker after Henry left. Because of his presence, Adebayor and Giroud would probably not come to Arsenal or would not be so important. The reason why Arsenal had not won a championship for many years was not only because of the lack of strikers, but also because the team was too young, lacking experience and aura. To put it bluntly, the Arsenal team that had not won a championship for many years did not have the spirit of the invincible team at the beginning, and he had to change all this. Because of his background, I was likely to be the captain of Arsenal in the future. In the British team that pays attention to background, I, who came from the Arsenal youth training camp, must have an advantage over Fabregas, who came from the La Masia youth training camp. Take the fans as an example. British fans were brought to the home stadium of the team they supported by their fathers since childhood, and a family could support a team for generations. Therefore, it is understandable how important a player's background is to his position in the team. He is a child of Arsenal. Think about why Arsenal still keeps Taizaway, who is criticized so much, because he joined the Arsenal youth training camp at the age of 9. He is a child of Arsenal. There is always a place for their own children. This is a common rule in football. Just as Yuxin was thinking, Yang Guiyang came to the room with a glass of milk. Seeing Yuxin thinking, she put the milk on the table. Yuxin noticed and called her, "Yang Guiyang, brother, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about what position is suitable for my brother in the front court." Yang Guiyang adjusted her glasses and said, "Brother, first of all, we have to summarize each position. The center forward has been mentioned before. Let's look at other positions in the front court. Football position responsibilities: organizing forward, wing forward. 1. Organize the attack. Be ready to get rid of the defense and the midfield at any time, support your teammates, and give full play to the role of organizer. 2. Control the rhythm. Determine the speed and rhythm of the attack according to the on-site situation of the game, and choose a favorable time and point for passing. 3. Threaten the goal. When the center forward pulls to the side or retreats, and the winger cuts in or retreats, he should occupy the empty space with a sudden and fast insertion or overlap, receive the pass from his teammates, and complete the shot through personal breakthrough or 2-on-1 cooperation. 4. Active defense. Once the team loses the ball, it should immediately switch to defense, pay attention to marking the opponent, delay and block the opponent's attack in the midfield, wait for an opportunity to snatch the ball, and retreat to the front of the team's goal to defend as the opponent's attack progresses. Football position responsibilities: offensive midfielder, front waist. 1. Create gaps. By running without the ball, instigating on both sides, attracting the opponent's attention, thus opening a gap, creating favorable conditions for teammates to use the empty space in the middle to make a transfer pass or dribble breakthrough. 2. Organize the attack. When controlling the ball in the middle, you should play the role of organizing the attack. Especially when the forward and the side back insert to assist, they should provide threatening passes. 3. Attack the goal. Be good at using the center forward as a wall to make a 2-on-1 breakthrough and attack the opponent's goal. 4. The winger cuts in to create space on the wing, and the forward moves to the side to replace the winger's offensive function. 5. Active defense. Once the team switches from attack to defense, they should actively chase and mark the nearest opponent's ball-controlling player, delay the opponent's attack, and actively participate in the defense in front of the goal. When the midfield commander and the defensive forward attack, they should protect in the midfield to ensure the midfield advantage. Football position responsibilities: forward striker. 1. Active shooting. Use dribbling breakthroughs, empty cutting breakthroughs, center out flanking, and high ball competition in front of the opponent's goal to actively shoot. 2. Pull the guard. By running without the ball, pull the defender to create space, and create gaps for teammates to break through and shoot. 3. Passing and coordination. Located at the front of the team, use passing and cutting, head ball ferry, wall style 2-on-1 coordination, etc. to create opportunities for teammates to break through and shoot. 4. Active counter-attack. Immediately counter-attack after losing the ball, try to get the ball back, or disrupt the opponent's first pass and delay the opponent's counter-attack. Football position responsibilities: winger. 1. Flanking attack. 1. Through dribbling or cooperating with the ball, open up a gap on the wing and make a cross or shot. 2. Through activities with or without the ball, pull the defense to create a gap on the wing and allow the forward or defender to get in. 3. When attacking from the center or the opposite side, pull the defense to the side and be ready to receive the pass at any time. 4. Interchange positions in a large area and play the role of the winger on the other side too. Attacking from the center. 1. Cut inside the center and make a cross or shot. 2. Interchange positions with the center forward and play the role of the center forward. 3. Cross the ball from the opposite side and make a timely outflanking shot. 3. Active defense. 1. When switching from offense to defense, keep a close eye on your own defender and do not allow him to make free assists. 2. Actively participate in the collective defense in the midfield or backcourt when necessary. 3. Actively participate in the defense in front of the goal when the opponent takes a corner kick or a free kick near the penalty area. 4. But when the fullback of our team attacks, he should temporarily take over the position of fullback. Okay, according to the information, brother, you are suitable for center forward, winger and shadow striker. You can only play as a guest in the attacking midfielder and wing forward, and you can't play for a long time. After listening to Yang Guyang's words, Li Yuxin suddenly became clear. So he drank milk and rested for a while. Dinner was not bad. There were Westlake vinegar fish, cumin lamb, chicken soup, 3 fresh vegetables, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and other home-cooked dishes. Life was easy for Li Yuxin, but the test for Arsenal was coming. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Heleb's Outburst. Li Yuxin and Yang Guyang had breakfast together, while their father and mother changed their clothes happily and went to work. Li Yuxin and Yang Guyang had already arrived at Highbury Stadium. There were not so many reporters gathered outside Highbury this morning, because Li Yuxin had asked Mendez to make a statement yesterday, and now Sky Sports has probably broadcasted it. Li Yuxin and his friends entered the stadium smoothly. As soon as they entered the locker room, Fabregas and Van Persie were whispering to each other. You said, when will Lee treat us? I heard from Robin that you didn't bring anything back from Los Angeles last time, so you must. Fabregas was deceived by Robin Man and asked with a humble face, followed by countless ears, and Song's shoelaces were tied 3 times. They're all waiting for me. Li Yuxin saw the group of guys. Sesk, turn around, your face is guilty of obscenity, I won't invite you even if I treat you. Li Yuxin glared at them fiercely, looking down on them without any hesitation. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, just treat us, Sesk is used to it. Van Persie laughed and said, we agree. That's right, Sesk, just bear with it, Zio has already agreed to treat you. The group of guys behind agreed so quickly, Fabregas looked at these treacherous guys with tears in his eyes. Sesk, here. Captain. During training, Li Yuxin's running figure can be seen everywhere on the field. Li Yuxin's performance on the training field is not as casual as chatting in the locker room, but he is serious about every action and completing every detail. This is what he learned from Bergkamp. This season, Bergkamp has already planned to retire. His body is not as good as before, and his playing time is the same, but he still does every action very seriously, standard and rigorous. When Li Yuxin was learning free kicks from him, Bergkamp also specifically warned Li Yuxin that taking training seriously is the basic condition to become a player, and it is also the most effective and easiest way to maintain the state. There were several times when Li Yuxin joked with Van Persie during training, and was also scolded by Bergkamp. Li Yuxin also slowly developed an attitude of taking training seriously. He is the captain of Arsenal in the future, and he must do a good job as a leader. This weekend, Arsenal will face Blackburn at home. This was originally a victory within the expected time, but Wenger did not relax. Wenger did not want to see the situation in the last game again. So far this season, Chelsea has rarely lost points to weak teams. If they want to avoid being pulled away, it depends not only on the record against strong teams, but more importantly on the matchup with these lower-level teams. Therefore, Wenger arranged most of the main players to play in this game. Goalkeeper, Lehmann, defenders, Campbell, Lauren, Toure, and Sigom, who changed to left back. Midfielders, Fabregas, Pires, Gilberto, Haleb. Forwards are Bergkamp to replace Van Persie, who performed poorly in the last game, and partner with Henry. 442 formation. Dear fans, welcome to Highbury Stadium. Today our team will face Blackburn, who is ranked 16th, and our team has secured qualification as the group leader in the Champions League a few days ago. Today Arthur will play in the league with all the main players. Lee, who did not appear in the last game, will play today. At the same time, I have received news that Zio has explained the reason why he did not play on Sky Sports. It is just a normal rotation. Don't worry, everyone. Now let us welcome our warriors to enter. First is our German fortress, Lehmann, our genius on the field, Cesc, our newcomer, Alexander. Next is our king, Thierry. As Senk shouted Henry's name at the top of his lungs, countless Arsenal fans unfolded the Arsenal team flag and waved it high. Henry's head instantly submerged Highbury, King. At Highbury, the king can only be Henry forever, the king who witnessed the last glory of Highbury. A huge cheer resounded over London, and a huge head of a man reverberated over Highbury. When Henry waved gracefully to the fans, the cheers reached their highest point. Blackburn's head coach Hughes looked at the atmosphere and felt a little uneasy. Arsenal was now a giant with sharper fangs. In addition, it was at home, and he could imagine what kind of scene his team would suffer. Look at that, coach. It feels like someone has blasted his ass. Lee Yuxin saw Hughes' bitter face and smiled at Fabregas. Haha, it's a bit like that. It wasn't you who did it? Fabregas asked with a rather dark curiosity. Get lost. Haha, it was you who did it. Both of you have the same expression. Fabregas finally got back a game. As the referee blew the whistle, the game started. Arsenal took the initiative on the field from the beginning. In the huge cheering, Arsenal's fighting group went crazy. Even Pires looked like an old man talking about youth. He first received a long pass from Campbell on the left, and used his skills to shake Blackburn's Emerton and Neal, who were unable to find their way north and south. He broke into the penalty area. About 24 yards in, Pires saw a gap in the crowd, squeezed out an angle, and shot directly with his right foot. Well done, our Robert is not old yet, he is still our flying king. Oh, damn, my annoying Nelson Longlegs. Oh, ball, go L. The ball went in. Cesc, we scored our first goal in the second minute. In just a few seconds, Senk made Arsenal fans feel like a roller coaster. Fabregas took advantage of the chaos in the penalty area and poked the ball into the empty goal. Well done, Cesc. Pires thought that the space for his ball was too small and it was destroyed. Unexpectedly, the ball fell under Fabregas' legs and scored a miraculous goal. Well done, Cesc. Haleb also came over and hugged Fabregas. This was a wonderful start. Heady Arsenal's players celebrated. This goal swept away the depression of the Champions League match against Toon. After seeing this goal, Hughes suddenly became restless. He originally planned to shrink his team in his own half, then play long passes and use his forward Bellamy's speed to tear open Arsenal's defense. Unexpectedly, this goal, less than 3 minutes after the start, foreshadowed the bankruptcy of his plan. Now he can only maintain this score until the first half. While Hughes was thinking hard about the tactics for the second half, Arsenal took advantage of this goal to launch a fierce attack. The two wingers took off from high altitude and frequently tore through Blackburn's defense. The two passers on the road were combing, coupled with a very fast and comprehensive striker, and the smooth passing of the ball set off a wave of offensive frenzy. Pires was determined to score today. Blackburn's two left-wing players, Peterson and Gray, were nervous. If it weren't for the opponent's goalkeeper Friedel's constant swing, Blackburn would have been blocked long ago. After nearly 20 minutes of siege, Arsenal finally expanded their lead. Pires received Gilberto's pass, used his change of direction to wipe out Peterson and Savage's blockade, cut inside, and passed a ball to Bergkamp, who came up before Gray, and then went down with a trend, and made a wall kick-style cooperation, and the ball was sent to Lee Yuxin's feet, who had already entered the penalty area. Nelson and Todd saw Pires coming in, and quickly retreated to block the ball, but Lee Yuxin did not rush forward and hesitated whether to shoot directly. Suddenly, when he saw the two of them turn around, he made a straight pass with the outside of his left foot, and the ball passed through the gap between them and accurately reached the penalty area 20 yards in front of the penalty area. There was already Henry, who had inserted himself high there. When Henry arrived, the ball also flew over. He unloaded the ball comfortably and kicked the goal, but he felt a huge shadow looming over him. Henry did not look up. The shooter's instincts made him dunk the ball, evading the opponent's goalkeeper's block, and easily sent the ball across the white line. Go L. Kinking, Terry, our king scored another goal for us. Thank you for his wonderful shaking, thank you for Robert's wonderful assist, and our Ice Prince's wonderful pass. Senk's shots were quickly drowned in the sea of joy at Highbury. Kinking. Henry put his hands to his ears, enjoying the worship of Arsenal fans. After Arsenal took a 2-0 lead, Arsenal's attack eased, and Blackburn also took the opportunity to launch some offensives, but today their striker Bellamy was too excited and missed several good opportunities. With Haleb's long shot, the first half of the game ended. Haleb looked at the goal depressed and returned to the locker room a little unhappy. Henry obviously saw that Haleb was in a bad mood. In this game, Haleb had a strong desire to score, but he was too impatient. What's wrong, Alexander? Henry asked with concern. I want to score, Captain. I want more shooting opportunities in the second half. Haleb said frankly, looking at Henry with a sharp eye. Haha, okay, Alexander, I look forward to you being like before. Henry patted Haleb's shoulder. He understood Haleb's desire. Although he scored in the last round, it was a set piece. In addition to the suspension, Haleb had not scored in open play for almost a month. For an attacker who regarded scoring as easy as straw, this feeling was too sad. Back in the locker room, Wenger did not say anything, but just asked to follow the rhythm of the first half, and then let the players rest by themselves and left. Then Henry gathered the players and said, Guys, Zio, I just told me that he will score today. Do you understand? Do you know what to do in the second half? Guys. Understood, Zio, rest assured I will help you. Fabregas knew that Haleb was extremely good at scoring goals before the game against Toon, but unfortunately he did not play. Haha, we know what to do. Several young players on the field of Arsenal also said that. Pires, Bergkamp and other old players just smiled kindly. They all knew what it felt like to not score for a long time, and they would express it with their actions. Is it a treat if you score a goal? The destroyer was undoubtedly Van Persie. This old guy never forgot Haleb's advantage. Ho ha, this sentence destroyed the original tight atmosphere, but it was very harmonious. The 15-minute break was over, and the players on both sides also entered the field. Haleb looked at the Blackburn players and found that they were still in high spirits. Obviously, Hughes said something to them when they were on the field. Ding, the game started again. Blackburn sent the ball to Arsenal's half as soon as it came up. It was obvious that they were going to attack. Hughes folded his hands in front of his chest and looked at the field. At this time, there was no point in defending anymore. It was better to let go and attack. Blackburn frequently used high balls to create threats and started fights on the field. Arsenal's backcourt was obviously flawed. If it weren't for the injury and physical difficulties, Arsenal's backcourt would be one of the best in the UK. However, there were problems of one kind or another. Arsenal's backcourt could not play with full strength. Blackburn obviously intended to use their fierce tackling to cut off Arsenal's attack, so once they lost the ball, they immediately started to counterattack. For a while, Arsenal was forced to fight with the opponent on the field. About 10 minutes into the second half, Arsenal did not have much advantage on the field, as if the opponent had changed teams. Arsenal could not pass the ball quickly, so the attack could not be carried out smoothly. In addition, at the beginning, other Arsenal players consciously looked for Haleb. After Haleb shot 3 goals in a row, Blackburn finally realized that Haleb was going to be the focus. Haleb, who was originally the focus, soon became the first target. Reed almost stuck to Haleb, and followed Haleb with all his strength throughout the game. For a while, Haleb had difficulty connecting the ball. Wenger frowned, and obviously noticed the situation on the field. He quickly made adjustments, letting Van Persie and Ljungberg move around, and replaced Pires with Ljungberg later. Bergkamp was also withdrawn by Van Persie, and Haleb moved to the left. In this way, Arsenal's offensive speed was raised immediately, which was used to deal with Blackburn's pressing throughout the game. The speed was used to pull out space, let the ball roll more, and Blackburn lost sight of one thing while focusing on another. At this time, there was a new change on the field. After receiving Fabregas's pass, Haleb started high, shook off Reed, and was about to enter the penalty area, but suddenly felt his shoulders tight, and then lost his center of gravity. Reed hugged him directly from behind and fell heavily on the sideline of the penalty area, but the referee went to signal that the ball belonged to Blackburn, and Halep dived. Who, the whole audience suddenly booed and cursed. Halep looked at Reed angrily, but found that he shrugged in a daze, as if nothing was wrong, and finally waved his hand. Halep immediately came up with anger, stared at him and said, "Boy, you can't defend me." At this time, Halep would not do it again. After 2 suspensions, he had learned to restrain himself. At least before there was no goal in this game, Halep would never let himself leave the field. After the dead ball, Van Persie and Ljungberg also came on the court. After withstanding Blackburn's 3-pronged attack and replenishing the front court attack group, Arsenal's offense was finally able to open up the situation. The smooth offense was launched like mercury. Blackburn defended the first 20 minutes and finally couldn't hold it anymore. In the 66th minute of the game, after getting rid of the opponent's counter-attack, Zigan kicked the ball to Haleb's feet. Halep saw that Reed was still following him relentlessly and did not entangle with him. He first passed the ball back to Gilbert's feet, and quickly exchanged positions with Van Persie. Halep got to the road. Gilbert knocked the ball to Fabregas, who used his skills to break through to the front of the penalty area. Seeing that there were opponent players rushing to grab the ball, he passed it to Henry's feet. Henry was at ease in front of the penalty area, his body started high, and he swayed left and right to pull Blackburn's entire defense line. The other Arsenal players had no time to watch Henry's effortless performance. He quickly pulled to the side to create space for him. Henry leaned on Todd and lightly poked the ball with his toes. The ball passed through Todd's left side and flew in quickly. At this time, Ljungberg, who was inserted high, rushed out like an arrow from a string. He stopped with his chest and tried to turn around, but found that he couldn't turn around. His back was tightly against Neil, protecting the ball. He noticed a figure running on the other side of the court, who seemed to be inserted from behind. He poked the ball with his toes vigorously, and the ball passed through the penalty area and fell to the left. Reed was a little dizzy because of Halep's detour. He originally followed on the right, then followed on the left, and then changed from the left to the right. Finally, Halep took advantage of the chaos in the front of the penalty area and passed in front of the penalty area again. At this time, Van Persie, who had changed his position, was no longer defended in the penalty area. Reed, who was a little dizzy, had to follow Van Persie. He thought that Ljungberg would send the ball to his feet, but Ljungberg's vision was completely blocked. In a flash, he could only see the outside and could not see the situation in the penalty area at all. Halep saw the chaos in front of the penalty area and immediately returned to his left. Ljungberg just sent the ball out. The two were almost running parallel. Halep realized that there was no one around him. He took a few steps forward and did not choose to break into the penalty area to seize a larger position. Instead, he turned his body halfway, swung his left foot, twisted his body that was still leaning forward, and roared in his heart, "Get in!" He hit the ball hard with the instep of his foot and shot it out, drawing a zigzag line and flying to the far end of the goal. Lee Yuxin on the bench was also very happy to see Halep's current performance. Chapter 50, Pursuit and Accident. At this time, Wenger replaced Lee Yuxin and took over the impatient Halep. After the game was restarted, Bolton's players clearly felt that Arsenal's players had a completely different aura. It was not a collapse, nor was it an impatience, but a seriousness and confidence. If Arsenal had previously felt like a big man who was provoked to fight, now Arsenal was like an experienced hunter. In the next 3 minutes of contact, Bolton's players did not touch the ball at all. They were frustrated and ran around the field following Arsenal's pass. Henry and Lee Yuxin in the front field seemed to have become two different people. They no longer stuck to the ball too much, but used running to drive the team's offense. Often, they had many options for one action. They wanted to surround them with heavy troops, but they didn't know which one to start with, which made Bolton's formation chaotic. Wenger saw the scene and felt relieved. This was the offensive combination he wanted. Arsenal's offense, led by the two of them, was like a tide. Fabregas sent the ball to Lee Yuxin's feet. Lee Yuxin gently pulled back, then moved his body to the left, flicked the ball, and pretended to cut in. Faye's center of gravity also moved, and Lee Yuxin gently pushed the ball, passing under his crotch. Faye clumsily clamped his feet, but it was useless. Lauren, who came in from behind, had quickly intercepted the ball. Seeing Faye turned around, he didn't carry the ball too much and knocked it back directly. Lee Yuxin on the left had already run past speed. Speed wanted to pull him back but couldn't. He watched Li Yuxin take the ball. In a short period of time, under Li Yuxin's mobilization, Bolton's defense line was wide open, and there was an open space in front of him. Li Yuxin started quickly and cut inward. The ball bounced under his feet. Nolan had already caught up. Li Yuxin did not stop his steps. He used his skills to prevent Nolan from having a chance to kick. He let Nolan inside, and then suddenly stopped and quickly flicked the ball to the right. Nolan half-turned his body and wanted to twist around, but then he found that the ball was on Li Yuxin's left side again, and the ball was just bouncing on his toes. This sudden stop and turn made Nolan lose his balance and fall to the ground. Li Yuxin easily passed him. At this time, the door in front of Bolton's penalty area was wide open. The two defenders had been taken away by Henry the moment Li Yuxin cut in. It was thought that Nolan could hold on and block Li Yuxin together with Davis, who came from behind. Unexpectedly, Nolan was passed in just a few seconds. Li Yuxin had no defense around him, so he was naturally not polite. At the moment he passed Nolan, he flicked his left foot outward, ignoring Ngodi who came forward to press, aiming at an empty space, swinging his left foot high in an arc, and using all his strength to kick the ball that was still spinning. With a swoosh sound, the ball had an obvious outward rotation when it approached Ngodi. The ball passed around him with a slight sound of wind. The huge force made Ngodi close his eyes unconsciously, and he turned around in the direction of the ball's flight, curling his body in midair. With a whoosh sound, the ball was lifted high and fell a few seconds later. The opponent's goalkeeper stared blankly at the ball falling into the nearby corner without making any saves. On the one hand, Li Yuxin's shot was too fast, and on the other hand, the ball Li Yuxin pulled out was an outward rotation ball, and there was an outward rotation at Ngodi, and Ngodi just blocked his sight. Li Yuxin's iconic move appeared on the huge TV screen, and his domineering eyes swept across the field, and then he was held high by his excited teammates. Goel, Li, our genius, once again used his powerful shot to score a goal for us. Beautiful, so beautiful. I reiterate once again, he's our greatest treasure, the greatest gem. I love you, Li, I love your strength. Seng finally stopped being jealous of the other commentator, shouting, not caring at all about his chubby face appearing in front of the TV, passionately expressing his love for Li Yuxin. The women of Li Yuxin who were sitting in front of the TV saw a fat man gazing at Li Yuxin affectionately, and when he said those three words, they all burst into laughter. Shuo, it seems that your Li is really charming, he can even take down endangered species like this, he. Good friend Nano was composing music on the computer while talking and laughing. There were also many lyrics on the desktop, which were all written by Li Yuxin, at least she thought so. Haha, it doesn't matter. He can even take down the elves, so what can't he do? After years of getting along, Shuo and Nana have a much better relationship than others, and they couldn't help but joked. Li Yuxin had no time to care about other things. After being put down by the players, the game started again. At this time, the Arsenal players were in a different state after this goal. In one word, they were at ease. Now the Bolton defense is like dough in front of Arsenal, and they can be kneaded as they want. In the 43rd minute of the game, Arsenal once again played a smooth cooperation. Fabregas got the ball and made two consecutive 2-on-1 cooperations with Silva, tearing open Bolton's field-strangling defense. Then Fabregas sent the ball directly to the right with the outside of his foot while moving. Li Yuxin was still fighting for position with Fei. When he saw the ball coming, he shook his arm that was still being pulled by Fei, and stretched out his body with all his strength. In a flash, Li Yuxin ran 2 meters away with Fei, successfully unloaded the ball, and with a huge force, Fei was carried 1 meter away and fell to the ground. Fei was lying on the field in a daze, looking at Li Yuxin's back with a face full of resentment. At that moment, he enjoyed the feeling of flying, but when he landed, his eyes were pierced by the grass, so sour. The fact is that the people and the audience at the scene saw that Fei was reluctant to leave and hugged Li Yuxin for a distance. After being thrown away by Li Yuxin, coupled with those I am hurt eyes, countless people screamed, "No, Shuo, I have to go. It seems that your Li is really popular with both men and women. That guy's expression is really disgusting." Nana saw Fei's tearful look and felt goosebumps all over her body. Although she is Shuo's good friend, she has no interest in football. Fei didn't know that he had been hit by glass, and Li Yuxin didn't know that he had just been. Lee Yuxin still broke through Bolton's right defense line at an unrelenting pace and rushed into the penalty area. Seeing the long legs in front of him, he stepped on the ball and stopped his body from leaning forward. Then he quickly passed the ball back, and the ball passed through the edge of the penalty area line and was sent to Henry's feet. Bolton's defenders dared not leave it empty at this position and rushed to grab it. Henry lightly dribbled and easily passed a clumsy Benheim. There were still many people blocking in front of him. Henry protected the ball in the penalty area, and then knocked the ball with his heel, and the ball flew from behind him to the left side of the penalty area. Van Persie had already rushed out of the crowd, caught Henry's ball before the opponent's goalkeeper, passed the opponent, and easily countered the offside and scored an empty goal. Goal, Robin. Robin equalized the score for us. Great, beautiful dribbling, beautiful pass. Our front trident is invincible. Sang finally matched John's calling volume. Well done, Robin. Henry praised generously. Thank you, Captain. Van Persie hugged Henry and then returned to his own half with his teammates. Wenger stood up from the coaching seat when he saw his players equalize the score, waving his arms excitedly. This goal was too crucial and broke the confidence that the opponent had built up in the first half. Allardyce saw this goal and kicked the grass in annoyance. Damn, that Lee is really annoying. Throughout the first half, the right side where Lee Yuxin was located had been completely opened, and both goals were the result of the offensive from this side. With the referee's whistle, the first half of the game ended. Wenger and Allardyce went back to study countermeasures. Compared with the quiet Bolton players, the Arsenal players were much more excited. Fortunately, there was not much time left in the first half, otherwise Bolton would have lost the ball again. It all depended on how Allardyce adjusted in the second half. During the break, commentators from various live TV stations were commenting on the first half of the game. Adams, what do you think will happen in the second half of the game? What kind of changes will the two teams face? Personally, I don't want Arsenal to make any adjustments, but just do what they have done before. Matthew from Sky Sports asked his old partner. Indeed, what Arthur has to do is to try his best to let his players do their job well. If there is anything to improve, it is not a problem of this game, but a problem of Arsenal throughout the season. Matthew, you can see from the data in the first half that Arsenal's set pieces were not handled well. Bolton's 5 threatening shots came from set pieces. Arsenal's defense is not reassuring. Adams also agreed with Matthew's point of view, but his eyes were more focused on Arsenal's weaknesses. Indeed, but it depends on how Allardyce handles it. But the most important problem for him now is how to deal with the heavy artillery king in the mouths of Arsenal fans. If he can control Lee, they will be in danger in this game. Well, Arsenal has enviable talents. Arthur is a professor who trains new people. I think more people will go to Arsenal's youth training camp now. But in this game, with Bolton's strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to contain Lee. The same problem still troubles Wenger and Allardyce, but Wenger's problem is more long-term. Allardyce is imminent. Entering the locker room, Allardyce looked at his several defensive players with a grim face, but he was helpless because of the gap in strength. However, Allardyce was very dissatisfied with the mental state of his players. In the second half of the first half, his team obviously lost its former ferocity, which made him most angry. I don't know what's wrong with you, and I don't want to know. Now I just tell you that I don't want to lose to that French guy. The fans don't want Arsenal's players to leave us with smiles, and the club doesn't want to spend money to get a game without fighting spirit. I want you to tear them apart with your body like before, understand? He shouted the last sentence. Bolton's players were startled and quickly responded, I understand. Well, in the second half, you have to catch the kicks of Lee and Henry. Most of Arsenal's attacks are initiated by the two of them, so you just need to hold them tightly, understand? Allardyce then explained the deployment for the second half. Wenger simply emphasized defense, and asked the players to pay attention to each other's surroundings when defending, and asked the players not to easily give the opponent a set piece. There was not so much lecture for several offensive players, just asking them to pay attention to each other's positions. Soon the second half of the game started. Lee Yuxin noticed that Bolton's players were much more energetic than when they left the field. When he looked at himself and Henry, his eyes became fierce. He knew that they would definitely take care of him. Sure enough, after the restart, Bolton's players obviously strengthened their restrictions on receiving and passing the ball. They kept making small movements and physical contact. The Arsenal players were obviously helpless about Bolton's actions. Every time they faced Bolton, they would use this trick: if you can't beat the technology, let's play with the body. You are not good at this. Bolton used the collision of English football to force Arsenal players to delay the speed of passing the ball, so that the opponent could not open up space and muddy the water. In this way, the game suddenly fell into a state of anxiety. Various small kicks and pulls occurred one after another, especially Lee Yuxin and Henry. They had the opportunity to hold half of the ball, but the referee's penalty standard was not high. Next, it depends on who makes the first mistake. Wenger shook his head helplessly in the face of this situation, just hoping that his team can take the lead in opening the situation. That's why Wenger used the 3-forward tactic. As long as he was ahead, Bolton's style of play would be defeated. After all, such a high-intensity defense requires extremely high physical strength and awareness. If it is broken, then the next step will be to focus on one thing and lose another. It's easy for a team with strong offensive power like Arsenal. After all, not everyone is Mourinho. Wenger lamented that his team had bad luck in the first half. If they had taken the lead earlier, Arsenal would have won the game long ago. Hey, it would be great if Arsenal scored a goal at this time. Matthew couldn't help but sigh when he saw the game screen. Haha, as long as Arsenal can hold on through this period, Bolton will be in trouble next. Adams analyzed the strength of the two teams and judged that Arsenal is likely to win the game. After withstanding Bolton's pounce, Arsenal finally exerted the power of their attack. After defending Lee Yuxin for nearly 70 minutes, Faye finally couldn't hold on any longer. Looking at the relaxed player in front of him, his heart was filled with bitterness. What kind of monster is this? My physical fitness is also one of the best in the team, and I am almost being dragged to death by him. He was barely breathing and saw the ball was sent to Lee Yuxin's side, so he had to block him. But at this time, Faye's physical fitness could not keep up with Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin squeezed his body and immediately knocked away the nearly 90 kilograms big man. He easily unloaded the ball and rushed to the opponent's half like lightning. Speed had already caught up with him in big strides, and Gardner was also retreating and blocking the inside line, allowing Lee Yuxin to take it out. Lee Yuxin saw Gardner's action, sneered, raised with speed, and quickly closed the distance between the two. Gardner was shocked, too fast. Subconsciously, he went up to steal. Lee Yuxin was waiting. The moment he rushed to grab the ball was pushed to his outside. Then he twisted his body and separated the ball from him. In an instant, he broke through Gardner's defense. Allardyce saw Lee Yuxin break through the defense and cursed, "Damn it." He looked at Lee Yuxin nervously. At this time, Arsenal had already pressed forward. Arsenal and Bolton players rushed into the penalty area. Lee Yuxin saw the figure in the penalty area and cleverly entered the penalty area. Bolton players immediately rushed forward to block him, and several Arsenal players had already rushed into the penalty area, ready to respond at any time. For a while, there was chaos near the penalty area. Lee Yuxin suddenly stopped while moving, then turned his body sideways and pretended to shoot with his right foot. Bolton players quickly blocked Lee Yuxin's shooting route. But Lee Yuxin just let go gently, and a very fast figure inserted from the left side of Lee Yuxin quickly intercepted the ball, and the figure's speed was explosive, without giving Bolton's defenders any chance, and directly rushed into the penalty area near 7 yards, followed by a lob shot, which passed the attacking goalkeeper and fell into the corner. Fair took the lead for us. He scored the third goal, a beautiful pass. Lee's action deceived everyone, but Fair received it. Smart lob shot, we are ahead. Senk's voice finally overwhelmed the boos of the whole audience and echoed over the Reebok Stadium. Thank you. Lee Ljungberg scored this goal and came over excitedly to hug Lee Yuxin, thanking him for finding the state of the game for him. Arsenal's players celebrated together, and finally they could take the sticky candy. After seeing this goal, Wenger could finally put his mind at ease a little, so that the next game would be easier. Allardyce's face turned ugly. There were only about 20 minutes left. Not to mention the attack, with Arsenal's current offensive momentum, Arsenal was very likely to score again. Faye had to be replaced, and Allardyce quickly signaled Joti to warm up. Then Arsenal really relied on this momentum to suppress Bolton, breaking through the opponent's defense and constantly creating corner kicks, but unfortunately they didn't score. After about 7 or 8 minutes of the game, an accident completely changed the game. When Faye was on the field to receive Nolan's pass, he competed with Silva behind him and fell to the ground. The referee immediately stopped the game and wanted to take a card from his shirt pocket. This penalty immediately caused dissatisfaction among Arsenal players, and they surrounded the referee to explain. Silva was stunned and quickly explained, "I didn't pull him, he fell down by himself." Referee: "Silva, this is not a foul, it's just a normal scramble, no card." Henry also came to plead, because Silva already had a yellow card, which means that if he gets another one, he will be sent off. The referee blew the whistle and made a hand-holding gesture, indicating that Silva had pulled Faye to the ground. He did not change the verdict, but issued a yellow card, and then took out a red card from his pants pocket and sent Silva off. In this way, Arsenal lost one person in 15 minutes, and the game became delicate. It would be okay if the striker was missing at this time, but Silva was the only barrier on the field for Arsenal, so Arsenal was in danger. Allardyce was so excited that he almost jumped up. He didn't expect that he was just going to replace Faye, but he didn't expect that he would bring him such a gift. Is this a waste? Oh, damn, did the referee not wear contact lenses? He can't see this. It was Faye who fell down because he didn't have the physical strength. Damn it, the English Football Association only has a bunch of rubbish. Arsenal fans were fed up. In one corner, they booed and pointed their finger at the referee. Anyway, the game continued. Next, it was Bolton's turn to attack. Wenger had to send Ebb out to replace Van Persie. Arsenal immediately shrank back to their own half. Davis went in. Oh, damn, it was almost there. Lehmann saved the team again. He blocked Nolan's long shot. Two voices fought at the last moment. Until the 86th minute of the game. Don't foul. Oh, damn, it's another free kick. Sunk privately pointed his finger at the referee and nervously looked at the wall of people in the penalty area, hoping that it could block it or that a free kick would fly. Nolan took a run up and shot. Goal, Nolan. Nolan saved the team. He scored a wonderful free kick goal. It was beautiful, so beautiful. John was excited and hugged Cenk, who turned his head away with a look of hatred, depression and unwillingness. The scene was weird and abnormal. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.